Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good night. Whatever is applicable to you. I'm glad you're here. We are in week 2 of the United States Coast Guard's investigation into the sinking, the destruction of the Titan Submersible. The first week brought us a lot of spice, a lot of heat, but I think we're going to be ramping things up today. I think we're going to take this to another level because now we're getting into some interesting witnesses. Today, we are going to be hearing from Patrick Lahey, Mr. Lahey from Titan Submarines, the real submarine guys. Wonder what they're going to have to say about Ocean's Gate. And also from the former co-founder of Ocean Gate. I'm thinking those are going to be pretty interesting testimonies there. Could be spice, could be fluff. I'm hoping for the spice because we've been getting a lot of it. Every single person, except for one, has essentially kind of thrown the other founder of Ocean's Gate, Stockton Rush, under the bus. We've heard a lot of bad things about the company. We've heard a lot of bad things about the way it's operated. We've heard some really terrible things about the actual submersible, the Titan itself, not to mention its prototypes. So, this could be good. So let's get into it because we have to catch up on we have to do Friday afternoon. We're going to be doing that at 1.25 speed. Hopefully we can bump it to 1.5 speed. And about 90 minutes from now, the Coast Guard will be starting today, Monday morning. So we're watching the afternoon of day 4. And then as soon as we finish that, we will watch the morning of day 5 to catch up. And we have our like and subscribe poll, everybody here. For those of you that we've currently got 114 people this early in the morning or late in the evening, depending where you're at. 114 of you here, 54 likes. Half of you haven't done your job, so get down there and smash that like button and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. If you have hit that subscribe button before, do me a quick little favor. Look right down there and check to make sure you are still subscribed because YouTube likes to take away subscribers for some reason. And speaking of YouTube, we have our super chats today will be read as usual. We have the emotional support Potato Pig Dog Cam here, locked and loaded and ready to go. We have a 19-day emotional support Potato Pig Dog Cam streak alive. Will we make it to day 20 in the streak today? Let's find out. And we also, if you're not, well, they don't like when you talk about this. The YouTube, give us the super chats. That's what we're here for. And if you would like to donate in other ways, we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle. We've got it all down there, and the links are all down there, and they crop up occasionally in chat. If you would like to tip or donate in alternative measures. Other than that, I think we're ready to go. We have our like and subscribe poll today, which is just a reminder to you to hit the like and subscribe button and do all those YouTube-y things. Today's like and subscribe poll is: will a witness from Titan Submarine and a co-founder of Ocean Gate get spicy? So what we were just talking about. Will these two witnesses get spicy? No. A little bit spicy. A whole lot of heat, or the fires of Mount Doom levels of spicy. We'll find out. We'll revisit this poll here in an hour or so. But we should be here for the long haul. So everybody take care again. We're going to start off today with Mr. Patrick Lahey. I cannot hear the name Mr. Lahey without thinking of the Trailer Park Boys. Dang it. So we have Mr. Patrick Lahey first. He'll be our witness for the Friday afternoon session. And then the Monday morning session will begin with Mr. Guillermo Sohnlein, who is the former Ocean Gate co-founder. Okay, that's it. So we have time to do our little emotional, our little intermission swipe. So for those of you that were watching on replay and you skipped all of that stuff, this is what you're looking for. You're looking for our little intermission. Be back in 21 seconds to hit the ground running.
This is a brief intermission.
You're very much appreciated for saying that I'm appreciated. I appreciate that.
This is a brief intermission.
Thank you very, very much. I'm going to have a search and or seizure. More likely the seizure. I appreciate you.
This is a brief intermission.
I appreciate you. Okay, we are going to begin with the afternoon of day 4 of the United States Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigations public hearings into the loss of the Titan Submersible. Our first witness today is Mr. Patrick Lahey from Titan Submarines. He's the day 4 afternoon witness, and the day 5 morning witness will follow him, Mr. Guillermo Sohnlein, the former co-founder of OceanGate. Before we get there, just very quickly want to acknowledge everybody in chat. Welcome everybody, and hit that like and subscribe button. And those of you on the replay, again, please make sure that you do that as well. And our like and subscribe poll is up. Will the witnesses from Triton Marine and a co-founder of OceanGate get spicy? No, a little bit spicy, a whole lot of heat, and the fires of Mount Doom levels of spiciness. Those are the choices. And we already have some very, very wonderful, helpful, cooperative, and gracious people. Starting out with Matilda. What's up, Matilda? The super sticker, pie. And we got a pie super sticker. And Stingy with the $2. OceanGate wants to disappear like Pink's tweets did. I'm assuming Pink's tweet disappeared. So, okay. Thank you very, very much for that. And that puts us on the road to the emotional support potato pig dog cam 19-day going streak. Will we hit the goal today, chat? Will we hit the goal and make it 20 days in a row? Let's find out. And we are going to bring this up right now and begin afternoon of day 4. And here we go. Again, 1.25 speed. Possibly if they're speaking slow enough, we'll try to bump it up to 1.5 so that we can catch up to the live part of day 5 faster. And we have the volume boosted 600% as always. And let's go.
At this time, we will hear testimony from Mr. Patrick Lahey, co-founder and CEO of Titan Submarines. Mr. Lahey, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Sir, Lieutenant CEO will now administer the oath.
Okay.
Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and or imprisonment.
I'm kind of sad he doesn't pronounce his name Lahey. It's spelled Lahey.
Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
I'll back off on the mic.
Mr. Lahey, Lieutenant Commander Tom Whalen is going to start the questioning today.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lahey. All of my questions are going to be related to your background, Titan Submersibles, and your interactions that you had personally with OceanGate, Mr. Rush. Again, thank you for being here. And as we ask you questions throughout your interview, if you need to take a break, just please let us know.
Okay.
Before Mr. Whalen, I think for the record, just want to make sure it's Titan Submarines. Is that correct?
Triton Submarines, yes.
You had mentioned Titan Submersibles. Just want
Roger. Yes, sir. Before we begin, I'll ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I'll stop you to explain so you can explain what that acronym is.
Okay, we'll do.
Can you start off by briefly explaining how you began to focus on designing and building submersibles?
Okay, well, I can give you a short answer or a long answer, but I'll try to make it concise. I began my underwater career, my diving career in about 1981, 1982. I began work as a commercial diver, and I was lucky enough in the early part of my career to work for a commercial diving company by the name of IUC, International Underwater Contractors. They're based out of New York, but they had opened an office in Santa Barbara, California. They had a number of human-occupied vehicles or submersibles. And because I had demonstrated abilities to fix and solve problems, they asked if I'd like to learn how to operate a sub. I piloted my first sub when I was 21. That was 41 years ago. And I was so thrilled by the experience, and it left such an indelible impression on me that I knew from that point on I wanted to devote my life to these incredible machines. So I started, I worked with subs in all kinds of different capacities. I worked with them in oil and gas. I worked with them in tourism, in filming, in science, salvage. And in 2006, I started a company called Titan Submarines with my partner, Bruce Jones at the time. And we decided we were going to try and, well, we had actually been trying to promote the idea of subs on people's private yachts for about 10 years before that, but we didn't get much traction. You know, there's tremendous resistance or skepticism surrounding human occupied vehicles or submersibles. And that's actually one of the things I'm here to try and hopefully address. I think people's perception by and large is that subs are dangerous and scary and complicated, and that only crazy people get in them. But I can assure you that they're anything but. They're magnificent machines, and they allow people to visit a part of our world they couldn't see any other way, and to do it safely. So we embarked on this crusade of trying to promote the idea of subs on yachts beginning in about 94. We found our first customer in 2006, a gentleman by the name of Chris Klein, and we built him a little 2-person sub that could dive to 1,000 feet that he put on the back of his motor yacht called Mind Games.
Okay, this guy is actually kind of cool. He just talks like someone that knows what he's talking about. You know, his presentation immediately lends credibility to me. I think he clearly knows what he's talking about. He has a love for submersibles, which means he probably, and he's saying they're safe and they're magnificent things. I'm guessing this means he really, really loves his job building these things, and he's going to testify maybe that people should uphold standards. This guy, he seems like a great witness. Let's see where this goes, shall we?
And that really got the conversation started. People started to pay attention rather
Well,
than
let's
me
see how it
telling them
develops.
that owning a sub would be a great idea and how much fun it would be and how exciting it would be to go and visit these parts of the earth you couldn't visit any other way. We now had somebody who was a peer of theirs saying how wonderful it was to have a sub, and speaking, excitedly about the extraordinary experiences he was having in the sub we had built for them. That really started the ball rolling, and subsequent to that, we've sold, I think 30 subs. We've got 400 or 500 construction right now. Triton builds subs that dive as shallow as 100 meters, or as deep as, which is 330 feet, or dive as deep as 11,000 meters, 36,000 feet. In fact, Triton built the deepest diving sub in the world. I'm very proud of that fact. And right now, the company employs about 53, 54 people. We have 35 in Vero Beach, in Sebastian. We moved to Sebastian. And we have 19 people in Barcelona, Spain.
Sir, what's the difference between a submersible and a submarine?
It's a very good question. And often people don't recognize the difference, but a
There
submersible
is
craft
actually a very
that is
important
not capable of regenerating its own power. A submarine has to have the capacity to regenerate its own energy supply. And so the thing about a submersible is it's usually powered by batteries or some sort of an energy source that's limited and limits its endurance. So you're not going to get in a submersible and cross an ocean or transit a great distance. They're not really built for that purpose. Submersibles are built to explore a smaller area, imagine like a neighborhood or whatever. And the idea is that it will allow you to generally go much deeper than a submarine, because typically military submarines are quite limited in their diving depth, whereas we build vehicles that go extremely deep. And they allow you to get into a part of the world that we've really spent very little time exploring. That's the thing.
And right out of the gate, we have 10 gifted memberships from Chaos Coordinator. Didn't want to miss this opportunity to say super special thanks to Chaos Coordinator, and also Chance, Bend Over, Legal Minded Friends, Karen Cole. How you doing? And Hey Joe, Puzzled Puzzler, Michael Martin, Justin Wright, Dina, Lone Star Medic, Drake Man, and Josh. We're gifted Legal Vices memberships. How cool is that? Give our old friend Chaos Coordinator super special thanks for that. Oh, I should say, to avoid any confusion, I was saying hello to legal-minded friend Karen Cole, who is in the middle of the list of people that got the membership. She already has a membership. She didn't get a free gifted one. Sorry if that was confusing. I just saw her name in the middle of the list. She has a great new video about Sarah Boone out too. It's pretty cool.
I suppose that I find most exciting about them.
Do you have, or have you ever held a merchant mariner credential?
A merchant
mariner credential, a MMLD or merchant mariner license?
No, I have not.
Okay, so he's not a commercial.
So you've never been licensed by United States Coast Guard?
Oh yes, I did have a 100-ton ocean operator license, and actually I was one of 7 U.S. Coast Guard licensed submarine pilots or submersible pilots. We set up an operation when I worked for Atlantis Submarines in 1987. It was the first tourist submarine operating in U.S. waters that were controlled by the Coast Guard, and we worked directly with the Coast Guard to get their approval and involvement in the operation of that sub.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that process specific to you?
Well, it was an interesting process because it was all brand new. There were no rules governing the safe use of a human-occupied vehicle that's carrying passengers for hire. And so we worked closely with the Coast Guard to help establish those rules. And I think it resulted in the publication of a thing called the NAVIC 593, I think it was, as I recall. Amazing that I actually remember that. And that really sort of spelled out what the rules would be for a sub that was carrying passengers for hire in U.S. waters that were under Coast Guard jurisdiction.
And just for the record, NAVIC stands for Naval Vessel Inspection Circular.
Okay.
Correction for the record.
There you
It's
go.
Right,
Navigation and
sorry.
Vessel Inspection
There
Circular.
you go. Well, that's an acronym you guys would know better than I do. So
Now, was that, so you had achieved that endorsement on your license for Atlanta submersibles? As you know, what is the difference between a passenger submersible and do you create passenger submersibles?
we do. I mean, any of our subs, I suppose, can be used to carry passengers. Typically, you know, I'm not even sure that you would distinguish them as passengers versus paying passengers. They're people, and as such, you know, the requirements, you know, for carrying people are the same. Having said that, you know, I think typically a passenger carrying submarine would carry more people because, of course, the point of it is to generate revenue. And yes, we do build tourist submarines or passenger carrying submarines. We recently delivered a submarine that carries 24 people and dives to 100 meters or 330 feet. It's called the Deep View 24. It's a modular design where you could make it as little as 12 people all the way up to 66 people. And that sub is operating in Vietnam right now. We also recently delivered a sub, you could call it a tourist submarine, but it carries 9 people, pilot and 8 guests, and it operates off of a cruise ship.
And are those built to a different
That's so
standard?
cool.
No, they are not.
If you were to build one to a United States or a U.S. flag passenger vessel, would it be built to a separate standard or a Coast Guard standard?
I'm sure there would be additional requirements that we'd have to comply with. Of course, the certification that we base all of our vehicles on, you know, is usually one of 2 certification agencies that work with the American Bureau of Shipping, and what used to be Det Norske Veritas Germanischer Lloyd, but what is now DNV, because DNV acquired GL. And those certification agencies have had rules governing submersible craft or human-occupied vehicles for over 50 years. And they've evolved over time as those vehicles have evolved. That's the sort of primary, the sort of backbone certification that our vehicles have. But there's additional requirements too that we apply. Believe it or not, there's also a Cayman Islands flag registry that we.
Wow. So this guy's going through all of the registries. He's getting all of his vessels flagged. He's getting all of them classed by ABS or the other organization. This is a guy who's doing things correctly. He's doing everything that Ocean Gate didn't.
Often have to comply with, and that's because many of the yachts that our subs go on are flagged in Cayman, and so we have to comply with their rules. And if the sub is going to be operating in U.S. waters, then of course, especially if it's going to be carrying passengers for hire, then I'm certain we would also have to comply with U.S. Coast Guard rules. So far, we haven't. I think other than maybe the scenic vessel will be operating in Alaska at some point, and it may it certainly would get Coast Guard involvement at that time.
Wow.
Sir, in your opinion, what specifically sets Triton submersibles apart from other deep sea exploration vehicles in the market?
Such as
Of course,
Ocean Gate.
I would say
Ocean
because
Gate.
we build the deepest diving, most capable subs that are out there, but there are other players in the same space that adhere to the same rules that we do. We are entirely focused on safety and certification. No Triton sub would ever be built or delivered that wasn't certified, and that even includes our deepest diving sub. So when we were commissioned by a client to build a sub that could dive to 11,000 meters or 36,000 feet, I insisted that the sub was certified. And that made the project more difficult, more challenging, more time consuming, and more expensive. But ultimately, I would point to that
Is that
certification
James Cameron's?
as the primary reason that sub is diving regularly to the deepest places in the ocean. In fact, that sub has made 19 dives to full ocean depth, which is unprecedented. And I've had the privilege of making 5 of those dives. The sub also has made 150 dives beyond 6,000 meters. And I think it's made almost 400 dives now between 4,000 and 6,000 meters. So certification matters because it's about building something that's robust, durable, reliable, something that people can dive in with confidence, knowing that meets an internationally recognized set of standards.
And what are the key critical safety features of your vessels? What components you see as the key critical safety features?
Well, there are so many because, of course, the entire vehicle has.
Well, there are so many unless you're Ocean Gate, right? Come on. In fairness, if you're Ocean Gate, there ain't that many.
Has multiple layers of redundancy in virtually every area. So whether it's life support or it's ballast systems or communications, tracking, navigation, there's redundancies built in because you have to assume that if there's a single system failure, that it doesn't result in the vehicle being in a perilous situation, and that your capacity to sustain life is not affected, for example, by the lack of power. So, for example, you lost all power in the vehicle. That does not prevent you from being able to bring the submarine back to the surface or to be able to maintain a safe, breathable atmosphere inside the craft.
And you had mentioned classification societies. How important is a classification society in the manufacturing and certification process of a submersible?
Well, it's foundational. It's fundamental. It's essential. To me, I think any machine that's going to be carrying human beings into the deep sea has to meet the high bar of certification by an independent.
That's exactly what I've been saying since this accident happened. These classification societies, they are the premier safety inspectors of vessels. They crawl over every single inch and make sure every piece is compliant and up to spec for whatever that piece of equipment is. And those were the things that OceanGate just felt they didn't need. In fact, they talked about the Cyclops 1 that was classed with ABS when they got it, and then they started ripping stuff out, which made it lose its classification with ABS, the American Bureau of Shipping.
Independent third-party classification society. I don't believe that it's negotiable. I don't believe that we should be operating experimental vehicles in the deep sea.
Oh, there you go. Take
Delivered
that.
and
They were spicy right out of the gate. We should not, that was a definitive statement. We should not be operating experimental submersibles in the, that is a very, very specific and pointed statement.
operational submersible that was not inspected or classed by a classification society?
No, I have not,
It's never been on one.
and nor would I.
Oh, wow. I want to go back and listen to that whole
I would
thing.
say An independent third-party
That was
classification
great.
society. I don't believe that it's negotiable. I don't believe that we should be operating experimental vehicles in the deep sea.
Have you ever delivered an operational submersible that was not inspected or classed by a classification society?
No, I have not. And nor would I.
That's a powerful, again, this is one powerful statement after another this guy is making. I knew it would be a little spicy, but I didn't know it would be quite this spicy. He's never operated one, nor would he ever operate an unclassed submersible.
So I want to talk a little bit about the pressure hull, or the pressure vessel for human occupancy portion of the submersibles. Can you talk about the importance of the pressure hull and how that is tested and created with Titan submersibles?
Sure. Well, the certification of a pressure hull actually begins at inception, as as the engineers are busy doing calculations and analysis, and they're creating a design. All of that stuff has to be reviewed and approved before anything is actually made. Then we have to select materials. Those materials have to come from a known source, and that source has to be an approved source of material supply. And once we do get that material coupons of that material are removed and tested independently to verify the characteristics of that material, so that, in fact, you don't just take a certificate from a manufacturer as evidence of its characteristics. You actually have to prove that it has those physical characteristics. Then the material is made into a shape, whatever that shape might be, and then the other parts are added to it. The whole thing is tested. In our case, it's usually 1.25 times its maximum allowable working pressure or maximum diving depth. And in the case of a new vehicle, those designs are usually strain gauged so that you have data that supports that initial analysis and substantiates that your initial assumptions about the design were in fact true, and they bear out through the actual readings that you get from the sensors that are in the craft when it's being tested. And then, of course, because this boundary is the thing that protects human beings, it's only part of a system. So you have the pressure boundary, which obviously is the thing that protects the people from the crushing pressure, but then you have all the other systems. So any pressure boundary other than the pressure hull also has to go through that same testing regimen, whether it's a battery pod, a ballast tank, or a housing for a motor or a pump. Everything has to be tested to 1.25 times its diving depth.
Can you walk me through the testing procedure? So you've mentioned tested. Are they manned tests, unmanned tests?
No, they're tested in a chamber without people. And the chamber we use chambers all over the world. We even have the deepest rated chambers in Europe are in our facility in Barcelona, Spain. We do a lot of our own testing, but we do it in the presence of a surveyor. So the surveyor actually comes and witness these tests and substantiates that, you've followed a test procedure. So a test procedure is always written for whatever assembly it is that's being tested. And then they verify that you follow that procedure, and then the results of that become a permanent record, permanent part of the submarine's, the submersible's documentation set.
Wow, this guy is just night and day different than anything we've heard the previous 3.5 days of this testimony. This is good. I mean, this is like listening to something from a different planet compared to what we've been hearing. This is how it's supposed to be, people. If this would have been done, if this guy would have been in charge, this accident never would have happened.
So walking you through the test, what they try to do is simulate what a dive might look like. For example, if you're building a sub that dives to 1,000 meters, as I said, it would be tested to 1,250 meters. So instead of being tested to 3,300 feet, it would be tested to, I think, 1,250 meters. It's like 4,100 feet or something like that. I don't have the calculation in my head, but you guys can do the math, I'm sure. And you try to simulate a pressure cycle that simulates how long it would take the vehicle to reach its targeted depth. And then you have a period where you're sustaining that pressure at depth, and you make sure that there's no creep on any of the instrumentation. In other words, that the hull isn't changing in its characteristics. And then you bring it.
Well, there was a creep on the controls of this one, wasn't there? There was a creep on the control. A little humor there.
Back to the surface. Usually there's multiple cycles that would be required as part of that certification. And what you want to prove, again, is your initial assumptions. So today, we're very lucky. We live in a very exciting time. There are analytical tools and software that engineers can use where they can predict the performance of a pressure boundary with incredible accuracy. Give you an example. We tested our full ocean depth sub in Russia, the only test chamber in the world that could actually conduct that test. This was before, this is when we were allowed to go and use that test facility, which we can't today. And when we brought it to its full diving depth, plus I think it was 20% in that case, we predicted there would be a 28-liter, what do you call that? We have a graduated cylinder that measures the compression of the hull, and we predicted it would be 28 liters, and it was exactly 28 liters. And then we do repeated cycles to make sure that water all goes back in, and then when it comes back out, that kind of thing. So it's all part of verifying that through testing, your assumptions, your analysis, your calculations were correct, and that the machine that you've created is behaving exactly as you expected it to and as you predicted it would.
And so is all this testing done solely with Triton subs, or is it done in conjunction with other classification societies?
No, it's done hand in hand with the classification society. So they're present when this testing is done. They participate in it, and they actually will submit a procedure for the testing that we're going to do. They'll review it. They'll make changes to it if they feel those changes are warranted. And then ultimately you arrive at a procedure that everybody's agreed on. That includes everything from where the instrumentation is going to be put, to how many cycles are used, to what sort of pressurization rate, how much dwell time you spend on the bottom, all of that. And then once that's been approved by the classification society, they send a surveyor out to witness it as it's being implemented.
It is true. The classification societies, they are God as far as your shipbuilding and vessel inspection are concerned. Exactly what he said. You design it. They look at your designs. They check your designs. They tell you to make corrections to your design. I've mentioned it before. When you're building a ship, they will have someone on site, whoever you're going to class it with. They will have a person on site to watch you build things. They will inspect it as it goes. They will tell you to make modifications, tell you to make changes. When it's time to do the testing, you'll submit their test. They'll tell you yes or no. They'll tell you never do this test instead of that test. They'll watch you do the test. Then they'll evaluate your test. They do all of this before they sign off on things. And OceanGate had none of that.
Have you ever attempted to classify a new or a novel submersible structure with class?
Well, yeah, I would say that we're constantly building new sub designs. We're always challenging conventional thinking, trying to innovate, but we're doing that within the confines of the classification society rules. I'm a firm believer in innovation. I think innovation is a critical part of progress, forward progress, but innovation has to be done within the crucible of a set of rules that give you guardrails. You can't just go freestyle.
And in your experience working with the class surveyors, they've been amenable to change and innovation as long as it's within their construct?
Yeah, absolutely. Not only are they amenable to innovation, they participate in that innovation. They have tools and people who have capabilities better than we do. So their contribution to the certification of a novel design, of a new vehicle, a new design, is an essential part of our capacity to actually achieve the objective of building a new design. They contribute meaningfully to our capacity to do that.
So is the classification society, do they only take part for the initial certification, or is there testing or interval testing over the years that they take part in as well?
No, certification is a process that never ends. It begins at inception with those initial design analysis and so on, and follows through to the time the vessel is completed and delivered. And then it continues through the lifetime of that vehicle with annual renewals and special periodic renewals that, depending on the classification society, can be as little as 3 years or as many as 5 years. But there are specific requirements that have to be completed every year. Well, there's weekly, there's monthly, there's quarterly, there's annual, and there's special periodical requirements that we have to fulfill. You have to keep records. Logs have to be maintained, charge logs, maintenance logs, dive logs, comm logs. The idea is that you are operating and maintaining a craft in accordance with our rules as a manufacturer and the rules of the classification society.
And so just so I understand, a lot of the submersibles that you design and build, you then sell to customers.
Yes.
And they're no longer your property. They're now owned by the customer. So at that point, is there an obligation for them to ensure that they maintain the classification standard?
Yes, if they don't continue to fulfill the requirements that we've outlined as the manufacturer and those of the classification society, then class will be canceled. I'm very proud of the fact that every sub that we've delivered, even the ones we delivered, 18 years ago or 17 years ago, they're all in class. They're all still rated to their original depth, and they're all still being used by people that we maintain a great relationship with. That relationship.
Wow, it's almost like he sells his products to responsible people that maintain them and take care of them. And we were talking about this a couple of days ago. To get insurance on something, on a vessel like this, it's almost a default provision that you be classed by one of the top classification societies. And if you lose your class at any time and you have an insurance policy that has that clause in it, your insurance stops like that. Because you become an unacceptable risk at that point. And speaking of awesome things that can happen on the spur of the moment, we have D Watt dropping the Cash App $50. He says, for release the hounds. And that has gotten us to where we are right now. Early on in the show, we have hit day 20. This is day 20 of our emotional support potato pig dog release the hound stream. Thank you very much for that. We are here at that time of the show that we like to call Release the Hounds. And we have our particular hound of the evening. I don't know where Yoda got off to. Yoda has wandered off somewhere, but we have Strawberry with us today. As long as she's sticking around, we'll keep an eye on her. The emotional support potato pig dog cam has been released. Thank you, D Watt, for that. And thank you, other contributors, Chaos Coordinator, and thank you also to Matilda. You three made this possible. Let's jump back into this awesome testimony. Again, thank you all. We'll give you all a big foghorn. How's that sound? Foghorns all around. Oh, Boosh McFadden with the $2 says, Redbreast 12, drink it. I have a bottle that's mostly consumed over in my whiskey room. That's one of my favorites. And if you want to up your game, get a Redbreast 21. Oh, that is exquisite. And the Floofy Cat with the 2 pound feed the hound. Yeah, we'll I don't have a snack handy, but if I get up, I'll bring them a snack. That'll bring the hounds around. All right, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate that. Keeping the streak alive. Let's go.
Relationship is very important, not just to the customer, but to me as a manufacturer, to us as a manufacturer. We want to make sure that sub is being maintained appropriately. It's being operated responsibly. It's being kept in the condition that it needs to be in order to continue to be used safely.
And you just mentioned being operated safely. Can you explain how important is the human aspect of operation of a submersible?
Well, the human aspect of operating a sub is essential. Again, it's foundational. We don't deliver a sub to a customer that hasn't been properly trained. And our training isn't just teaching somebody how to make it go up and down and backwards and forwards. That's the easy part. As part of our training, we teach a client how to operate and also maintain a craft. So we teach them how to do maintenance procedures. We show them how to take things apart, to rebuild things, put them back together, test things, and so on. And while, as a client's experience level increases and their dependency on us is diminished, because that's to be expected, Once a client becomes more familiar with the vehicle, once they become more experienced with it, their capacity to do much of this work by themselves increases. It's still, of course, being done with the oversight of the Classification Society. They don't just get to do it on their own. But our direct involvement is oftentimes reduced, but we typically still are supplying them with equipment. We're still being consulted when they want to make modifications, when they want to add new equipment, if they want to make an upgrade. And sometimes as well, we get involved in their actual surveys, the annual surveys, the special periodical surveys. Oftentimes as well, the subs are returned to our facility and we actually undertake that work together with their personnel.
Okay, and what he's talking about there is when your class, whichever classification society you're classed with, they'll require you to have annual inspections where they'll give it a general look, a general check to make sure things are still workable, things are in still good operating condition, you're still seaworthy. And then periodically, usually around every 5 years or so, you have to go through a dry docking, absolutely detailed, crawling all over the ship, in-depth inspection. So those are the inspections he's talking about. And they're very, very strict about those. And also, for some reason, D. Watt has also dropped another 20 in the Cash App. Thank you so much, D. Watt, for the second Cash App of the night, putting us on our road to achievement number 2. Thank you so very much for that. You're super, super generous. Appreciate that, brother.
Once they complete the Triton Submersible Pilot Training Program, do they receive a certification to become a Triton Submersible pilot?
They do, but they also have to demonstrate their capabilities to the satisfaction of the attending surveyor. So they don't just take our word for it. Ultimately, the final arbiter of whether an operation is considered safe and the people that are responsible for using the equipment are appropriately trained and experienced, that also falls to the certification agency.
Does any part of the training include emergency procedures?
Of course, emergency procedures are an inherent part of the safe operation of a submersible, and as part of any training, they would be taught how to conduct emergency procedures of every kind. Yeah.
And so you even remember that even the woman who was genuinely in love with Stockton Rush and the program, Miss Rojas, she even admitted that they didn't have safety training. She said they were shown how to do things and shown where to be and stuff like that, but there was no real safety training done. And again, he's saying that's just basic, which of course it is, goes without saying. And legal-minded friends, Karen and Cole, thank you so very much for the £2 towards Fun for Chewy Bones and Furry Babies. But they'll get some snacks here in a bit. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
In your experience, how important do you believe it is to have a rescue submersible or an ROV readily available at a dive site?
Well, I think having a rescue asset is an important part of a safe operation. Of course, a lot of rescue capabilities will depend on the operational area. Are you operating in a remote site where there's absolutely nobody nearby that might have rescue assets available? So when we look at diving in a new place, we create 2 plans. We create a self-help plan and an outside help plan. And the self-help plan is just, what do you have on hand, in terms of rescue capabilities? Do you have an ROV? Is there a second sub? Many of our clients have 2 subs. So you've got your second sub, then you've got your built-in safety system. Some people have an ROV on board. So that would be your self-help plan. And if you're diving shallow, you might even look at what local diving resources there are. There are technical divers in the area. So obviously, if you're diving to 100 meters, that's starkly different than diving to 11,000 meters or 4,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Anyway, and then the outside help plan, what you do is you take a look at local and regional assets that might be called upon in the event of an emergency. You identify what those assets are. You notify them that you're going to be diving in a given area, and you request their commitment to assist you should such assistance become necessary. And so that's a standard practice, that our clients will observe. And we help them with that because oftentimes we'll have multiple clients in a given area, and that makes it easier. So if you've got 3 or 4 clients diving in the Bahamas, there's sort of a standard practice that this, I'm sure, is the same with you guys in at sea operations on the surface. You would always pledge your willingness to assist a fellow mariner. And that applies to people who are diving underwater. So our customers, even if they're not directly in contact with one another, we will help them facilitate an outside help plan that ensures assets within the area could be called upon should they be needed. And so we will communicate that to one another, and then they have their plan. Sorry, a bit of a long-winded answer.
want to talk about a few of the submersible systems. Can you discuss?
I do like how the people are all, they're all laughing at various points of their testimony, and nobody cracks a smile from the Coast Guard teams. Every single witness has done that. They've all said something that was like they thought was personally witty, and they're just met with dead silence. Before we get on, Lowlands Angie said Legal Vices, the fried chicken was good. She went to a Korean Japanese food festival. Yes, and the okonomiyaki was also good. I was never as good as a local in Korea, I guess. Well, okonomiyaki, of course, is Japanese, but they still have some good stuff here in Korea. And the Korean chicken is just best chicken, hands down. And that comes from a lifelong KFC honk like myself. Legal-minded Karen calls says, Legal Vices, have you considered turning your videos into a podcast? I'm just reviewing. Very interesting and increased view on Apple Music. How cool. I haven't even thought about it. Maybe I should look into it. I've never thought about it. And Read by Nature is in safety training. Hold down the PS button on the controller for 5 seconds, then pray. I like that. That was good. But it's also sort of traumatic because I do have to do a hopefully only a soft reset, perhaps a hard reset of my PS4 controller as a last ditch effort before having to buy one, because yesterday I was forced to engage a Elden Ring boss with a controller with massive drift. And Sonnier Chris has just this second gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships to Kristen Jones, to Walter Weller Custom Leather, and Noel Michelle, and Stina G, and Dog Backwards. If you're one of those 5 people, make sure you give Sonnier Chris a super, super special thanks. Another true gentleman. Thank you very, very much for that. And finally, the Sock Snatcher says, how does one get a job at a classification society? Ordinarily be a very, very, very good engineer with lots and lots of experience. That's your best bet.
Gus, to talk about the drop weight systems that you employ with Titan Submersibles.
Sure. So on our deeper diving subs, we'll use drop weights as standard, sort of a consumable. That would be in a sub that's probably diving deeper than or 4,000 meters and beyond. Shallower diving subs tend to use drop weights as emergency systems. So we have drop weights. We have jettisonable components, jettisonable arms, jettisonable battery pods, and so on, jettisonable weights. But they wouldn't be used as standard operation. They would strictly be used in the case that your primary, secondary, and maybe tertiary ballast systems were not working. So it's way down the line in terms of backup and redundancy. Like for example, a typical Triton sub will have 4 independent means of coming back to the surface. You got your main ballast tank system, you got your thrusters, you got a water ballast system, and then you have jettisonable weights that you can employ. And those jettisonable weights are usually powered by an independent battery if they're frangible bolts, or an independent hydraulic system that's manually operated and has no dependency on power. Again, to ensure that if you had a situation where you've lost power, it doesn't hinder your ability to bring the submarine back to the surface. And by the way, the main ballast tank system also doesn't have any dependency on power. So drop weights are typically only employed on very deep diving submarines where using conventional ballast systems is impractical because the energy required to run a pump, at 36,000 feet is so immense that you just simply, wouldn't do it.
So in the case with the Titan Submersible, they had utilized drop weights to slow their descent through the water column. Is that something that is utilized normally in practice?
In a sub diving to 4,000 meters, having jettisonable weights as part of a ballasting system would not be unusual. There would typically be other systems as well, though, not just droppable weights. So, some type of a variable ballast system that probably use, in subs diving to that depth would typically be like pumping oil from a reservoir into a bladder to increase displacement.
What are the majority of Triton hulls made of, Triton pressure vessels made of?
The majority of our subs are made of a transparent material called polymethyl methacrylate, or acrylic. And one of the great things about acrylic is it's strong, it's malleable, but of course it's also transparent, so you can see through it. And it has another interesting characteristic, which is that it has the same refractive index as water. So when you submerge in a pressure boundary made of acrylic, it's almost like there's nothing between you and the environment that you're looking at. So it really makes the experience of being underwater very compelling and very immersive. And so that's the vast majority of our subs do feature acrylic pressure boundaries. However, when you start getting into deeper water, we look at other materials. We're currently developing, coincidentally, a 4,000 meter rated sub that has a transparent pressure hull made of acrylic. Again, this has never been done before. It's a novel design, if you will. But of course, we're working closely with DNV on the development of this very unique sub.
I like how he went out of his way to very quickly differentiate himself from the other novel construction, which is this carbon fiber monstrosity that OceanGate came up with. We're also building a novel submarine. No one's ever done anything like this. No one's ever done a submersible like this. We're doing it something novel, but we're doing it very closely in association with ABS. Important distinction to make.
And what is the name of that submersible?
I think they're calling it, let me just think what it's called, the Triton 4 kilometer, because that's its diving depth, to AE Abyssal Explorer. But I think our client just calls it the Explorer sub. Interestingly, 4,000 meters is the sort of average depth of the ocean. So the idea behind being able to get to 4,000 meters, which is just over 13,000 feet, is it gives you access to, I think, around 55 or 60% of the seafloor.
Did not know that.
And what's the maximum occupancy for that submersible?
Just 2 people.
Please ask why he doesn't make it long.
And how far long is that in production?
We're expecting to deliver that sub in the spring of 2026. It's a time-consuming process, to design, engineer, build, and then test a machine like this. So it's done according to a timetable, but the timetable doesn't drive the program. The success of the development is what drives it. And it should take about 2 more or 18 more months. But if it takes 20, then that's what it takes. It'll take whatever is required to make sure that it's right.
And for a submersible like the Abyssal Explorer, how many cycles to depth do you believe you'll get to in the testing phase?
That's a good question. I don't know that I can even answer it yet, because it'll be mandated by the certification agency. I don't know how many they'll require, how many tests that they'll require, but we'll obviously submit to whatever they insist is necessary.
And you had mentioned gauges and monitors in the hull. Do you employ monitoring and gauging within your submersibles?
During the testing phase, but not when they're being operated. There's no reason, if you've designed a pressure boundary appropriately, there's no reason to have instrumentation in it to monitor its health. The expectation is that you've designed something where the health of the pressure boundary is an inherent part of the design.
Commander Whelan, can I ask a follow-up to that? Of course. Sir, you said you could not have to monitor it real time, but that be under the conditions that it would be receiving some kind of annual testing or kind of maintenance monitoring over time?
Well, the maintenance monitoring, yes, that's baked in. It's a requirement to maintain class that you go through a series of checks annually, just like they do with an aircraft. An aircraft goes through, annual maintenance as well in order to renew its certification in much the same way that a submersible does, a classed and certified submersible does.
Thank you.
Sir, I'd like to turn to some questions with regards to OceanGate and Mr. Rush. When did you become aware of OceanGate?
Trying to think of exactly when, but certainly we were reading about their activities probably as far back as 2015, 2016. Interestingly, they actually bought a couple of subs that I was involved in building. Like you guys are referring to a sub as Cyclops 1, that sub was Lula. We built it in Devon, in Tavistock, in the UK, and at the time.
That's interesting. Ooh, the pieces are fitting together. Remember I said we had Cyclops 1 submersible that was the precursor to Cyclops 2, the Titan. Cyclops 1 was classed with ABS. And then after OceanGate got a hold of it, they started ripping stuff out and been changing everything, and it lost its class. He built Cyclops 1. Ooh, there we go. That's coming full circle. And Bebop Noodle says, yeah, this guy's just marketing. Not at all. He didn't ask to be there. The Coast Guard called him in as a witness, clearly as someone who does things correctly and knows how things should be done, to talk about how things normally happen. Like, don't know who he would be marketing to in this situation. There's not a whole bunch of people in the world that can purchase what he's selling, and they're probably not watching the Coast Guard hearings. But yeah, this guy's doing it right.
When we built it, it was ABS classed, and it had a vegetable oil burning diesel engine in it. And, you know, it was a class vehicle.
A vegetable oil burning diesel engine? Is that what he just said? If so, that is like way cool. I think he just said that, didn't he? That was cool.
Tavistock in the UK. And at the time we built it, it was ABS classed, and it had a vegetable oil burning diesel engine in it. And
that is
you know,
cool as
it was
hell.
a class vehicle. So they renamed it. And I don't know what happened to the certification, but certainly at one time that was a class vehicle. The Antipodes, which is another craft that's owned and operated by OceanGate, was a sub that I was involved in developing. Again, an ABS classed sub. And at all times when we were involved with it, it was certified. I don't know what the condition of those subs is any longer, and nor do I know if they're still classed. I don't remember what your question was, but I just thought I'd get that in there.
It was when did you become aware of Ocean?
It must have been around 2015 or something like that when we started hearing about some of the things they were doing. And I actually saw the craft in 2019, very briefly. I was on a sailing vacation with my family in the Apcos in the Bahamas, and I walked up to the bar, as you do, and I had a Triton t-shirt on, as I often do. And the team walked up.
Now
to me
that's
and asked,
marketing.
you know, I had the Triton shirt on and told them that it was my company. They told me they had a sub in the Bahamas that they were testing, and would I like to see it? To which I said yes. And they said the next day they would take me over and show me the vehicle. That was the one and only time that I saw the sub. That was in 2019. I think it was around March. It was just before, coincidentally, we went out and did our dives to 10,932 meters or 35,865 feet in a class vehicle.
And when you went to go visit the submersible, what was your impression of the working environment?
Well, I mean, I didn't specifically expect or plan to see it. It was just coincidental. And so the next day they took me over and gave me a quick sort of tour of it. And, you know, I wasn't particularly impressed by what I saw. And I told them, they were very nice people and they seemed well-intentioned. I just said, it looked to me like a lot of the stuff was not quite ready for prime time, and that there were many things in it that I thought had not been executed.
Wow. Again, that's another just direct, bold statement. OceanGate was not ready for prime time. They're amateurs. I believe this guy. I believe this guy over witnesses such as, say, Ms. Rojas, who, you know, was convinced that everything was great and there were no problems and everything was being run perfectly,
as appropriately as they should be. And there were a few things that I saw that concerned me, like they had these glass spheres that they were using as junction boxes, and I said, you can't have those on a human occupied vehicle, and if you do, you need to fill them with liquid.
Do you remember what month it was in 2019 that you had?
I think it was in March 2019, because we went out to the Marianas Trench in April. So it was just before that.
Were you aware that the hull was a carbon fiber hull?
I was.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever built a submersible of a carbon fiber hull?
No, I have not.
Uh-oh.
Now, interestingly, though, and you know, it's worth mentioning because the idea of a filament wound pressure boundary is not a new idea, right? You know, this idea that it was innovative or, you know, cutting edge. I was operating subs in the early 1980s that used filament wound cylinders as pressure boundaries. All the atmospheric diving suits, the ADS suits that I piloted in the early part of my career, had a filament wound cylinder. It was GRP, not carbon fiber, but glass reinforced plastic instead of carbon fiber. But it was still a filament wound cylinder. It had an aluminum piece on each end, tie rods that bolted the whole thing together, a hatch on one end and a window on the other end. And it was small. It was like the size of a sofa. You know, you could sort of slide in it, and it was just for one person. And limited diving depth, 610 meters, about 2,000 feet. But they made 27. Last one I operated was number 27. I think they made about 30 of those. And they were all certified by Lloyd's Registry of Shipping because they were being built by a company in the UK. Naturally, they'd gravitate to their classification society in the UK. I heard years later they were taken out of service. I don't know why they were taken out of service and what prompted them to do that, but I made plenty of dives in them. But we, Triton, have never built anything with a filament wound cylinder or carbon fiber cylinder. We do use carbon fiber. We use it on fairings because it, you know, it's a light, strong material, but we don't use it at anything where it's a structural boundary.
Have you ever had any conversations with Mr. Rush regarding his business plan or company vision?
Not really. I think I would bump into him occasionally at the conferences that we would attend. So there was a conference called, I think I'd remember, but I don't. And I would see him there. He knew I wasn't a huge fan of what they were doing. Again, I am unashamedly someone who believes that human occupied vehicles should be certified and accredited. And despite the additional cost, time, trouble,
Yeah, that's not
expense,
something you should be ashamed of.
anguish, it's an essential deliverable as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just not a fan of people operating machines that aren't accredited and aren't certified. I think we need to have an independent peer review rather than us putting something together that we think is great. I think you need to have somebody look at it objectively and agree that it's great.
Yeah.
And or tell you, where you might not have it right and where they may have ideas about how it could be made better or improved to ensure that ultimately the machine that people are going to dive in is safe.
Are you part of the Marine Technology Society?
I am.
And were you aware of the letter dated March 27, 2018?
Yeah, I was a signatory on the letter.
Well, he was on the
Where
NASA
people bring up
program,
Exhibit
Ocean
68.
Gate.
Is this the letter in which you were signatory? It's redacted at this time.
Yep, it is.
Was the letter ever delivered to Mr. Rush?
I assume so, yes.
Can you
Yes,
tell me about the letter and what the purpose of the letter was from the
Yeah, this is a
Well, I
nasty
think
group.
the letter was essentially to encourage him and his organization to take a step back and to look critically at the machine they were creating and to ensure that it was going to be safe for its intended purpose. And that's the advice I would give anybody. I just feel like it's important for us as manufacturers of machines that carry human beings into a dangerous environment that we're held to a standard, and that standard ensures that those machines are safe.
And to your knowledge, did this letter change any of the practices or procedures for Ocean Gate and Mr. Rush?
I
Sorry,
would have no way of knowing that.
Mr. Lahey, Ocean Gate, please.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to point to the press release from MTS regarding the letter, just to clarify in terms of its status.
And that status was that it was not.
Well,
voted?
I think it's the first page of that exhibit.
Can we go to the first page, please?
It's not.
Lieutenant
It's a separate exhibit.
Okay, it's exhibit 96. We can, I don't know if Mr. Lahey is aware of it, but it's dated. It's exhibit 96 if you want to.
Steele? No, please stand by, sir. We'll call that
Sure.
up. Lieutenant Steele, can you do exhibit 96?
I'll be able to bring that up after the break.
So we have actually been going for about 45 minutes. Can we take a short recess?
I'm okay, but if you guys would like to take a break, I'm not going to complain.
Okay, sir. We'll now take a short recess to get those exhibits back and reconvene at. Actually, we'll have to take a longer recess because we have to contact another witness over the break. So we'll reconvene at 2:10.
Ooh, a surprise witness.
2:10, okay.
I have it, Mr. Neubauer.
You have the exhibit? Okay.
Okay.
Let's please keep going then, because I need to take a hard break at about 1:55. Okay.
Okay.
Lieutenant Steele, is this exhibit 96?
False alarm.
Yes, and well, is it okay if I ask Mr. Lahey about it now?
Yes. Well, let's.
Sure, go ahead.
So were you, Mr. Lahey, were you still a member of the MTS this is from.
This is
a
Ocean
year
Gate's
ago, I
lawyer
believe.
questioning.
I'm not familiar with this letter, and I don't believe I was a signatory on it. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm not. I mean, I can see it's following the tragic loss of life.
Right. So were you a member of MTS at this time?
I believe so. I'm not even sure, honestly, if I still am or not.
Okay.
I think I am.
And if we scroll to the end of the first page.
Scrolling,
the paragraph
scrolling,
beginning is
scrolling.
in 2018. Yeah. It states that the submarine committee, were you a member of the submarine committee of MTS in 2018?
I believe so, yeah.
It says that the submarine committee never signed or sent this draft letter to Ocean Gate, and the draft letter was not approved or issued as a formal statement on behalf of
I was not
MTS.
aware of that. Wow.
Well, okay.
Yes, sir. I think you stated during testimony you thought that it had been delivered.
I assumed it.
Or assumed.
Yeah.
But on the record, it was not.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Why was it not sent?
You don't have any knowledge of why it wasn't sent.
No, I don't. I assumed that it was. Yeah.
Wow, I'm actually surprised by that too, because that was one of the first things to come out after the accident was that this letter had been written and prepared, and they never sent it. Huh. All right. dare I hazard a guess that had the letter saying don't do this, get certified, you do all these other things, had it actually been sent, I am very, very skeptical that anything would have changed. But I'm surprised that it wasn't sent too. Huh. And Cindy Luhoot, member for 15 months. How you doing, Cindy? It has been a while. How you doing? Great to see you. Thank you for being a supporter for 15 months. You more than rock.
No, for the record, no, it was not, and that's noted. Commander Whalen?
Thank you, sir. Within the commercial submersible industry, what has been the most challenging part of working within the industry for yourself?
In light of this tragic event, or just generally?
In light of this tragic event.
Well, certainly one of the things that has happened, and I suppose it's not that surprising given the mythology that surrounds human-occupied vehicles. Go back to this notion that they're dangerous and they're scary and complicated and only crazy people dive in them. Well, the OceanGate tragedy served to reinforce that myth. And it is a myth because it's absolutely not true. When I think about the certified and accredited vehicles that I've been playing around with for 40 plus years, and our track record of safety, which is unblemished for 50 years, that counts for something. And I think it's an important thing to bear in mind. The certification process works. We know it does. Our track record of safety proves it. And so as far as I'm concerned, we need to insist on continued human exploration of the deep sea in certified and accredited machines, not experimental ones. There's no place for experimental machines in the deep sea, not when there's human beings. If you want to use an AUV or an ROV where you're not putting human lives at stake, that's one thing. But if you're putting people in them, I think we have to be held to that high bar of certification and accreditation from an internationally recognized third-party classification society. So.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Lieutenant Commander Williams?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lahey.
Good afternoon.
When testing the new pressure holds or components of the submersibles for Triton, did you take any of those, or did any of those tests take the component or the pressure hold that you were testing to failure?
No. And I suppose that shouldn't be a surprise, because the idea is that your calculations and analysis prove that the thing you're about to test is going to behave exactly as you predicted. And if you had doubts about whether it could actually withstand the pressure testing, then we certainly wouldn't be doing the pressure testing.
You mentioned that Triton has utilized innovative systems that were outside of normal specifications allowed by industry standards or classification society rules. Can you give some examples of such novel designs?
Sure. So, for example, our full ocean depth sub, the Triton 36,002, as we call it, and our numbering system isn't that creative, 36,000 feet / 2 people. It was a sub that nobody had ever certified a vehicle to dive to that depth. So if you looked in the rule book, under full ocean depth subs, the section was blank. So those rules had to be developed, and we developed them in concert with the classification societies, much like we developed the rules of operating a tourist submarine together with the United States Coast Guard in 1987. So we had ideas about what we thought was going to be necessary, and then we worked collaboratively with DNV to ensure that whatever testing we were doing, whatever unique features the craft was going to be fitted with, had the type of redundancies and backups and so on that they would insist upon. And so it was very much a collaboration with the certification agencies.
And approximately how long did that whole process take?
From the time we began the project to build the Triton 36,002, we did approximately 10 months of preliminary design and engineering. Then we presented the client with our findings in terms of a preliminary design and budget and time frame. And then 2 years from the signing of that contract, we delivered the sub. Then we went out and realized there were a few things that we still needed to get right, brought it back in and did another few months of corrective stuff. Sometimes you take something out, things don't work exactly as well as you'd like, and so you address those and continue.
Has Triton utilized an acrylic pressure hull that was outside of the traditional shape allowed by PVHO or pressure vessels for human occupancy?
Yeah, I'm actually glad you asked that question. And yes, we have. We pioneered a new idea for an elliptical pressure boundary, which was something that had never been seen before. It was a brilliant idea by one of our principal designers, a guy named John Ramsey. Super clever idea, a way to get more people into a smaller volume while ensuring that they're still comfortable and they still have a great view. We then had to take, because that was an acrylic pressure boundary that had never been created before, the geometry fell outside of PVHO. DNV stipulated a series of additional testing requirements and so on, and some additional analysis that was needed to prove that the design, while novel, was still safe and still complied with their rules.
And to confirm that did receive DNV certification?
Yes, it did. That's the sub I mentioned that's operating on the cruise ship, the cruise ship sub that carries 9 people, pilot and 8 guests. Dives to 200 meters. So the diving depth is less because it's not a spherical pressure boundary, it's an elliptical shape. And as such, it doesn't have the strength characteristics of a sphere.
We've heard through testimony that the forward dome got knocked off of the Titan and fell onto the ramp. In your experience, had a sub been classed, what would have been required if something like this happened to one of your subs prior to diving?
Well, first of all, it would have been an all stop, and there would have to have been a report issued to the certification agencies to explain what had happened and to find out what had been the cause and what was done to ensure that it didn't happen again. But the idea of the front dome falling off is, well, it's ridiculous.
Oof.
How long did it take for the submersible?
Well, you mean it's ridiculous that the front fell off the ship? That's ridiculous, you think? Come on. But yeah, like, I thought she was going to ask something like, oh, if the front falls off the ship, is that a problem? But yeah.
Submersible that dives to 11,000 meters to get certified. How long did that take?
It was a 2-year, well, I guess a 3-year process, because they began with us during the initial phase, looking at our calculations and our analysis and our initial design assumptions, and it carried through to the time when I completed I guess the final step in the certification process is actually taking the vehicle with human beings in it to its maximum diving depth. We call it the final checkout dive. And I had the privilege of conducting that dive with the...
Well, the Titan sort of had a final checkout dive, depending on your phrasing.
Phrasing? DNV surveyor Jonathan Struve, a brilliant guy, incredibly smart engineer who was really a co-designer of that sub. That's how involved he was in the development of that vehicle. And we took that sub to 10,932 meters, which is about 35,865 feet. And we even salvaged a lander, pulled it out of the mud and sent it to the surface as further demonstration that we hadn't just built a sub that is an elevator, takes you to the site and can't actually do anything. We proved it could conduct meaningful work on the bottom. And that was a very important part. I wanted to build a sub that had utility, that could actually do work on the seafloor.
I think we need to take a break now, but we'll reconvene with more questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lahey. This session is now in recess, and we'll reconvene at 2:10.
Okay.
All right, let's while they take a quick break, let us take a very, very quick break and mention that we currently have 459 people here and 252 likes. We need to get about 200 more likes, people. Just reach, well, you got 30 seconds of just doing nothing else, so you may as well just relax, reach down there, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Costs nothing. It's free. Doesn't hurt anything. Just do it. You're here. You're watching us. So clearly you must like this. And then if you are already subscribed and know you have hit that subscribe button before, just do me the favor of double checking to make sure you are still subscribed, because YouTube tends to sometimes remove subscribers for no reason at all. And once you've done that, take our poll. We've got 365 votes and 273 likes. 90 of you cheated. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, vote. Will a witness from Titan Submarine, which is this witness here, and a co-founder of Ocean's Gate, who will be the day 5 morning witness, will they get spicy? No. I think that one's already been disproven. A little spicy. 11% said no. 21% say a whole lot of heat. We're building there. 28% of you said a little bit spicy. I think we're there at a little bit spicy already. And 39% of you said it will be the fires of Mount Doom levels of spicy. So let's see how this continues to go. Just a quick little breather there to say, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and do all the YouTube-y stuff, and give you my super special awesome thanks for being super special awesome people. Emu Warrior, been a member for 2 years of the Clean and Sober crew. Happy to be drunk and dirty. Speaking of drinking, I just wanted to say, if you ever have the opportunity to have cheap bourbon in cherry Coke Zero. Don't do it. That was not enjoyable. just a public service announcement. Thank you very much, Emu Warrior, for being here. All right, let's skip through this and get back to the testimony. Skipping ahead. Right. Okay. Got about another hour and maybe 15, 20 minutes to go, I think. Got 2 more hours this time. We're at 1.25 speed. So, I don't know, whatever. Math it out. We've got a couple of breaks in there too. It just happened to be laying around. Lancelot 652 and the $5. Slowly, yes, it did. According to Ms. Rojas, it fell off. No, it just fell off, but it fell off slowly. So.
Okay, this hearing is now back in session. Before we continue with the line of questioning from Lieutenant Commander Williams, I'd like to make a clarification on the MTS letter that was discussed earlier. Lieutenant Steele, can you bring up Exhibit 96, please?
Simon, clearly the only reason the Coast Guard is doing this is just to give you something to come here and
I'm
talk
trying to find.
That's all. That's the only reason. They're doing it just for you.
We want to clarify a point in this letter of how it was either delivered or what was given to OceanGate. So I'd like.
Oh, I do have to make one comment here. Steve and other people have been mentioning, other than the petroleum-based things, that it happens. I know it happened. I know it happens a lot in a lot of industries. They using vegetable oil, other alternative burning fuels. I was just saying, I think it's really cool that he had a submarine that uses it. That's all. I was just saying that the fact that he is having a submarine using vegetable oil for fuel is way cool.
I'd like to just read the second paragraph here for the record. It says, in 2018, this group of volunteer members collaborated to draft a cohesive and directed message to OceanGate on best practices for the safe development and operation of new submersible technologies. The content of this draft letter has been widely shared by the media in recent days. The submarine committee never signed or sent this draft letter to OceanGate, and the draft letter was not approved or issued as a formal statement on behalf of the MTS or the committee. The letter was shared, though.
The letter draft, sorry, just reading.
Thank you. The letter draft was shared, though, with OceanGate by a committee member during the drafting process. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush and the submarine committee chair engaged in discussions and agreed to disagree on the technical topics of the draft letter. It says of the letter, but I assume that was the draft.
So it wasn't officially issued. They didn't officially sign it and send it to them, but they gave them a draft of it and they were told to pound sand. That's about what I figured.
That is the, are there any thoughts on that?
Well, certainly that's probably what precipitated some of the exchanges that I did have with Stockton, where he knew I was not a fan of a vehicle being developed without the benefit of a glass society involvement. And, I maintain that that is the most important takeaway from all of this, that we need to insist upon certification as a requirement of continued human occupied exploration of the deep sea.
So, Mr. Lahey, just to kind of clarify that point, around that time that the draft letter was shared with Mr. Rush, you then had direct discussions with him about the contents?
Sure. Well, I don't know if we talked directly about the letter, but we talked about, the idea of certification. I think I highlighted the fact that we had developed, the deepest diving sub in the world at the same time they were developing, this contraption. And frankly, there was absolutely no reason you couldn't certify. And,
he called it a contraption. Yow. And again, Simon says they just want to stick their noses in the big note themselves. How is it any of their business if people want to test out dangerous vessels? I guess for the same reason that we're required to inspect and license our cars and our driving skills. Kind of the same principle. So people don't get killed and they don't kill other people.
Yes, there's additional cost, there's additional time and hassle associated with it. But the end result is you've got a piece of machinery that meets an internationally recognized set of standards and that people can use with confidence. knowing that an independent peer review of a third-party classification society has been conducted on it.
Sir, did you clarify during those discussions that the view was shared by the MTS and that there was a letter either being signed or drafted?
I honestly don't remember the specifics of the conversation, except to say that he knew I was a proponent of the certification process, and I knew he felt that it was a waste of time, and I think he described it as an impediment to innovation, which I staunchly disagree with.
Yes, he has.
Understand.
He has called.
OceanGate, are
Well,
you
he
satisfied
did
with
call
the
it
record's
that.
complete now?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lahey.
Yep.
I'd like to continue with Lieutenant
Please.
Commander Williams.
You mentioned you train customers on how to operate your submersibles. In your professional opinion, can someone learn to pilot a sub in one day?
You might be able to make it go up and down and backwards and forwards, but that doesn't make you a pilot. It means you can try your hand at driving the sub. But to be a pilot, you need to understand what to do if something goes wrong, how to fix things when they break, how to diagnose faults. And that isn't something you can accomplish in a day. No.
When you were in the Bahamas, other than the glass spheres you mentioned, you stated you noticed several items that stood out to you, indicating they weren't ready for prime time. Can you expand on those other issues?
According
I
to
just
Sohnlein,
looked
yes.
at the execution of some of the stuff, the bolt that screws them into the hull, the fact that it didn't have lift points, if something happened to that platform that it was on, how do you get the vehicle back on board? It just didn't seem to me that it had been particularly well thought out or executed. I saw evidence, like where they were crimping cables, to hold on weights, it just looked amateurish in its execution. And so, I kind of left that visit thinking, well, that's a relief. I don't think that'll ever take people on any significant dives. And obviously I underestimated their tenacity.
And Mr. Lahey, just to frame this discussion, that was the prototype Titan hull, not the same hull that was used in the.
I don't know which one it was. I just know it was March of 2019. So
Yes, sir.
whatever it was, that's
But
what I saw.
I just want to clarify for the record, we know that that was the prototype hull that was not used during
Okay.
2021, 22.
So they may have made wholesale improvements since that time. I don't know. I didn't sort of stick with it, but I just gave them what I thought were some helpful suggestions of things they could improve to make the vehicle safer and better. But of course, I could never comment on the efficacy of the design. I mean, that's really up to the engineers that designed it. And I'm not an engineer.
For Triton submarines, to clarify, does Triton only build subs and sell them to customers, or does Triton operate other submersibles or any of the ones that are constructed?
We're not an operator. We design, engineer, build, and then deliver subs. We will sometimes operate a sub for a client, but we're not in the submarine operations business. Having said that, my team spent 9 months in Vietnam training the crew to operate, their 24-passenger tourist submarine, because until we were satisfied that they could operate and maintain that submarine appropriately and in accordance with our rules and the class society rules, then we weren't ready to leave. So we're very committed to the subs we deliver and to their continued safe use.
Approximately how many submersibles have been constructed by Triton subs?
I believe the number is 30, and with about 4 or 5 in construction right now. So not a huge number, but a very respectable number.
I don't know if you're going to be able to answer this question, but approximately how many dives have been conducted by Triton subs?
Well, many thousands of dives. I actually was on a client's vessel last year, and one of the subs they had was completing its 1,000th dive. This is a sub that's rated to 1,000 meters. So how many of them, I don't have the specific numbers, but the customers of ours that are using their subs a lot, I'm sure have done many thousands of dives. And so collectively, I'm sure it's a rather significant number.
Has there ever been a catastrophic loss of the Triton submersibles?
No, there has not.
Are you aware of any incidents on a Triton sub where there was loss of life?
No, absolutely not. Of course not. No.
Earlier, you mentioned that the submersible community has had an unblemished history for the last 50 years. Are you aware of when the last loss of life on a submersible was prior to OceanGate's
Yes,
accident?
I am. I'm very familiar with it. It was a sub that was actually ensnared in a net off the coast of Florida. It's one of the subs that belonged to the Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institution. And the JSLs, which there are 2 of them, one of them became ensnared in a net. And the 2 people in the DLO, the diver lockout compartment, perished when their carbon dioxide level reached a level that they could no longer sustain, and combination of hypothermia and carbon dioxide poisoning killed them. The 2 people in the acrylic sphere in the front were fine because they didn't have those same challenges. When you're in a metallic boundary and the hull cools to ambient temperature, even in a place like Florida, the temperature was low enough that their soda lime, or the the carbon dioxide absorbent that they were using was no longer effectively removing the CO2.
And what year did that occur?
I believe it was 1974 or 73.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Lahey, I just have some follow-up questions from the earlier lines.
Please.
For the initial Atlantis submersible certifications that you mentioned, I believe you said it was in the 70s. Is that?
No, that was 1987. The
1987.
first Atlantis sub operating in U.S. waters was on the island of St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and it was 1987.
And you said that was an initial certification with really no federal regulations to oversee that or provide requirements for that.
Right. We had, of course, a class sub. The sub was ABS certified, but the Coast Guard rules had not yet been developed. So, everybody sort of scrambled, and we put our heads together and thought about what we needed to do to ensure a safe operation. Procedures were developed. The crew were trained, and tests were administered actually in Puerto Rico, I believe it was, where we completed our written tests and so on.
Were Coast Guard Marine inspectors involved in that process?
Yes, they were.
How long did that process take, approximately?
Might have been 4 to 6 months. But there was work that was happening before the vehicle arrived, and I'm sure there was plenty of work done afterward because the NAVIC wasn't actually published until 93, I guess. So 6 years later.
Yes, sir. NAVIC 593.
593, yeah. Because I think that's the date, right? I picked up on that.
Sir, when you design a submarine, do you also design the launching systems?
Well, I don't personally design the subs, but we have some very clever people that work at Triton that do that. And when we're asked to get involved in launch and recovery systems, we certainly do. And we often will work with a client or with the client's chosen crane, A-frame manufacturing company to ensure that the launch and recovery systems are compatible with the sub. The features on the vessel for securing the deck to the ship have been addressed. Things like how you're going to tow the sub and all that sort of stuff is part of what we do. We call that part of the delivery process integration. And we want to make sure that that goes smoothly and that whatever launch and recovery system has been specified is appropriate in terms of its loading limits and so on for safely launching and recovering the sub.
If it's a crane system, is that typically like straps, or do you have lifting points?
We have lifting points, but sometimes there are straps involved. But again, those straps would be rated and certified and tested.
And when you sell a submersible, do you put a contract or agreement in place with the purchaser that ensures that they will keep the submarine classed?
Yes, that's a requirement that they are, that's something they're required to comply with to maintain certification. And of course, we're kept abreast of every one of our subs status with the certification agencies. We have somebody in our office whose sole job is classification society related issues. And if a sub is about to fall out of class or has fallen out of class or has been laid up or whatever, we're aware of it. And then we interface with the client to help them address whatever might account for why it hasn't been put back into service or put back into class.
Have there been occasions where submarines have fallen out of class?
Not fallen out of class. What they'll sometimes do is they'll put them in what they describe as laid up status. So if a sub isn't going to be used for a prolonged period, rather than using up the clock, if you will, your certification clock, they'll lay it up. And then they'll do what's called a reactivation survey when they're ready to put it back into service. But no, as I said before, every sub that Triton has built in our 17-year history remains in class, certified to its original depth, and in the hands of a client that we have a great relationship with.
What would happen if a submarine went out of class and kept operating?
Well, that would be a problem because I think our customers uniformly recognize and agree with the importance of certification. So any more than they would allow their ships to lapse, because they're all classed as well, by the way. So in many cases, the ships are classed by the same organizations that class the subs. And the people that class the vessel would certainly not permit them to let a sub be on board a vessel if it wasn't classed. And if anybody were using a sub that was not classed, then that would, I can't think of an example of when that's ever happened. So,
do you know if your submersibles are registered or flagged?
Some of them are. Not all of our customers choose to flag their subs, but some of them do. And as I mentioned before, oftentimes they're flagged in the Cayman Islands. And believe it or not, as obscure as this may seem, the Cayman Islands actually has rules governing the safe operation and maintenance and continued operations of a human-occupied vehicle of a submersible.
The submarines that are not registered or flagged, would those be recreational use?
I don't know that it's a requirement for a sub to have flag status that's being used to carry passengers. I'm just trying to think. If the sub in Vietnam or the one on the cruise ship, if they have a flag status, I'd probably have to ask our classification society expert. I don't actually know, but I don't think it would change anything, because fundamentally, whether it has a flag state affiliation or not, the certification would still be the primary reason that it's safe.
Certification by a third party.
That's right, independent third party certification by, it can be a variety of them, but ours typically are all either ABS or DNV.
Out of curiosity, you mentioned earlier about a submersible having power systems that were limited, like batteries. Did you mention what type of power systems a submarine would then have?
I don't know if I touched on it, but happy to do so. Vast majority of submersibles are powered by batteries. There's a whole range of different battery chemistries, as I'm sure you know, particularly today with the onslaught of batteries that are being developed for electric vehicles. So we're fortunate in that those developments in battery technology have made their way to our vehicles and have enhanced their performance immeasurably. So whereas a sub powered by traditional battery technology, lead acid, for example, might have had a 6-hour operational endurance with the new battery chemistry, you might easily double that endurance and eliminate the dangers associated with hydrogen gas evolution, the need to ventilate, the need to do maintenance. Life expectancies are increased, charging rates are faster. So it's the definition of a transformative technology. But yes, the vast majority of them are battery powered. I know that fuel cells is another area that is being looked into, and there have been examples of some that are fuel cell powered. And we've even built some that have diesel engines, so they get a little push from that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon.
Earlier, we talked about emergency response, and you mentioned coordination. And is that a service that Triton provides?
When we're asked to, we absolutely will assist a customer with that. But we provide them with the templates that they need to create their own self-help and outside help plans. So they don't have to rely on us if they're in a remote part of the world and they would like us to assist them in identifying local and regional assets that could help them in an emergency, then we will. But in many cases, they can do that research on their own. Quite often, though, we will get consulted because we, having been in this business a long time, we have contacts in many places in the world, and giving them the names of a local ROV company or another sub that's in the area, they will sometimes reach out to us.
Other than the Navy or other navies, is there one company out there that's tracking where all the emergency assets are at?
I've heard that, I know that Ismerlo, which is a military submarine kind of group, I think, we certainly stay in touch with all of our customers, but as far as other operators, because we're not the only manufacturers out there, so there are other people who've manufactured subs. And certainly I do know of some examples where there's groups that have been set up, like, where you communicate by instant message and chatting and so on. So if there's a group of people diving in the Bahamas, they'll introduce a new operator, and then the other operators who typically operate in that same area will say, welcome to the area. We're over here, we're over there. If you need our help, let us know, that kind of thing. Okay. But it's not a formal process.
Regarding flagging, you mentioned Cayman Islands, Vietnam. Are there other nations that require that you have subs flagged with?
Well, yeah, U.S. Yeah, sure.
There are U.S. flag manned submersibles.
Well, I'm thinking of the Atlanta subs. They would be U.S. flag, I'm sure. But the ones that, because we actually had to build them in the United States because of the Jones Act, we couldn't build. It's a Canadian company, Atlantis. So the subs would be built in Canada if they were going to other places other than the United States. But when a sub goes to Hawaii or a U.S. destination like U.S. Virgin Islands or Guam, they have to be flagged U.S. and therefore the subs have to actually be built in the United States.
The old Jones Act, what a pain in the ass.
I'm just trying to think if any of our U.S. customers flag them. I just don't think that many of our customers bother with flagging them. The vessels that they're aboard are flagged, certainly, but the sub is sort of almost considered to be a tender to the vessel and doesn't necessarily have a flag affiliation. So I think Marshall Islands is one that I've seen. I know that Norway, we have a client that has a Norwegian flag, Spanish. I'm sure that some of our U.S. clients probably flag their subs, but I don't actually know. Again, I'd probably have to consult with our classification society expert about that.
Okay, since you brought up tenders, there's ships out there where the tenders themselves have their own SOLAS passenger safety certificate. Would be similar, I would think, if you're carrying passengers.
I imagine it would be if you're carrying passengers for hire and it's, a sub that is being used and, for tourism, I imagine. So yes,
Are you
but
aware
it's
of
on a
any-
private vessel. I think that perhaps the requirements may not be the same. I don't know, actually.
Are there any manned submersibles where the flag does not match the surface tender, the surface ship?
It's a good question. I don't think so. I think you'd want the two to match. I do know there were examples of a Cayman flagged vessel where they had a sub that couldn't meet the Cayman Islands flag registry requirements, and they had to get rid of their sub. But our subs all comply with the Cayman Islands shipping registry rules for submarines.
We talked a little bit about launch and recovery earlier. Is that process part of the classification as well?
Certainly would be. The classification society is going to want to make sure that the appliance that's used to launch and recover the sub, meets their requirements.
Would it be fair to say that manned submersible is going to be ubiquitous within a generation?
I certainly hope so.
So given that, are there opportunities for improvement in either class standard or class rules or flag state regulations?
Well, the class rules are constantly evolving, as most things are. So if you were to look at the rules from when I started my career nearly 40 years ago, and you look at the rules today, a lot of things have changed because technology's advanced. We're using systems and components that didn't exist. Our lighting systems, our battery systems, our propulsion systems, methods of communication, navigation, all of it has improved. And with it, the rules have to keep up. So the rules are constantly being updated to reflect, the current technologies. Another thing that's happened, and again, I'm not a designer, I'm not an engineer, but I do know that the software tools that engineers have access to, their capacity to analyze complex structures and to perform finite element analysis, all of those things have dramatically improved. So our capacity to produce better and better vehicles, of course, has improved along with that, with those software developments. And as well, the certification agencies themselves are more receptive to looking at things perhaps differently than they would have in the old days when different types of testing might be required. Whereas now there's this idea of design by analysis. Doesn't mean you don't do testing. It just means that design by analysis has gotten some traction because it's so effective. It's such an effective way for you to analyze a complex structure.
All right, so speaking of analyzing complex systems, in addition to FEAs, have you ever done an FMEA?
Yes, we do those routinely with our vehicles.
And for the record, that would be a
failure modes and effects analysis. In fact, we just had to do one for a client that's picking up their sub right now. So they wanted one done. We have one done for each model. And I think they had some specific operational things that they wanted us to address in our FMEA.
Do any of the classification societies require that?
Again, probably something I need to check with my classification society expert. I'm not trying to be evasive. I just don't know the answer. I think, yes, we would, typically supply the classification society with an FMEA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've heard you say you're a fan of class societies.
I am.
So other than marketing and insurance, what requires you to be classified?
Common sense, I suppose. A desire to ensure that the equipment we're building meets an internationally recognized set of standards and that people can dive in our machines with confidence and in absolute safety. As I said, you go back to the track record of safety, which is unprecedented. I can't think of any other mode of transportation that can boast a 50-year track record of perfect safety. And I think there's no doubt that the certification process does work. It's tremendously effective. And I think it's effective because of how comprehensive it is in scope, and that because it stays with the vehicle throughout its lifetime, it's a great way to ensure that the continued use of a human-occupied vehicle is going to be something that a person can do and can use with confidence.
Okay, so lastly, if there's no requirement to be classed, there's no requirement to be flagged, there's no requirement for the sub to match the surface tender's flag, how can we prevent what happened with Titan?
I think insisting on certification, and you say that there's no requirement for it, that's my point. There should be a requirement for it. I believe that continued human exploration of the deep sea requires certification, that we should not be operating experimental vehicles. I'm not a fan of the idea of an experimental airplane. Somebody can throw together an airplane in their garage and take it out flying. And there's plenty of people that do that. I personally would not get in one. I personally believe that having an independent peer review of your design engineering assumptions is a critical part of ensuring that the thing you do eventually manufacture and deliver meets an internationally recognized set of standards.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Wilby.
Thank you.
Except, Simon, you're not paying
At this time,
attention
I'd like to go to
to the absolute safety and perfect track record of
No
safety
questions, thank you.
for 50 years.
Mr. Fawcett, I believe you have a question.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Keith Fawcett.
Good afternoon, Keith.
I just want to follow up on a question that Commander Williams asked. So this was, she asked a question about a class submersible where the dome falls off after a dive. And you, I believe you stated, correct me if I'm wrong, that if it was classed, it would require a report to class.
That's correct. Any incident involving a sub, a class sub, has to be reported. So whatever that incident, if somebody has a slip and fall, if you know, you have a component failure, you know, whatever, you know, there's so many incidents. I can't think of, you know, a specific one, but we have to report it. And then what was done to correct it also has to be reported. And that includes, like, if a submarine is damaged in shipping, we can't just begin using it. They have to do an inspection, and then they generate a report based on their findings. And if there are things that have to be repaired, those items are repaired. And if there's things that have to be tested after that repair, they have to be tested. And only after it's been given the clean bill of health are you allowed to continue using it.
So in that particular case, if you made a report to class, would it be fair to say that class may require a corrective action on the part of the owner of the vessel?
I would venture to guess that it's a certainty. They would insist that, you know, the failure that occurred would have to be corrected. There'd have to be an explanation for why it happened and what's been done to ensure that it can't happen again.
And might it include a class surveyor attending the site and attending the vessel to make sure, to the satisfaction of the surveyor, that those corrective actions had taken place?
It would absolutely include that.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fawcett. Mr. Lahey, I think you mentioned earlier for your acrylic submarines that you used the design basis analysis to, is that correct?
In some of them, yes.
Was that because it was a new hull material?
Yes, that's right. It was designed by analysis, I think the term that's used.
Did you find that process to be lengthy, or was it, how long did that take for a standard?
Well, I
new
didn't
design?
personally conduct that process, but our engineers did. And it didn't dramatically, well, it didn't change the delivery schedule of the vehicle. So I would say that it didn't, you know, hinder our capacity to complete the vehicle on a timeline and according to a schedule that we'd committed to.
Thank you. For the record, that the Coast Guard does have a process for a design basis analysis from our Marine Safety Center. I just want to put that on the record. Sir, at this time, are there any final questions for Mr. Lahey? Oh, I'm sorry, Commander Whalen.
You had mentioned a few times with regards to the classification societies and having a class vessel is not a requirement, but more of a recommendation. It's a requirement for, you said, what other nation was that? I apologize.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
The Cayman Islands.
Yes,
Cayman Islands requires a classification society.
They do. Well, the flag state, they have very specific rules about the operating and safe operating, maintenance, and piloting of a sub. And that's because the first real sort of tourist subs actually arrived in the Cayman Islands ahead of when we first deployed subs in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And so, not surprisingly, when the people in the Cayman Islands, you know, saw that there was equipment out there taking people underwater, they decided they wanted to develop some rules for how those subs would be safely operated and maintained. I think they largely came out of here's another acronym for you, AODC, Association of Offshore Diving Contractors, which is the world I came from, oil and gas. A lot of those rules were developed in the oil and gas industry in the 70s and the 80s.
Are you aware of any International Maritime Organization or IMO requirements to be for submersibles?
I'm sure there are some IMO requirements, but I'd probably have to defer our classification society expert on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Lahey? Mr. Lahey, is there anything the board has not asked you that you think would be valuable for this investigation?
Not that I can think of, except I would like to say that, you know, aside from the tragic loss of life, which was both regrettable and unfortunate, the fact that machine killed 5 people and created such a frenzy throughout the world about human-occupied vehicles had a sort of an unexpected consequence, and that is that legitimate operators of subs who go through this very arduous, time-consuming, expensive, and necessarily thorough accreditation process were sort of grouped in with that. And I think I appreciated having an opportunity to participate in this hearing so I could share with you the stark difference between the beautifully designed and thoughtfully engineered machines created by those of us who do value the accreditation and certification process, and those who tend to focus on experimental vehicles. I think as long as we insist on certification as a requirement for continued human-occupied exploration of the deep sea, we can avoid these kind of tragic outcomes. And I'll finish by just saying that I believe that submersibles are the most magical machines on the planet. They transport human beings to what I consider to be the most beautiful part of our world, which is in the deep sea. And they do it with absolute safety. And I think we don't want to discourage people diving in subs. What we do is we want to educate people as to the difference between an experimental sub and a certified sub, which, as I mentioned, has this incredible track record of safety to substantiate that they are machines that we don't need to be afraid of. And I do hope that as a result of this inquiry and the eventual acceptance of certification as an important requirement for continued use of a sub, that more people get to have the privilege of seeing the ocean from the perspective that I've had the privilege of seeing it. Because if you want to create advocacy, if you want to create passion and love of the ocean, put a person in a human-occupied vehicle, and you'll have an advocate for life. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lahey, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Steele. She was at the podium. At this time, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 1500.
Thank you.
All right, let's fast forward here to our surprise witness. We have a surprise witness. I don't know who our surprise witness is, but it looks like she testifies for about an hour, and the morning of day 5 has started about 15 minutes ago. So we'll get through this hour as quickly as possible, and then we'll start the day 5 live. But in the meantime, let's clear some comments here. Where are we at? Island says, do we have access to the release they signed? Yes, that was, we talked about it and we read through it on the stream about the civil lawsuit filed by the estate of Nargiolais against our first witness, Mr. Nissen, Ocean Gate, the estate of Stockton Rush, and a couple of other companies. We'll probably bring that up again at some point in time when we have a little more time to do a discussion about that. We'll bring it up again and compare and contrast to what that covers versus what we've learned during the past week. Potentially criminal John says, wow, this guy just shit all over Rush in a very formal manner. Yes, he did. Absolutely. What is the Coast Guard's jurisdiction? Well, it's not just the Coast Guard that's investigating it, first of all. We have the Coast Guard investigating it, and also the bald guy on the far left. He is from the National Transportation Safety Board, and it's also being separately investigated by the Canadian Coast Guard and the Canadian Transportation Safety Board, because their jurisdiction is the fact that from the Canadian side, that it was a Canadian ship that left a Canadian port that was hauling the submersible, and from the U.S. side, Ocean Gate is a United States company. The submersible was, I believe, built in the United States, and it operated in United States waters as well as international waters. So that is just like an airplane accident. The National Transportation Safety Board has jurisdiction over that. The Coast Guard has jurisdiction over this. Smoking Jaguar 6 has made a lot of comments here. Let's see. Required certification would give the board, aka potential competitors, the right to deny your craft. No. Certification, they have separate companies. They're called classification societies. They're organizations that is what they do. They inspect and they certify ships. They have nothing to do with the owners of the ships. The owners of the ships have nothing to do with them other than being a customer. So you hire a company that comes out and they take care of the classification, the inspection and the certification and the classification of your ship. So it wouldn't give any competitor the right to deny your craft. So that's a misunderstanding of what a classification certifying company does. Also, this is a situation of extremes. On the one side, you've got people who are actively unsafe. On the other, you have people demanding conformity. There is a middle ground. You can't be too safe. That's the point. I don't understand the mindset of, well, we don't need to be as safe as we can. This is I guess a debatable point, but I don't see why you wouldn't settle for anything less than the best. And also keep in mind, he's a competitor. He has an inherent bias. Well, he's not. I don't think anyone's ever going to buy anything from OceanGate ever again. But assuming they do, he has an inherent bias. No, not really. He's saying he wants this to be ubiquitous. He wants these type of submersibles to be everywhere. He wants the business to crop up, but he just wants it to be held to standards, and he's willing to operate to those standards. So although he's a competitor, he still has an interest in the safety for everywhere. Young Black Economist says, lol, competitors. Oh boy. Too early to correct wrong comments about economics from the chat. Exactly. See, like, a competitor helps your business. And I'm sure Young Black Economist can expound upon that later when she is feeling a little more up to it. But for example, it's never mind. We don't want to get too burdened down. I was going to give you an example of how Korean competitors actually actively support each other. But that's a discussion for a different day. All right, let's see where we are. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Why would you want to settle for a middle ground? It's like this guy said, get it classed. If not, I'm not getting on it. I don't want anybody else to get on it either. So let's see who our mystery witness is.
The hearing is now back in session. We will now hear virtual testimony.
Oh, God damn it. I hate when this does this. All right. We're at the 6:45:24 mark. We need to refresh the screen and see if we can do it here. I hate this thing. Derp. F5 that bad boy. See if we get some audio. Of course we don't. Well, let's bump out of that. Do our paste. Open that thing back up again. Get some audio. Let's get some audio. Oh, good. We've got. Great. So let's bring this back up. I still got to find out why it does that. Why we lose the audio like that. Where is she? Where is our mystery witness? Who is our mystery witness? What is she? And let's see. Yeah.
Ms. Wilby. We will now hear virtual testimony from Ms. Antonella Wilby, former OceanGate contractor.
Oh, she's a contractor. Just our last contractor didn't do so good.
Yes, I can.
At this time, can you please stand and raise your right hand, Ms. Wilby? Lieutenant Steele will administer the oath.
Good afternoon. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable.
All right, we got to boost the audio again. 600% this thing. All right. Give me just one quick second to boost our volume up to 600%. Let's go. Boost, boost, boost. There we go.
Fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you for your time today, Ms. Wilby. We appreciate it. I'm going to have Lieutenant Commander Williams start off with questioning. But before we start, do you have any questions or for the board?
OceanGate contractor.
Not at this time.
Okay, if you ever need a break during this, just let us know, and we'll take a short recess. Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilby. First, I'd like to thank you for being here with us today. Before we begin, I will ask that you please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use any acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain the acronym. Can you please tell me about your educational background?
My academic degrees are all in computer science, and I'm a PhD candidate where I work on computer vision-based robotic mapping and localization. So I do specialize more in software, but I am a field roboticist, and thus my work does involve hardware, software, and field operations.
Did you have any experience in the maritime community prior to working with OceanGate?
Yes, since 2018, I have worked part-time, generally between 2 and 5 months a year, as a contracted remotely operated vehicle pilot and technician aboard scientific research vessels, but I had not worked in crewed submersibles.
When did you begin working with OceanGate?
I began working with OceanGate in July 2022. I had been contracted for missions 3 through 5 of the 2022 Titanic expedition in July 2022. I had visited their facility in April as an interview, April of 2022, but I didn't officially work for them or have any involvement until July 2022.
And what were your intended roles and responsibilities as you understood them as an operations and engineering tech contractor?
Maintenance of the vehicle, of any subsea systems, software, not software development, but sort of maintaining computer systems, downloading data. I was led to believe I would be a pilot in training as well. That didn't occur. And so it was sort of a general position spanning maintenance and then also operations. So I was in mission control, serving as a navigator for many of the dives.
Dive navigator. Okay.
As I understand it, you were responsible for helping navigate the Titan to the shipwreck from the top side during one of the missions. Can you explain what that experience was like?
I think for all dives but dive 80, I was at least for part of the dive in the navigation seat. So having had experience as an ROV pilot, the experience was significantly different. Basically, the procedure was the sub had a Sohnlein, a USBL, which is ultra short baseline, and it's acoustic positioning system. It doesn't work the same way as GPS. It's all acoustic based, but you can kind of think about it like a GPS. And that gives an XY position and depth of the sub.
Installing drivers for
a standard system that I've used.
Nice.
But in this case, the procedure was looking at the Sohnlein software on a computer, writing the lat long coordinates down in a notebook, typing those coordinates into Excel, and then importing that Excel spreadsheet into an ArcGIS map where they had a few layers loaded. There was some side scan from somewhere, I don't know, but the primary navigational map was a hand-drawn map that sort of showed, the bow of the Titanic and the debris field in the stern. I realized during one of the dives, one of my concerns with this system, in addition
I see a problem.
else, there was delays because there was this manual process of typing in or first writing down the lat long coordinates and then typing them in, and then we tried to do that every 5 minutes, but it was a lot to do and a lot in the software. Rather than just having, every other system I've used has your bathymetry, and then there's a software that just loads those USBL pings as they're coming in on that bathymetry, so you know exactly where you are. There's not this process where it has to be manually inputted. One of my concerns with that system that I realized after a few dives is that
I've got to take a deep breath. She's an you know her. My patience wears thin with you knowers.
And I'd used ArcGIS briefly in high school, but I had no real prior experience with the software at this point. So I don't have a super thorough understanding of how it works. But basically, the coordinate frame, the absolute positioning where you would have the USBL and lat long, they inputted the Titanic map to that, and it was manually aligned. So there was like a reference point on that map that you would manually align with the ArcGIS coordinate system, so it would be properly in absolute coordinates. The problem was that it never seemed to be fixed to me. So you could accidentally click and drag this map. And so you might be looking at the map and plotting the pings and thinking, oh, maybe the Titanic is, say 50 meters to the west, when in fact it was the map itself that had shifted. So there seemed to be a lot of problems with this system, and it caused issues, particularly in dive 79. It caused a significant issue where, and there was also sort of what seemed to be a communications breakdown that contributed to that. But the sub had landed somewhere in the debris field, but never gave confirmation that they were in the debris field. And then somehow some confusion occurred where it seemed like they weren't where I thought they were on the map. And then they were, sort of the pilot Stockton for this dive took off towards the bow, but never found it. And they just sort of flew around for 3 hours looking for it while we tried to figure out what was going on, both with what had broken down with the navigation system and
Flew around? Did they really fly around, or did they maneuver around? They were 4,000 meters under the ocean. I don't know if they were flying. And I pushed a quick pause here because Kyle Cowden, member for 5 months. Thank you so much, Kyle. Off topic. I married my daughter and son-in-law today. I'm hoping and presuming you meant that you officiated the marriage of your son, of your daughter to your son-in-law on Saturday. Thank you very much. I married my daughter and son-in-law Saturday. Yes, I did okay. They were happy. I was more scared than my worst fire. Well, congratulations to them, and congratulations to you for doing that. And thank you for your support.
The acoustic communications. So that's sort of the overview that I recall of that system.
When you were having issues, or when OceanGate was having issues with this system, did you voice any concerns or any improvement suggestions to anyone at OceanGate?
Yes, I suggested, only because it's the software I've used before and it's widely used in industry, not recommending this exact software, but I informed them that there's software that exists that does this exact thing, that plots bathymetry, plots USBL pings on your bathymetry, and you use that for navigation, and you can get bearings and headings. And I've used HiPAC. I suggested that to them as a possible option that does this. I had some conversations with Bill Brooks where they had said maybe they wanted to do an in-house system, but they hadn't had the software team having time to do that. And I did, especially after Dive 79, I was quite concerned about this system, especially after I realized that you could get a lot of error just by accidentally moving this map a few pixels off the reference point. And of course, underwater, you're limited by the distance your light sees. So even 50 meters, you could be right next to something and not be able to see it. So I did raise those concerns, and I did suggest certain solutions, but I was told that they had the world's foremost expert in ArcGIS set up that system. No idea who that was, and that I wasn't being solution oriented. So I kind of let it drop. After that conversation, I was no longer on the navigation team.
So as I understand it, you were present during Dive 80 on July 15th, 2022, where a loud bang was heard upon surfacing. Am I correct?
Yes.
Can you please tell me in detail about what you know about that dive?
Yes. So as I said, following Dive 79, I was no longer on the communications team, which included the navigation seat. So I was assigned to Sohnlein deck operations, which basically consisted of, being on deck and turning on and off that Sohnlein unit for launch and recovery. For the dive itself, I was on standby, and I spent most of that dive on the deck and in the container where there was a little shop with spare parts and such. So I was not in mission control for any part of that dive, and I wasn't aware until the next day that anything had really gone wrong. Like watching the launch and recovery, it actually, to me, looked relatively smoother than any launch and recovery I had seen prior.
Okay. The one where there was a very loud bang went off smoother than anyone else, any of the others she'd ever seen. Great.
And it wasn't until the sub did come up, I think slightly later than scheduled, or I don't quite recall, but for some reason they delayed the debrief until the next morning, whether it was too late or it had been an early start, I don't quite recall. So at 9 a.m. in the debrief meeting on July 16th, 2022, we were going through the debrief, and one of the customers stated that on ascent, as they were getting fairly close to the surface, I don't know what depth they were actually at, but they heard a bang as loud as an explosion. I later spoke to some of the people who had been in the small boats helping with the launch and recovery, and one of them told me, I recall clearly, one of them told me they heard it from the surface. Again, I don't know exactly what depth that occurred at. Stockton's response when the customer brought that up was to kind of, it seemed to me, immediately shut it down. I recall him saying, we're not at the part of the debrief where we're discussing ascent and recovery, so we'll discuss it later. Later, we got back to it, and he, again, just sort of, I felt brushed to the side. They said, well, it was probably just the sled banging against the frame. And then, oh, well, deep sea vehicles just make lots of noise due to pressure change.
They just randomly make noises like an explosion. And AT1CVB41 says, so you raised your concerns and were promptly removed from the team. No, not vindictive, hack of a company at all. Well, just about every one that has testified that worked for OceanGate has said exactly the same thing. The head of engineering, the previous contractor, David Lockridge, they've all said the same thing. They had a disagreement. They voiced concerns, safety or otherwise, and were promptly removed. It's a thing. Stockton Rush appears to have wanted a bunch of yes people, and if you disagreed with him or tried to derail his time frame in any way, then it seems like you were removed from the program.
Changes. And I will say, as an ROV pilot, I've never been aboard the vehicle, right? So I don't know what sort of sounds they make. I will say that I've, at this point been in dozens of launch and recoveries of ROVs and have never heard anything from the surface other than, thruster noise when it's right at the surface. Like, and if that did happen, that would be incredibly concerning, even for a vehicle that doesn't have humans aboard, right? You don't want to lose that vehicle. And so I just felt that it didn't seem like the customer's concerns were taken particularly seriously in that meeting. So following the debrief, I went to Amber Bay, the director of administration, to raise my concerns about what I had just heard. And I told her, I'm really concerned about what this customer has said, and that there was a bang as loud as an explosion. And I asked what's being done. And her response to that was that, yes, many people are concerned about you. You don't seem to have an explorer mindset.
Okay, this is interesting. The person she's reporting to, Amber Bay, who apparently told her that people are concerned about you, you don't have an explorer mindset, etc. Amber Bay is scheduled to testify on Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning, just before lunch, she's expected to testify. And she is Amber Bay is the former OceanGate director of administration. So we'll get the other side of the story, if there is another side of the story, tomorrow or the next day. Interesting. So, all right, we're gonna hear from the woman she's saying said these things to her.
And I was kind of taken aback by that because she didn't acknowledge what I had just said and asked, what was the procedure was, what was going to be done. And then so I pushed on it a little. She did tell me that the engineering team is having meetings. I was an engineering operations tech, but I was a brand new independent contractor, so maybe I was definitely not involved in those meetings. And I continued pressing on it a little bit to kind of say that reiterate that I felt this was quite concerning to hear this report, especially in the context of the haphazardness I'd seen in the rest of the operation. And everything I said, she sort of turned it back around on me and said, well, yeah, you have a bad attitude. You don't have an explorer mindset. We're innovative and we're cowboys, and a lot of people can't handle that. And at the end of the conversation,
well, apparently
I was actually
couldn't handle it either.
Sued for breach of contract because for some reason on mission 5, almost every single one of the staff, like employee engineers and techs, other than the pilots, as well as I think every contractor but me, maybe one other was still contracted. I don't really know for sure, but they were sending the entire technical staff home, and they had started making jokes like in mission 3 that I was going to be sort of the de facto lead engineer because I was going to be the only one aboard. And this scared me because number one, I had seen a system 3 days prior. I had zero experience. I don't have experience in crewed submersibles, in life support systems. And even on an ROV team, even not an experimental ROV, like ROVs that have been routinely deployed for 20 years, and have, very well-established procedures. We have a team of, I've never worked on a team of fewer than 6, sometimes as many as 10.
I've got to put this woman down to normal speed.
Like,
she talks really fast. It's giving me a headache trying to pay attention to everything. She's talking really quickly. Dang it.
Being the only person out there on a system that I had never seen before was, frightening. And I didn't know if that would expose me to liability. But I also was worried that, if I was the only one and I quit, that might sort of inspire them to sue me for breach of contract, because then they would have no other techs aboard. And so I was a little worried, but by the end of that conversation, she asked if I wanted to be sent home, and I said yes. And so, they booked me a flight for the next day. After this meeting, I went to Phil Brooks, the director of engineering, I asked him if they had seen anything in the dive, like the strain gauge data or the acoustic emission data that corresponded with the customer's report of this loud explosion sound. And he said, well, Stockton and I looked at the data, and we did see movement in the hole in the strain gauge data. And at this point I said, well, I want to just make it clear, I am not an expert in carbon fiber at all. I don't really have any expertise in any composite materials. I do have, experience maintaining pressure vessels, but, I've only ever worked with deep sea vehicles. They're generally either titanium or stainless steel. Sometimes acrylic and aluminum are used in shallow water applications. But I do not have any composite experience, but more from a common sense standpoint, that seemed very worrisome to me. And I pressed, and for me as an engineer, like my brain immediately just goes to analyzing all possible failure modes. And despite not being, any sort of expert in composites, it also appeared that, like, I certainly am not an expert, but it didn't appear that anyone else aboard had specific expertise in composite materials, nor did anyone employed at OceanGate at the time seem to have any of this expertise. And so for me, I certainly wouldn't want to make that judgment call, but I would want someone with expertise in this particular material to be reviewing this data and determining what was a problem and what wasn't. And so I did bring up, delamination to Phil as a, could that have been, something indicated in these data? And he said, well, it was only a few microns. And I asked if they were going to continue diving the sub or if they were going to stop the operations until they figured out really what had happened. And he said, well, we'll do the next 2 dives on mission 5, and then when it gets back to Seattle, we'll do a visual inspection. And after this conversation, I still, I was still very concerned because, again, as a non-expert, like, my very rudimentary understanding of carbon fiber is that, the structure, the strength of the materials comes from, like, molecular bonds and, the layers, affixed on top of each other. And so, like, just the difference of a few microns, it seems somewhat meaningless to me without further context of, like, where it was and, the size of whatever this few micron movement was. It just seemed like just because that sounds like a small number doesn't mean that that's not cause for concern, at least.
That's a very good point. Just because someone says, oh, it's only a few microns off, that doesn't mean it's an acceptable margin of error. It doesn't mean it's not an acceptable margin of error, but it doesn't mean it is an acceptable margin of error either. So you have to take any deviation incredibly seriously.
My rudimentary understanding. So I flew home the next day and I was still really concerned. And by this point, I had decided I wanted to say something before the next dive because they were going to be diving the sub a couple days later. And, in the background I come from, the culture is sort of, anyone who has a legitimate safety concern should feel free to raise that concern without fear of retribution. And, even if I was wrong, I felt like something should still be said. And so I had decided I was going to go to the board of directors, but I didn't actually really know who the board of directors were. They had mentioned that there was some astronaut on the board of directors, but, like, I didn't really know how to contact them or who they were specifically. And so I spoke to one of the media, like her job. She was an OceanGate employee who was a social media and marketing expert, or that was her job. And I spoke to her mostly because we had been cabin mates and she had been with the company for, I don't know how long, but certainly longer than the 2 weeks I was there. And she was an employee and, knew how the company worked. And, I just wanted, I guess my reasoning was that if, the board of directors was all Stockton's cronies, there might be no point in going to them because maybe they wouldn't take it seriously. Again, not knowing who they were. And if they were independent, maybe they would take it seriously. And I texted her and asked this question, are they Stockton's cronies? And she said, no, as far as I know, they're fairly independent. why. And so at that point, I called her on the phone. And she had left the previous week, so she was not on board for dive 80. And I explained to her what had happened. I explained to her my concerns. And I said, I'd like to raise this issue to the board of directors. I think it's important that this be raised before the next sub dive. And she cautioned me very strongly to reread my NDA because the board of directors is separate from OceanGate and they're not covered under the NDA. And any disclosure to them may be considered a breach of my NDA.
Wow. I want to read that NDA. Any disclosure to the company's board of directors about things the company is doing wrong can be a breach of the NDA. Wow. Shoot. That's oh my God. The board of directors run the company. How are they separate from the company? Now I want to know more about the structure of OceanGate as well. That's kind of insane. The board of directors is sort of the top of the pile as far as people inside the company. How can they be treated separately, not covered by the non-disclosure agreement? That is weird. And if you are ever involved in a company where they're telling you whatever happens, don't you dare tell the board of directors what's going on. Be cautious. That's just odd. But while we're stopped in being odd, Heather Sparrow gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Thank you so much, Heather Sparrow. Good to see you here for Maritime Monday, day 6. This is our 6th Maritime Monday in a row. Well, 5th. Well, there was last Thursday or whatever. No, it is. It's our 6th in a row. Cool. Thank you very much for this. And who got these things? D.A. Bassett got a membership. Liz Botts, Benjamin Lewis, Harvard Berserker, and Read by Nature. And if the world goes well and everything happens to be awesome, we're looking to have our next members only stream on this Sunday morning U.S. time. So stick around and find out for that. Right. Let's get back into this. That is just weird. Disclosing things to the board of directors may be a breach of your NDA.
And she also cautioned me that the company is extremely litigious. And that kind of matched with certain things I'd heard. I don't recall any specifics, but I kind of, Stockton would sort of make these flippant jokes about, well, if I don't like you, I'll just sue you. You joked about firing me after I refused to dive for their launch and recovery, scuba dive for their launch and recovery operation, because I felt it was entirely unsafe. And so at this point, I guess I just weighed all the factors, and as a non-expert, as a contractor who had been there for 2 weeks, I don't have inside knowledge of what might have been done that I wasn't privy to, right? And maybe there were procedures in place that I just wasn't aware of.
Aaron, those are not low-key threats. Those are definite high pressure threats. Oh, you want to talk to somebody about safety problems, huh? You better look at that NDA because you could be sued. That's kind of a straight direct threat. Dang. I'm still kind of stunned by that.
But frankly, the thought of being, sued over something like this, I couldn't defend myself against that. And so after mission 5, they did 2 dives and to the Titanic depth, and I had people on board telling me, what was going on. And they completed those 2 dives, and I thought, well, maybe I was wrong, right? I'm certainly not an expert, and I would have been happy to have been wrong. So I never did reach out to the board of directors after that conversation.
Did you observe anyone inspecting the hull of the Titan after the loud bang?
No. In fact, I asked Phil about that, and he said, well, they couldn't inspect it from the outside, and there was so much on the inside that had to be taken apart And he said, well, that's too much trouble. That's why we have to do it in Seattle. You know, it would take time. It would delay the dives, basically. And so, no, I saw no one inspect it at all.
From your experience, what is your opinion of the safety culture at Ocean Gate?
Oh, here comes the spice, I bet. Ooh, she's pissed. She's fuming.
Just based on the other outfits I've worked with and, you know, my experience in this industry, I saw what I would classify as safety theater. You know, people carrying expensive equipment to, you know, as a locator beacon and, you know, these sorts of things, but when actual safety concerns were raised or even plans asked about, like as an example, when I was asked to scuba dive for the launch and recovery operation, I asked several very basic questions about the dive profile, you know, depth, duration, what the water temperature was. Like these are any scuba diver would ask these. I asked about a dive medicine plan, if there was medical evac in place. You know, where is the nearest hyperbaric chamber? I mean, we're 400 miles off the coast of Newfoundland, so like any evacuation would be delayed significantly. And I asked about those things and was just told, oh, don't worry, it'll be fun. We'll have fun. You know, you'll just observe how it works. And after those conversations, I
how
refused
fun
to
was the
dive with
last voyage?
scuba dive. But it was things like that and things like just hearing hush, hush kind of whispers and people kind of behind the scenes saying this doesn't really make sense and this seems bad, but no one's saying anything. And then when I did, you know, even small things, like when I raised those concerns, you know, immediately being kicked off the navigation team, for example, or, you know, joking about being fired when I didn't scuba dive, you know, when I had safety concerns, which I just to clarify, I didn't really raise those safety concerns at the time. It was my second day on the job and I was trying kind of not to be a troublemaker. But I, you know, I said it earlier, like one of the things that has been drilled into me in trainings, both in the sort of offshore industry and in the scientific diving industry, is that anyone should feel free to speak up about a safety issue without fear of retribution. And that is not at all what I saw. I saw theater, I saw some sort of risk matrix that never fully made sense to me. But then when people would have a legitimate concern, it just seemed like they either wouldn't bring it up or, you know, in my case, I, you know, was entirely dismissed.
From what you observed while on board the Horizon Arctic, did you feel that Ocean Gate was conducting operations safely?
No. Like no aspect of the operation seemed safe to me.
What was your specific role during Dive 80?
I was assigned to, I can share the dive plan if you'd like, but I was assigned to Sohnlein deck operations, which basically involved me turning on the beacon on the vehicle and some of the topside stuff, like, you know, making sure one of the computers was on. And then I was on standby for the entire dive. And then again, I, you know, was in charge of shutting those things down after the recovery. But that was the entirety of my, that was what I was assigned to do on Dive 80.
Based on your experience on the Horizon Arctic, would you have felt comfortable going in the Titan?
No, I had, you know, initially thought I had thought part of the job for me was being trained as a pilot. And I've wanted, you know, the ROV industry, I've kind of wanted to diversify and, you know, work in both industries, but having had no crewed sub experience, I had thought that this might be, you know, an initial training. And I did want to be trained because I've wanted to, you know, pilot a crewed sub for a long time. But haven't, you know, been hired. This was the first job I was ever hired for. And it kind of felt like they pulled a bait and switch. There wasn't really time, you know, in the operation to train me. But I saw
Again, she's not the first person to say it was a bait and switch. We've had two witnesses, I believe Nissen and Lockridge both said what they were brought on to do wasn't what they were told wasn't what happened. They were kind of sold a bill of goods that didn't quite match the actual practice. That's interesting.
With that, I've for years have been trying to get, training on a crewed sub, but when I saw the sub, there were just so many aspects of it that just seemed kind of thrown together. And even every question I asked about any of the engineering or design, the answer was never, well, here's the data, here's the analysis we did, here's the testing. It was always, well, this is what Stockton wants, or the foremost expert on whatever said it should be this way. But like there was never any, it was sort of just was name dropping, like, well, NASA does it this way, with no real context. And it just seemed like there was no, at least what it wasn't apparent to me what the engineering rigor had been, because when you answer specific questions with like, that's just what the company founder wants, instead of like actual design decisions and data and analysis, like that just, it was a red flag to me. And so I would not have, after seeing the sub, I didn't see it. I think it was already in transit. So when I went to the headquarters in April to interview, the sub was not there. And so I didn't see it. But when I saw it, and I was in it, I was seeing the systems, I was working on it, but I did not want to pilot it at that point.
Do you feel the reason you left early from your contract was because you had raised safety concerns to OceanGate employees?
Yes.
Good for her for, like I said,
Thank
being
you. I
her
have no
first
further
job.
questions.
It being her first job and then deciding to pull the ripcord that early in.
Ms. Wilby, Lieutenant Commander Emmons has the next line of questions for you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilby. I just have a few follow-up questions for you. When you were taken off the comms and navigation team, you were told that you were not solution-oriented. What did that mean to you?
I was a little confused because in my mind, during that dive, it seemed pretty clear there were multiple breakdowns, and at some point it was unclear whether the acoustic modem either wasn't delivering messages to the sub or we weren't receiving them. And so that communication link had broken down and there were some sort of misunderstandings. And then, I felt like I was trying to, analyze every aspect of this navigation system, think about the sources of error, and like figure out what had gone wrong to try to just figure out where the sub was. I felt that was being solution oriented. I mean, there were 5 people at the bottom, and it seemed like something in the operational system had broken down, and it wasn't like the sub was entirely lost. We still had USBL pings, and we knew vaguely where they were, but I couldn't with confidence try to navigate them to any landmark because it seemed like they weren't on the map where I thought they should be. And so during this, I recall Wendy Rush was in the communication seat and Phil Brooks was also in mission control. And they started talking about how we have the map and we have the USBL, plots. We can show them they got close to the Titanic. So if anyone's upset and wants a refund, we can show them, we delivered our part of the service. You got close enough.
You got close enough for 250 million, even though you never
pretty angry at this because
$250,000.
Had the problem at hand where we didn't.
Right. You paid $250,000. You didn't actually see the Titanic that you paid to see, but you got close enough. You got close enough. You were in the darkness for a while. You got close enough.
Didn't know what was going on with the acoustic modem. We didn't know why the navigation seemed to be like off. And so, and then they were talking about profit and
here comes the money again.
So not being solution oriented, I mean, I was literally trying to find the solution to what was going on. And,
now you weren't trying to find the solution that Rush wanted.
Blamed for something and, told I wasn't being solution oriented when I quite literally my entire focus was figuring out where in this convoluted navigational system, and procedure, something had gone wrong. So I don't really understand why that was how it was characterized.
Do you have an opinion as to why you were taken off the comms and navigation team?
Yes. I mean, I will admit, when I was quite frustrated, I was very frustrated hearing the discussions while the issue was still actively ongoing about, whether the customers would be upset and want their money back. And
Right,
I,
inky blackness.
admit I can be a little not tactful at times. And I think I made a comment at some point, like, this is an idiotic way to do your navigation. Which wasn't the most tactful way to say it, I fully admit, but I do stand by that. It was just the whole system was absolutely idiotic. But that, of course, wasn't received well. After the dive, Wendy Rush told me, well, we can retrain you so that you understand how the mapping works, because we've had this foremost expert design it for us.
The good old re-education programs. You're not seeing the things the way we think you should be seeing them. We'll train you to see them the way we see them.
And I was still frustrated, and so I just, I just still felt like I was trying to get across that there were things in this chain that were breaking down, and they could break down without you realizing it. And even if it was minor fixes, like to try to at least make it so the map couldn't be accidentally dragged and you wouldn't realize that it was offset from where it was actually supposed to be, and so it was frustrating because to be told, well, you just need to be retrained in mapping. Like I was trying to get across the problem I had seen, and instead it was just, well, you don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. You had mentioned the acoustic monitoring system and strain gauges. Were you trained on this systems and how strain gauges worked?
No, I was trained to download the data after each dive. I had asked some questions of Phil Brooks in my initial training about specifically the acoustic emission system. I work on robotic localization and mapping, from computer vision. I don't really work on acoustics, but just for my own interest, I had asked him, are you able to, because they had said the acoustic emissions was listening for fiber pops over time, right? But to me, that's, and they listened to how loud it was, and they said it was louder, at the top of the dive, the start where the pressure, the relative pressure change is most significant, and then it kind of quiets down. But to me, just individual noises of fibers popping, it doesn't, again, as a non-composites expert, it doesn't seem to be the proper metric, because, for example, if you had fibers popping all next to each other, developing a weak spot, maybe that sounds, if your metric is loudness, that might sound the same, but over time you might have developing problems. And this is all just my own sort of, trying to wrap my head around the problem. But I had asked Phil if they were able, because I don't even know where these acoustic sensors were. I don't know how many of them there were. I don't know what type they were. All I was trained on was to download the data. But I had asked if you were, just for my own interest primarily, if they were able to localize each ping, like the fiber snaps that they were recording, and track them over time, and actually localize the 3D position on the hull for each, acoustic emission.
I don't want them recording any carbon fiber snaps on their little audible thing. That sounds really bad to me. Just saying.
And then over time, kind of track this. And he had said, yes, I built some software to do that, but the data processing is really intensive and takes a lot of time, so we don't do that. So I do recall that conversation, but I never saw that software. I never saw results of that software, so I don't really know what its status was, how often it was used, how it was, well, ground truthed for one, because there's real, how would you ground truth that? So, but yeah, my involvement with that was simply just downloading the data and storing it after each dive.
Thank you. So you weren't involved in analyzing the data, just collecting the data?
Collecting, yes.
Were you trained for your duties and assigned tasks on Dive 80?
Yes, I mean, my tasks were, as far as I recall, pretty much limited to turning on the sonar dive beacon on the vehicle and then turning on like the computer system that was somewhere. And like a
Apparently there was.
So yes, I was trained for that. And assigned those duties, but pretty much I didn't have anything to do other than that. So I never saw the data from that dive. I never downloaded it. One of the other, I don't actually know who downloaded it, but someone who wasn't me. So yeah, at that dive, I was just turning on and off the Center 9 beacon.
And in your opinion, do you think that being under a non-disclosure agreement prohibited you from bringing up critical safety issues to the company or the board of directors?
Not to the company. I assumed that was sort of covered, but yes, to the board of directors. Yes. If I had not been under that agreement, I would have said something.
Thank you. That's all my questions I have.
Ms. Wilby, are you good to continue? Or would you like to take a 5-minute recess?
I can continue.
Okay. Lieutenant Commander Whalen has questions for you.
Right.
Good afternoon. I just have a few questions. With regards to the downloading process, how long did that take? Can you please describe to me the process from downloading the acoustic emissions and strain data from the Titan Submersible?
Well, I need a
To
couple
the
of
best of my recollection,
right
because I did it after I think maybe 4 dives, and it's been a couple of years. But we would go inside the sub with a laptop and plug it into the computers on board the Titan and just copy those files to a hard drive, and then take that either to the laptop hard drive or perhaps an external drive. I don't recall. The copying process didn't take very long at all. The data wasn't particular. So there was other diagnostics that was also downloaded during that time as well. So thruster data, other data. So and I didn't really understand the software in detail, and so I knew there were basically logs and diagnostics, and then these strain gauge and acoustic emission data that all needed to be downloaded. It didn't take particularly long. The amount of data wasn't super significant. I don't really recall specific numbers. I would say on the order of tens of gigabytes, if that, not including camera data, which I don't recall how that was handled. I don't believe I ever was in charge of that. And then we would take that laptop back to a room where we had set up sort of, engineering computers, and then it was stored somewhere on those computers. I don't really recall exactly where.
Did you ever observe, or were you part of the next process at this point? So did Mr. Brooks or any of the pilots analyze the data from the previous dive that you witnessed?
Not that I witnessed. I was never trained on that.
Were you involved in in dive 80, the post-dive meeting?
Was there a post-dive meeting separate from the all hands debrief?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So the all hands debrief, you were part of
yeah.
that?
Yes.
And while at the all hands debrief, was there any mention of the submersible being stuck on the Titanic?
Not that I recall. Not on that dive.
On a previous dive? Was it ever mentioned?
I had heard people talk, and this was before I was on board. I had heard people talk about an incident. It may have been in 2021 where, and I don't recall if it was stuck on the Titanic itself or if it was some other entanglement with something on the seabed. But I recall people talking about the sub being stuck, and
you need to get it stuck on the
stuck
Titanic.
and not wanting to drop, because they could basically drop the hull off of the entire the sled, they called it, but that drops a lot of your sensors and is expensive. So I recall people talking about that as a past event, but I was not on board for that, and I didn't have any, firsthand account of that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Wilby, I just have a couple follow-ups from your earlier.
Oh God, that's her phone that's
questions.
vibrating, or somebody's phone. I kept checking my
At
phone.
one
going,
point
vibrating.
after the
Not
loud
mine.
bang, you mentioned that you were told, I'm trying to phrase or what you said, that there was something about a few microns difference. Can you go into that, what that meant to you and what that indicated?
I didn't really know, to be honest. Like I was told there was a network of strain gauges placed throughout the hull in the manufacturing process, and they were intended to, I think what I recall is they were intended to monitor the hull during the manufacturing process and the testing after, but they weren't intended to be a real-time monitoring system or data system after the testing phase. But the sensors still worked, and so they collected the data and
You're
used
right.
them.
Everybody knew.
But I didn't know where they were. I didn't know specifically how many they were. What I had understood from that conversation was that they were not on the outside of the hole specifically, but they were throughout the hole. But I don't really know for sure. That was just sort of what I had conceived after what was explained to me.
Benjamin Lewis, he also got stuck on the Andrea Doria. He got stuck on both ships. If you're keeping score, yeah, Stockton got stuck on both ships.
But and I didn't know if a few microns, I didn't know if that was, deformation of the overall hull, if that was something internal to the hull. I guess in my mind, what my mind jumped to was something internal to the hull, because despite carbon fiber's stiffness, again, non-expert, but I assume there would be some deformation seen. And in fact, I did see certain strain gauge plots, but I didn't really understand them. And, they were never really explained to me. And there were so many other things going on. I never really, sat down with Phil and asked for, a more detailed information. My job was really just collect the data. So yeah, I guess in my mind, I sort of had a concept of what that meant.
It doesn't matter whether this has
thought
anything to do with their
sensors
job.
were
This is
throughout
a
the hole.
public Coast Guard
And
hearing.
so
They
I
can
guess
ask
I thought
anything they
it was
want.
relative movement in the hole and not like an overall deformation. But I don't know for sure. It just seemed worrisome. I also don't know where that measurement came from. Like, like I said, is that across the entire hole? Is that in a portion of the hole? Like, I just don't know the answer to those things. And without some clarification on that, I was still concerned.
Going back to, I believe you said you heard the loud bang.
I did not. I was on the deck of the ship, very far away from the Lars. I spoke to one of the small boat operators after the fact, and he mentioned, and this is, just me recalling what he told me. I did not hear it myself, but he was on a boat above the Lars, where the sub was surfacing, and he said he could hear it from the surface.
Thank you. And going back to when you were on the navigation team, I believe you said that at some point you lost the text communications with the submersible Titan from the surface. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure. It appeared to me that the communications either weren't getting through or weren't being received, because for every communication we were supposed to receive a reply and acknowledgement. And as I recall, I never sat at the comm station. Wendy Rush was doing that the entire time that I was, for every dive I was part of in mission control. I don't recall whether they logged those communications and whether, you could see if messages were dropped on the other side by comparing the two transcripts. During that dive, I it's somehow with the breakdown in communications, it seemed to be the conclusion that they had not replied, and maybe the acoustic modem wasn't working and we weren't getting those messages, or they weren't getting our messages, but we weren't getting responses back to basically confirm, do you see the debris field, which would have confirmed they were on the map where the USBL was saying they were. Later, so I was never really involved in a debrief, like a comms team only. Every debrief that I was involved in was an all hands, and of course customers were there. You couldn't really discuss specific operational issues because you're in front of paying customers that you don't necessarily want to go into the nitty gritty of the operational details.
Not that I'm
but we
aware
didn't
of.
have any sort of like team specific debrief after that to figure out what exactly had gone wrong. After but I did, speak. I don't recall who I spoke to, if it was one of the, maybe it was, I don't recall who I spoke to, but after the fact, I sort of walked away with the impression that they had been receiving our messages, but for some reason the pilot just didn't reply, and they had reached the debris field, but because he didn't acknowledge that, we thought there had been a breakdown. So I don't really know the answer to that, whether there
Either way,
really
it's
was a
wrong.
breakdown and the modems
Either
were
there was a
dropping messages
breakdown
and
or they
we were
weren't
not
following
receiving each other's
protocol and
messages,
acknowledging.
or whether it was just human error and the messages were received but just not acknowledged. I don't definitively know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to the National Transportation Safety Board for questions. Mr. Muse?
Good afternoon. The Horizon Arctic had its own Kongsberg HIPAP system, is that right?
Yes. I don't know that they were using HIPAC specifically, but yes, they had a Kongsberg transceiver on the ship's hull.
Were they tracking the sub themselves?
Yes.
And could they feed that data to you somehow, or at least let you know where the sub was?
So during that operation, Dive 79, where the navigation and acoustic communications broke down in some way, I believe it was the second mate was currently on watch on the bridge, and he, heard what was going on in the discussions, and he came over and he said, "Look, I have them on our map. Like, I can show you exactly where they are." And I said, "Yes, please show that to me because I'm confused and something's gone wrong. I want to see that." And then Wendy sort of put a stop to that and said, "This is our operation. We have our procedure." And so he went back to the bridge, and this was all happening, on the bridge, but he went back to his, station. Later, I did briefly see, not during this dive, but I saw, they did have the USBL pings on their bathymetry. But, I wanted to see where that was, but I couldn't walk away from my position because I was busy writing down lat long coordinates. And, Wendy sort of, it seemed to me that it was, it was their operation and they didn't want any interference. And to me, I just want to know where this sub was as a sanity check so that we could get back on track. But that was sort of shut down, and I didn't want to, subvert the chain of command.
So to do that, they'd have to put a Kongsberg transponder on the sub as well as a Sohnlein transponder? Or does one transponder work with both?
As I recall, so for that particular, the sub actually had 3 transponders on board. For the first 1,000 meters, they used a Teledyne ATM system. And someone would go out, it has like a physical box. Someone would go out on the small boat during launch and recovery and stick a pole with the topside, responder in the water. And on the radio, call out depths. And I don't think they called out lat long. I think it was just depths, but they tracked the sub with that system to the first 1,000 meters. I believe that system is only rated to 1,000 meters. It doesn't work beyond that, is what I understood. At 1,000 meters, they switched to the Sohnlein system and used that for all the tracking and localization sub 1,000 meters. And that was because there was a configuration problem of some sort with that Sohnlein. which I did try to fix. And they had asked me, I do have a little bit of experience, but on those units, and I've used them on other systems, and they track up until, whatever their spec says. I mean, once you get at the surface, your tracking sort of goes away or is very inaccurate. But, anywhere from 10 meters down, you have good tracking if the unit is configured properly. So I had tried various sound speed profiles, trying to see what was wrong. And at some point I told them, look, Teledyne has 24/7 technical support. I think we should email them and we should ask their opinion, why can't we get this working? Because I tried everything I could and I couldn't get it to work. And they said, their response was, again, seemed odd. It was, well, they're not really 24/7. And so they never reached out to Sohnlein that I recall. They also had a Kongsberg unit on board. And so, for the Sohnlein, what I recall is they had rented, so they owned the beacon, it was like an AV Track 6 that was on the sub. They owned that, and they had rented a ship-mounted transceiver for that Sohnlein unit. The ship had a Kongsberg transceiver, and they had also put a Kongsberg beacon on the sub, but I never saw that Kongsberg work. And I don't know if that was what the ship was tracking, like if the ship had it working and we just didn't have that. I don't really know, but I do recall that configuration, they did have 3 separate beacons. The Sohnlein only worked below 1,000 meters. The Kongsberg I never saw work once. And they had said, well, we've seen it work in the past, but from my understanding, the past was, a different rented, transceiver on the ship, a different ship, possibly entirely. So like, just because it had worked in the past, the configuration had changed, the hardware had changed.
Well, and it was so that doesn't mean it worked in the
past. I just suggested reaching out to the manufacturers and asking, for their advice. And because, also the Kongsberg beacon on the sub was rented. And so, they had never used that particular unit before. And, I never saw it work.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Does OceanGate have any questions?
Could we take a short break?
Yes. Ms.
Right.
Wilby, we're going to take
Gate's
a
gotta
short
do
recess
something.
and reconvene at 4:05 p.m.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, and then just got a couple more minutes of her testimony, then we'll start on today morning.
Second session. Ms. Wilby, can you hear us?
I can.
At this time, I'd like to shift the questioning to OceanGate Council.
All right, let's hear what OceanGate has to say about it.
Ms. Wilby, did you consult with anyone other than the OceanGate social media manager on whether the NDA prevented you from sharing info with the board of directors?
Okay, so OceanGate saying that
In OceanGate or externally?
that question from OceanGate seems to indicate that the NDA did not prevent her from talking to the board of directors. Like, did you talk to anybody else other than the social media person about that? The implication so far from the question that I'm getting is that, did you talk to anyone that could tell you really whether or not the NDA covered that? Huh. See what she has to say.
At OceanGate?
No.
Did you consult with anyone externally?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Fawcett has a follow-up question.
That was actually a good question. Did you just take the word of the social media manager, or did you actually talk to someone who knew the legalities of your NDA? That was actually a very good question on behalf of Ocean. And it should be noted, and we've talked about it before, but these lawyers for OceanGate are not the lawyers that were working for OceanGate previously. So they don't know the details of like Lockridge's settlement. They don't know, the details of a lot of this because they weren't there. This is a new legal team.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Keith Fawcett. Thank you for being with us. So had you not been bound by a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, they did, Aaron. They did have an HR department. The first day of testimony, there was one one lady that called in from Zoom, and her audio was so bad we couldn't watch it. She was the head of HR and the financial person. So there was an HR department. Apparently they did fuck all, but there was one.
From Ocean Gate. Who would you have
Let's go back here.
bound by? Thank you for being with us. So had you not been bound by a non-disclosure agreement from Ocean Gate, who would you have specifically reached out to at the Ocean Gate Board of Directors to raise your safety concerns with?
I wasn't sure if there was a contact email or any sort of contact that went directly to the board. I had planned to just find their names and write to them, but I didn't know the best way to approach it, and it was very it felt to me to be time critical. I felt that it should be raised before the next sub dive,
That would
but
make
I didn't know who to go to. I just knew there was a board of directors. I thought I could find them publicly, that information. I have worked a colleague who formerly was on, I think, one of the boards of the Ocean Gate Foundation, although she left many years prior, and I did ask her about getting in touch with the board of directors. I didn't have a specific name, and after that conversation and not really knowing what liability or, risk I would be exposing myself to, I kind of dropped it and didn't, send any communications to anyone.
While you were contracted by Ocean Gate, did they have any kind of safety telephone number or email address where safety concerns could be sent to upper management?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then on the expedition that you were on, did you observe that Ocean Gate employees or contractors could freely raise their safety concern with Ocean Gate senior managers that happen to be aboard the vessel?
No, it didn't appear that way. I don't know if people did speak to them privately, like I did or attempted to. But there wasn't, that I recall, any sort of, announcement in a safety briefing of here's who you go to, in management or concerns. No, it didn't seem that way to me. No.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Ms. Wilby, I just have one follow-up question from an earlier line. I think you had mentioned that you felt, I'm paraphrasing, like you were the last engineer or were becoming the last engineer on board during the 2022 expedition. Do you know if that was due to planned departures of engineers or unplanned? I'm thinking about illnesses or other types of issues. Can you expound on that a bit?
I think there were planned departures, if I recall correctly, for personal reasons or for on the part of Ocean Gate staff engineers. I don't know about contractors. My departure was unplanned, but I am not aware of anyone else's departure being unplanned.
Thank you. At this time, are there any final questions for Ms. Wilby? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Wilby, thank you. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. We appreciate your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information.
All right, that is the end of the afternoon of day 4. We're going to start the morning of day 5 right now. But we're going to take just a little bit of time to read through some of the comments that I had starred for discussing later. Let's there we go. Let's stack us. Here we go. There we go. That's better. But right now, we currently have 640 viewers, and please stand by. We'll get back to the morning of day 5, which is going live right now in just a minute. Want to address a few things first here. As I said, we currently have 652 viewers, 477 likes. We can easily get up to 600 likes. We'll need 130 more, well, 122 more to get us up to 600 likes. That would be super awesome to get YouTube out there involved. 600 seems to be that little number where they start to go, oh, something interesting is happening over here. Let's tell people about it. So let's let people know and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. I would be forever grateful if you would just take like a little half a second and just go click on that like button and maybe hit the notification bell so you get the notifications for everything we do, and hit the like button. We've got 20 new members today. That is so awesome. Let's see what else we got. We have our like and subscribe poll. Once you hit the like button and subscribe, and if you are already subscribed, just double check to make sure you still are. We're just under 400 subscribers away from 81,000 subscribers. Let's get up to 81,000 subscribers as soon as possible. We can make this channel grow, and you can be part of it. I'll give you we don't have a board of directors, but my contact details are there. Once you take the like and subscribe poll, here's your choices. Will a witness from Titan Submarine and a co-founder of OceanGate? Our next witness is one of the co-founders of OceanGate. Will their testimony get spicy? 13% of you said no. I think those 13% of you are wrong. It has been spicy. 30% of you said a little bit spicy. And 22% of you said a whole lot of heat. I think we're somewhere in the middle. She just dropped some bombs, calling it a contraption. The guy from Titan Submarines was, I would say he was a whole lot of spicy, but it's been balanced out with her a little bit of spicy. So the jury's still out on whether we have a little bit of spice or a whole bunch of spice. 35% of you have said the fires of Mount Doom levels of spice. Well, we're about to find that out when we go and watch the testimony of the co-founder of OceanGate. Wonder what his story is. Let's see. We don't have any super chats to read right now. We're all caught up on those, but I did have a few other comments. Where are we here? Young Black Economist says, I didn't hear the mention of black box. They had some sort of data log. Excuse me. They had some sort of data log, but most commercial vessels, and I don't know to what extent submersibles have them, but they will have what's called a VDR, a voyage data recorder, which is essentially like an airplane black box, but for ships. Records everything. I know they didn't have one of those. They had some sort of data logging system. I have no idea how extensive it was or how good it was, but I know they had something. I didn't hear any mention of black box, but generally a black box in computer science is referring to a function without specific known equation. That different black box. Like for a bell curve. Oh. N parentheses mu sigma black box is F. Is it boobs? Math. Lawyers can't do this stuff. This means something to somebody, I guess. That doesn't mean that you can't numerically solve for the function, and sometimes you can find a different solution. It doesn't mean there's magic involved. I got to take your word for it. You are much more qualified than me to comment on anything to do with numbers and things. Steve said, Legal Vices, the old fourth road bridge and several suspension bridges in USA have acoustic recording to record the failure of strands in the suspension cables. Actually, most bridges do. Excuse me. Okay, got a cough in my throat here. Actually, most bridges do these days. And they're incredible systems. They'll measure humidity inside the coils, the seismic readings. They'll have acoustic readings. They have incredible monitoring systems, tension monitoring systems. I know about this because our office handled a huge case where a ship exploded. A chemical tanker exploded under a bridge, and we got very, very intimate with the monitoring systems that are in place on bridges. So yeah, they have an incredible amount of data that's being processed from different stations along the bridge. Young black economist again says, just think of the first witness. He was still defending himself. Damn shame. I'll kind of give the first witness that was Mr. Nissen a pass, because he has already been named in the civil lawsuit by the family of Nargiolais. The estate of Mr. Nargiolais has filed a lawsuit against our first witness, Mr. Nissen, the estate of Stockton Rush, Ocean Gate, and 2 other companies. So I'll give the first witness a little break for being defensive, because he's under oath and basically can be used in his civil case. And secret. It says if they already found the front part, isn't supposed to be the other. If they already found the front part, isn't supposed to be the other half should be found around that area. Recently they found the front dome, the rear dome, and the rear conical section that's attached to the rear dome. The middle part, they were several hundred meters up, and you can get a lot of drift, but they've already recovered and brought up a significant chunk of the middle part of the ship. And that's where they found the suspected human remains that they tested for DNA and identified. I believe they identified everybody, but the fact that what they pulled up from the middle section, it was just, it wasn't even readily identifiable as human remains. It was just suspected or presumed human remains. It was squashed. All right, that's everything we've got covered there. Let's see. Right, we shall continue. There is nothing else holding us back from the afternoon. I mean, the morning of day 5. Wow, they started late. All right, there we go. And we'll skip through the initial everybody telling everybody's job and what they're there doing. So let's bring this up. Share screen, Winder, and bang. Let me close out this, bump the volume to 600% as always, because that's what we need to do with the Coast Guard's lovely hearing, like court hearing audio equipment, not their hearing audio equipment. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Day 5 morning. This is live right now. We are currently 1 hour and 33 minutes behind.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers.
All right, and we are going to skip through all of this.
Dr. Donald Kramer will join us later on today.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Before we call our first witness for the day, I need to make a clarification for the record. The Marine Board's questioning last Friday suggested that Ms. Wilby's NDA, which she signed as an independent contractor with OceanGate, might have limited her ability to raise safety concerns with OceanGate's board of directors. After conducting a legal review of her NDA, the Marine Board interprets that the agreement did not explicitly prevent Ms. Wilby from sharing the information,
That's what I thought,
including her safety concerns, with OceanGate's board. However, it's important to note that Ms. Wilby testified she did not consult with legal counsel regarding the terms of her NDA, so this clarification does not conflict with her testimony about her concerns related to this agreement.
That's what I thought, because it was weird that she would be prevented by an NDA from talking to the board of directors. And that was in line with, as I said, the OceanGate's questioning of, did you talk to anybody about, other than the social media person, about whether or not you're allowed to go to the board? And she said no. So all right, that clarifies it.
There has also been a scheduling change to Friday's witness schedule. Commander Zach Robinson with the Coast Guard's Marine Safety Center will submit a report to the board for the record rather than providing testimony in person. Former OceanGate employee Mr. Matthew McCoy has been substituted into the morning witness slot for Friday.
Oh.
In addition, Lieutenant Commander Jim King, serving to my right, will be serving as counsel for the Marine Board this week in place of Lieutenant Commander Lars Oakmark. Our first witness of the day will be Mr. Guillermo Sohnlein, co-founder of the OceanGate Incorporated. Mr. Sohnlein will be testifying virtually, and we will start his session at 9 a.m. The hearing is now in recess until 9 a.m. Thank you.
Oh, hey, cool. So we get to skip through a bunch of stuff. let's fast forward about 30 minutes, I guess, or more. Wow. All right, we're not that far behind at all. We're about 1 hour behind.
I swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And this again is Guillermo Sohnlein. He is a co-founder of OceanGate. Let's go.
So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Whalen will
All
start
right.
with some questioning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
This can be.
Actually, I'm sorry, Commander Whalen, before we get started, is there a way of getting the IT to show the wide view of the panel? Right now, I'm looking at 2 screenshots of me.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I will stand by for a moment.
Okay, thank you. I got it.
Zoom on your desktop. Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain what the acronym means. Can you please provide me a little bit more information about your background, specifically your educational background and work experience prior to the formation of OceanGate?
Yes, I can do that. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank you for inviting me to participate in these public hearings and then also for allowing me to testify remotely from Europe. I know you've got a big job ahead of you, and hopefully my brief testimony here today will help add at least a little bit of value to your efforts, even if all I'm doing is adding color or context to what other witnesses are presenting. So thank you again for allowing me to participate. To answer your question directly, let me start at the beginning. I was born in Argentina, raised in California, in San Francisco Bay Area, in Silicon Valley. I studied economics at the University of California, Berkeley, worked for a couple years at a law firm, and then went to law school at the University of California, College of the Law, San Francisco. It used to be called Hastings when I went there. Upon graduation, I took the California bar, passed, was admitted into the California bar, even though I really had no intention of practicing law. What I actually did when I graduated law school is I went into the Marine Corps. I went there wanting to be a Scout Sniper platoon commander. So I went through officer candidate school in Quantico, Virginia. Then I went through 6 months of the basic school, also in Quantico, Virginia, learning how to be an infantry officer. When it came time to graduate and pick my MOS, my military occupational specialty, I graduated high enough in my class that there was actually a slot available for Scout Sniper platoon commander. But for personal and family reasons, I made a decision to choose 4402, which was Judge Advocate. And so from there, I ended up.
Oh, so he's in the JAG Corps. He was a lawyer in the Marine Corps. He wanted to be a sniper team leader, but he decided to be a Marine lawyer instead.
In Port, Rhode Island, spent 3 months there learning military law, studying with my fellow Marine judge advocates as well as members of the United States Navy and United States Coast Guard Judge Advocate Corps. From there, I was stationed at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California, where I spent approximately 3 years. The first 18 months or so, I was the installation law officer, which meant that effectively I was the legal advisor to the commanding general, who at the time was a 2-star major general. And then for the second 18 months, I was the senior defense counsel at the base. From there, I came off active duty in 1 July 1999. I remained in inactive ready reserve for the remainder of my contract, which I believe was another 4 years. When I left active duty on 1 July 1999, I was in 03, captain. And I believe that when I came off active duty, my DD 214, I believe says 04. I think I was a major.
Wait, you don't know what your rank was at the end? Yeah, come on. You don't know if you were a captain or a major? That's kind of a squirrely answer.
Duty, what I did is I moved my family to San Francisco and I co-founded an internet company. It was 1999 going into 2000. It was the height of the internet boom. We were at ground zero in Silicon Valley. We took that company and rode the .com bubble all the way up, and we rode the .com bust all the way down in 2001. We managed to sell the company to a venture-backed company called Voxeo, and I stayed on with Voxeo for I think another 10 months after the acquisition. During that time, I moved my family from San Francisco to the Northern Virginia area to the East Coast. And I left Voxeo in February of 2002 as that company experienced some financial issues and went through a round of layoffs, and I was part of a group of people who were laid off. From there, I decided I was going to start another company. This time I wanted to be in a field that I was passionate about.
And I thought that field was going to be space. It's either going to be space or oceans. It's going to be one of those. In 2003, I started a nonprofit organization called the International Association of Space Entrepreneurs. At the time, Elon Musk had recently started SpaceX. And so there was a group of us who wanted to encourage the next generation of Elon Musk and bring them from other industries into the space industry. So that was the objective of IASE. That was in 2003. In 2006, I started a for-profit company called Space Angels Network. And the objective of that organization was to connect accredited individual investors with early stage space ventures looking for seed funding. I ran that company until 2010, so a year after we started OceanGate. I turned it over to one of my co-founders. He ran it until 2014 or 15. He turned it over to somebody else, and that gentleman relaunched the company, rebranded it as Space Angels. He is still running it today, and because of his efforts today, that is, I think by a lot of measures, the most active early stage investor in the space, in the global space community. Now, the reason all of that's relevant is because through Space Angels Network in 2008, I met a gentleman by the name of Graham Hawks, a former aerospace engineer who was also a submersible designer. That was my first introduction to submersibles in the submersible world. And a year later, I was fascinated by it. So I actually spent the greater part of 2008 and most of 2009 going back and forth from my residence in Northern Virginia and where Graham was in California, in the Bay Area, basically on a consulting basis, helping him with his business. And in that way, I learned about the submersible world and the submersible community. The reason that's
Okay, so this is interesting, I guess. For those of you that don't know, he was, I guess, from what he's testifying to, he was an angel investor. Call them space angels. An angel investor is someone with an F ton of money that they invest in small companies that show potential. Sort of think of like Shark Tank. It's a kind of a Shark Tank sort of thing, or Dragon's Den, or that kind of thing, where they got people with a lot of money that want to help smaller businesses. They may not know anything really about what the business does or how it operates, but they kind of have that center. Okay, this is someone that has a good plan, a good idea that can make me some money, a return on my investment. So that's essentially he doesn't seem to be a submersible guy, doesn't seem to have any extensive diving background or any vaunted, lofty, fantasy-based views of undersea kingdoms and inky blackness and stuff. He's just a guy with some money that's looking for a place to invest, and he became interested in the submersible field.
It's important is because in summer 2009, Graham introduced me to Stockton Rush, and Graham, Stockton, and I decided we were going to go into business together. We co-founded very briefly a company called Deep Flight Technologies. Lasted only for, I'd say, a couple of months or so as Deep Flight Technologies. Graham decided to leave that, and that left me and Stockton to start a company, and that is when OceanGate was founded. So I walked you through a lot of detail, and I know it was probably more detail than you were looking for. But the reason I did that is because at the time of founding of OceanGate, I believe that what I was bringing to the table, and what I think Stockton believed I was bringing to the table, was leadership experience, because Stockton was going to put money in, but he was not going to run the company. I had startup experience, especially with the Silicon Valley kind of disruptive innovation kind of mindset. I had experience with investors and fundraising. I had a legal background. We knew that we were going to be dealing with a lot of government and regulatory compliance issues. I wasn't going to do that work. I knew we were going to have to hire legal experts to do that. But it was nice that I had a legal background, so I would know how to talk with the outside counsel. And then, even though I didn't have sub operations experience or maritime experience, I did have field ops experience during my time. So I think I gave you a lot of detail, but in summary, I think those were kind of the bullet points that I got.
Okay, that's kind of weird. I didn't have sub experience, didn't have maritime experience, but I had field officer experience in the Marine Corps. I'm not sure what they have to do with each other, but okay.
Thank you, sir. Why did Mr. Graham Hawks leave Deep Flight Technologies and not move on with yourself and Mr. Rush for OceanGate?
Yeah, that is a great question that you should probably ask Graham, because I'm not sure exactly. I know that the three of us came to an agreement on putting Deep Flight Technologies together. I got along great with both Graham and Stockton, so my deal was fairly easy to kind of carve out my role in that. And as soon as we came to that agreement, I think it was like in August of 2009, I immediately started the process of relocating my family from Virginia to Seattle, where we could have this new company. But we still had to, paper the deal, as they say, right? We still had to lock down all of the legal agreements. And Stockton and Graham had a lot more nuances to their agreement that they were going to have to negotiate. And it was typical of co-founders coming together, right? Having to negotiate different points of the deal over a couple of months. And I think ultimately they ended up having a difference of opinion on enough things that they just decided it was not worthwhile for the deal.
Is that
When and
the
where was-
guitar on the wall next to him?
But again, that's a great question to ask Graham, because I really don't know his side of this.
Understood. When and where was OceanGate LLC founded?
Yeah, that's a guitar on
I'd
the
have to
wall.
check for the official records, but my recollection is it's somewhere around October of 2009, and we were in Everett. I don't remember where we incorporated, if it was in Delaware and Washington.
And what was the original vision for the company when OceanGate was launched?
How much time do I have? So I'll give you a short answer and then maybe
Again,
a little bit longer answer.
100% of the witnesses have said something they thought was witty that was met with absolute dead silence from the panel. Absolute dead silence straight across the board. So yeah, they've all done it. Every one of them.
Context of these public hearings. The short answer is that our vision was to create a fleet of 4 or 5 deep diving submersibles. At the time, we were thinking they'd be 6,000 meters, capable of carrying 5 people, available for charter anywhere in the world, and with no dedicated mothership. When Stockton and I got together in a conference room in front of a blank whiteboard and started mapping out what the plan would be for OceanGate, that's what we came up with.
You had mentioned the vision of without a dedicated mothership. What was the purpose to not utilize a dedicated mothership, to be able to have it mobilized throughout the world?
We're back to the mothership again.
Well, this is where we get into the longer answer. So you'll have to give me a couple minutes and kind of walk you through this, because in order to understand that, you have to understand the competitive landscape, and you have to understand the general state of the submersible community back then. And honestly, it hasn't changed much in 15 years since then. There are not that many subs in the world. Those of you doing the investigation probably got an immersion course in this over the last year. There are not that many active submersibles in the world, and certainly none in the private sector. Will Conan knows the numbers better than anyone, so when he testifies, you can ask him. But I think there are less than 100 active submersibles in the world, and almost all of them dive relatively shallow, less than 1,000 meters. And as Patrick Lahey testified on Friday, the average depth of the ocean is 4,000 meters, which covers about 65% of the ocean. So the bulk of the subs that are out there today, as in 2009, go relatively shallow. And when you consider that the ocean covers 70% of the world's the planet, it's nothing as far as trying to explore or study the world's oceans. So we wanted to change that. We wanted to give humanity greater access to the ocean, and specifically the deep ocean, anything deeper than 1,000 meters. And initially, like I said, our goal was actually 6,000 meters, because 6,000 meters gives you access to about 98% of the ocean. So that was kind of our goal. So you have to work backwards from there, which is, why is there not enough access for humanity to dive deep into the ocean? And one of the key reasons for this was kind of inherent in Patrick Lahey's testimony. And by the way, I've known Patrick for years, and I have full respect for him, and I loved his testimony on Friday. But one question that no one asked Patrick, and that he didn't volunteer, and is not on his website.
No, this guy is not being
how much the
sued.
subs cost. And you can imagine from these intricate machines to be made as safe and as versatile as Triton subs are. They're expensive. They're millions of dollars.
Okay. So yeah, he's like, how expensive are these subs now that we're investing in them? Oh, if we buy really, really good safe ones like Triton, they're millions of dollars. So let's not spend millions of dollars is going to be his next line, I guess.
And they're also generally heavy. And because they require a mothership or a support ship, that support ship usually has to have a crane big enough to take the sub in and out of the water. And usually that's an A-frame, which means the ship you're instantly talking about a very big ship. And because of that, most of these subs are basically mated to dedicated motherships. And this is true of the government subs too. There are 5 deep diving government subs in the world. The French have one, the Americans have one, the Japanese have one, and I believe the Chinese have two. And each of those is mated to a dedicated mothership, which means that you can only dive the sub wherever the ship is. And it takes a lot to move that ship, in large part because it needs a lot of fuel, which is expensive. And so if you're trying to explore the world's oceans, and given how big the world's oceans are, having 5 government subs and 5 government ships, or now the only other deep diving sub that I know, which is the Okinawa, which is formerly the Triton built limiting factor, on one ship, that's 6 subs in the entire world, 8 billion people. It's you know, to use someone else's words, it's a travesty for humanity that there's so few subs available to go into the deep ocean beyond 1,000 meters. So, and I know this is a very long-winded answer to what seems like a very straightforward question, but as you work backwards from the cost of the subs, the cost of operating these subs, the number one factor is actually the fuel on the ships. And the number one factor driving the fuel on the ships is the size of the ship, which is driven by the crane. And so the thought that we had early on was if we could have these subs be repositioned around the world and have them so that they could operate off any ship of opportunity. So you didn't need it mated to a dedicated mothership. So you could put it in a container, standard shipping container, ship it anywhere nearby from wherever the home base was. Find a local ship that could be used, put it on board, and operate it from there. We would increase the access that humanity had to the deep oceans. Let me stop there because I don't even know if I answered your question at this point because I went off on
No, you did.
a few tangents there.
Thank you. Was carbon fiber always a fundamental part of the plan for the OceanGate submersibles?
No, in fact, developing our own subs was not in the original plans. When we started OceanGate, it was just me.
Okay, now that's sort of in line with what the guy from the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab said, that they were doing the designs. They were considering, they were suggested to use the carbon fiber. They were doing the testing of the 1/3 scale models, etc. They failed. They said that this, we're starting to see the potential possible future for something like this. And then Stockton said, "Well, F it, we're not going on your time schedule. We're going on my time schedule, and we're going to take care of it ourselves, and we don't need you anymore." And at that point, they started developing carbon fiber on their own, I believe.
Stockton, and a commitment to each other that we were going to make it work. He was going to put in money. I was going to run the business. We just needed to figure out what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. At the time, we had absolutely no intention of building our own subs. Now, what we did intend to do was buy a used sub.
That would be the Cyclops
We
1.
ended up calling it our training wheel sub, so that we could learn more about subs and we could learn more about sub operations. So that when we went to build this fleet of 4 or 5 subs and deploy them around the world, we would know what we were looking for and we would know what capabilities those subs needed to have. So immediately, within a couple months of founding OceanGate, we had the opportunity to purchase Antipodes, which was an ABS class 300-meter 5-person sub.
Okay, so
which we did buy.
All right.
And
so it
operated
wasn't
for the entire time that I was there.
Cyclops 1. Oh, he left in January 20.
While we were
long time ago
operating Antipodes, in parallel, we were trying to develop the plans for deep diving subs. Because keep in mind, the vision was to have 6,000-meter capable subs. Antipodes was only 300 meters. So we knew Antipodes wasn't going to be our answer. We knew we had to find other deep diving subs. So we did a few things during the time that we were operating Antipodes. One of them was to talk to all the sub builders to find out who could get us these 5 subs that we wanted to reposition around the world. We talked with Phil Newton. We talked with Patrick Lahey and his partner Bruce Jones at Triton. We talked with Will Conan and his brother at the Mansion. We talked with the folks at U-Boat Works. We talked with a lot of people. And every single one of them was willing to sell us one of their subs. They were willing to take our money and build us a sub. After all, that's the business they're in, and they're very good at it. The problem was that we had very specific business requirements for these subs because of our vision. And when we put the business requirements to each of them, none of them seemed to be able to deliver what we needed to have delivered. And after a while, when you're faced with that conundrum as an entrepreneur, you've got 2 choices, right? If you base your whole business plan on having certain technology, and now the people that can build the technology are telling you it's not possible, you've got two choices. Well, I guess one choice is you could shut down the business, but if you want to keep the business going, you've got two choices. You either change your business model or you find a better engineering solution. And Stockton, being the engineer that he was, he opted for finding a better engineering solution. Because during the time that we were doing this, over the period of a couple of years, we had talked with enough other engineers that we, and Stockton in particular, convinced ourselves that it'd be possible to build a sub that would meet all of our business requirements. And so, this is again a long-winded answer, but initially we weren't even going to build our own subs. The big business innovation for us was the business model, which was chartering the subs instead of selling subs.
Okay, we've got the point. You've said
that's
you
something
did
I kind of
on
left out
building
of
your own
the
stuff about 5 times.
And again, it's still true today. If you want to dive deep, if you want to go deeper than 1,000 meters, today your only choices are to pay Triton to build you a deep diving sub, or I'm sure Sea Mansion would also do it for you, where you got works. In which case you're spending millions of dollars to buy the sub. It's going to have to be on a mothership, so you're going to have to spend tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, on a big enough ship, and then you're going to have to spend millions of dollars per year to operate the ship of the sea. And for certain people, that's perfectly viable. And Triton's very good at what they do. Sea Mansion's good at what they do. U-Boat is good at what they do. And they make amazing subs. But the only people they can sell those to are essentially wealthy individuals. They've sold subs to tour operators and to cruise ships, but those are usually their shallower subs. Their deeper subs, I have to ask Patrick, or someone would have to ask Patrick, but I'm willing to bet that every deep diving sub that they've built beyond 1,000 meters has been sold to a private individual who puts it on one of their yachts.
At what point?
Sorry, go ahead.
Were you complete with your thoughts, or I was just going to go on to the next question, or a follow up to your statement?
Well, just completing that, the flip side of that. So our first innovation was, look, if what we're trying to do is open up access to the deep oceans, and one
there now he is getting to the point. Like you said, if you want deep sea submersible, you've got two choices: Triton, or this other company you mentioned, or us. If you want to go with, see, this is the one thing that the Triton guy didn't do. The Triton guy didn't, he didn't say we want to be the only one. We want to be the only option. He said, I want everybody to do this. I want the sea to be ubiquitous with personal deep sea equipment. I just want them to follow safety protocols. I want them to have safety requirements. I want them to have inspections and certifications. This guy, on the other hand, is saying, yeah, if you want to go the safe route, it's going to cost you tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to build the sub, to get the dedicated launch vessel, to get all this stuff. But we, on the other hand, we want everybody to have it, so we're going to do it really cheap. That's what he's saying here.
One of the big limiting factors is money.
Money. Yeah, there we go. It took him 3 words after I pushed go to say money. Yeah, we're going to do it cheaply. We're not going to do it like the safe company does.
Has tens of billions of dollars to do this, then we need to bring the cost down by at least one order of magnitude, if not 2. So one way of doing that would be to figure out a way of building cheaper subs, and that wasn't something we were interested in, didn't want to do. So the other way of bringing the cost down is to change the business model. And so the way we innovated the business model was basically to offer these subs on a charter basis. Back in 2009, if you wanted to charter a sub, there was nowhere you could go to charter a sub. Sadly, today, there are only 2 places you can go to charter a sub that I know of. Neither one of those operations has a sub that will go deeper than 1,000 meters.
And for those of you that are not aware, to charter a ship is essentially you rent it. Somebody owns it and you rent it from them. You can have time charter. We can have bareboat charters where you essentially act as the owner of the vessel for a certain period of time. You're responsible for the fuel, the crew, the insurance, all of that stuff. You can do a bareboat charter. You can do a time charter where you just want to rent the ship for a certain amount of time, where the actual owner provides the crew and all this other stuff. You can do voyage charters where you just want to charter it for one voyage. So you don't have the ownership interest, but you have these different levels of renting.
And so our objective, our innovation initially was a business model innovation. We just went out as a charterer and not as a sub builder. Sorry, Commander Whalen, you wanted to ask another question.
At what point? So 2009, 2010. At what point did you change the business model to then go to the charter and then to the actual building of a submersible? Was that while you were still involved with the company?
There's a couple of nuances in your question. So let me see the easiest way to answer that. So while I was still there, we started realizing that we were going to have to build our own sub. That was definitely while I was there, and because we did start coming up with plans for how we would do this, right? That's also when we came up with a plan for. I think that's about the time that we started looking at carbon fiber as a potential alternative for pressure hull. And as Patrick mentioned before on Friday, that's not a novel idea. People have looked at carbon fiber before. In fact, we had both, Stock and I had both been introduced to carbon fiber by Graham Hawks, who had developed at least designs for a full ocean depth sub using carbon fiber. So it wasn't innovative. It was just something that we started looking at while I was still there. So we started exploring the idea of a carbon fiber hull. We started exploring the idea of building our own sub, how we were going to do that. So that's about the time when we kind of came up with essentially a 3-phase growth plan for the company. The first phase was the one we were in then, which was basically kind of the startup mode, get antipodes, get comfortable with antipodes, get comfortable with subs, operate the sub. Phase 2 was going to be get comfortable with building a sub. What does it take to build a sub? And then phase 3 was going to be actually having the deep diving subs that would end up being this fleet of five.
Oh, we have an Aussie Overlord raid. Welcome, Aussie Overlord raiders. Remember, please make sure you hit that like and subscribe button on your way in. We currently have 621 concurrent viewers and 537 likes. Let's get 63 more likes and get us up to 600. There we go. That sounds like a good thing. So he's saying we're looking at ways basically to make this more cost effective. So we started looking into carbon fiber. Well, did they also start to look into making air scrubbers out of Home Depot plastic containers with a computer fan on it? Did they start looking at making ballast tanks out of random airtight Coast Guard bags with shop vac hoses glued to them? Did they start looking at Logitech game controllers? There's some point where you got to go, all right, we need to run this like an actual real operation. We need to make it actually look like a real ship and not some sort of, garage project, which is what it's seeming like more and more at this point.
Subs around the world. At least that was the discussions that we were having at the time while I was still there. So we kind of came up with that plan. The reason I thought your question is a little nuanced is because we did start implementing that plan while I was still there. For that phase 2, where we were going to get practice building a sub, what we decided to do was, look, if we're serious about potentially having an innovative new material being used for the pressure hull, let's at least practice just building a sub with a standard hull. Let's go find a used sub with a standard classed titanium steel hull. And
okay, so they want to practice building a sub. This is why they bought the Cyclops 1, when it was named the Lulu or whatever it was, from Triton, and then they started ripping shit out of it and doing stuff to it, which made it lose its class in a heartbeat. All right, so now, again, the pieces are starting to fit together. They wanted to see what it was like to build their own sub. They wanted to practice on a pressurized hull. So they went and they bought the ship they bought the submersible from Titan. Got it. All right.
Let's go out and design some of the exterior elements and put them on a proven pressure vessel. And let's do that first. And let's test that out while we develop further this idea of a potential carbon fiber hull. And I think the idea at the time was, look, even if it turns out that the carbon fiber hull is not a viable option, at least we'll end up with 2 class titanium steel subs, and that's at least something we could do something with that as a business. So for that phase 2, what we did is we found the Lulu 500, which is I think it's ABS class.
Named it the Lulu 500.
We purchased that one, and we were going to bring it back to the United States, take it to Everett, strip it down to its pressure hull, and then rebuild it. And eventually, that is what happened. That is what ended up becoming Cyclops. So one of the last things that I did while I was still with the company in January 2013 is I'd gone to the Azores. Completed the purchase of the Lulu 500 and put it in containers to ship it back to the U.S. And what I don't remember, I was actually trying to think of it this weekend. I don't remember if by the time I left, the sub had already arrived in Florida. I think it had, and then we put the containers on on a flatbed truck and drove it across to Seattle. I don't remember if.
And I wonder if this guy, just as an angel investor, just as a money investor, had any real understanding of how important classification of vessels is, how important surveying and inspections are, how important this step-by-step protocol for ensuring the seaworthiness of a vessel is. And I know he has a good business mind, but does he appreciate the nuances that were involved in this industry that he got himself into? In the meantime, DeFloofy Cat has given us another super chat. First super chat in a while here on the old channel. Good to dust off the super chat button again, people. DeFloofy Cat with the £2. Cosplaying Deep Sea Explorer sub, bad idea. You are absolutely correct. Could not agree with you more. And let's make sure I didn't miss something here real quick. Nope, I have not missed anything. Cool. All right, let's get back to it.
It had already left before I left, or if it left as I left, or something like that. But it was right about that time, the end of 2012, early 2013.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break for a technical issue.
Oh, technical issues.
Hearing will recess and reconvene at 9:35.
Really? Will it be 5 minutes? Let's see. Oh, exactly 5 minutes. Ooh, sharp.
Yep.
Nope, that is not a banjo. People were speculating that may have been a banjo. That is definitely a guitar. Oh, no, it is a banjo. It is a banjo. Good spot. Good shot there. We've got the 6 keys, but we also have another key right down here just above the black border. Right. I don't know if you can see the tiny little cursor. Like here's the cursor on his shoulder. If you follow it straight over, here is another key for the additional banjo string. Good call, whoever said that was a banjo. Nice.
Sir, I just want to follow up on that in your last statement. So, or last questioning. So you had stated that at this point with the plan that you had realized that the cost of the plan began to be more than what you had anticipated. At this point, did you and Mr. Rush seek any additional funding to help raise capital to meet your plan?
Well, first of all, just for clarification, I don't think I said that the cost was too high, although that was
kinda
certainly
did.
one of the factors. It was just that
You said it would be tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. That very strongly says the cost is too high.
none of the sub builders could meet our business requirements, right? So if you think about our business requirements of being able to carry 5 people, 6,000 meters without a dedicated mothership, deployable anywhere in the world, none of the sub builders could really do that. Never mind the cost. And then if you did factor in the cost, yeah, it was going to be ridiculously expensive.
So at this point,
Yeah, sorry, but to answer your question, I don't remember exactly when we raised the first funding. I know Stockton had committed to put in a certain amount of seed funding in himself. And then as we built it out, I think he and his family put in a little bit more money. And then at some point we started doing what startups typically do. You start from there and then you work out to friends and family. And then eventually you raise money from third-party investors. And honestly, A, Stockton was the one spearheading the fundraising, and B, a lot of that fundraising got done after I left, so I don't really have a lot of insight into that.
with regards to the purchase of the Antipodes and the use of the Antipodes domestically, at this point, did you have somebody on staff who was well-versed in the regulatory oversight of submersibles for domestic operation?
Yes and no. So for almost everything related to Antipodes, the first thing we did is we brought in Pete Hoffman, who's the man who built Antipodes originally. We were the third owners of Antipodes. And so we brought in Pete from Florida. He helped us both with the sub and with the ABS compliance, and then also kind of talked us through a lot of the regulatory issues on it. That was number one. Number two, around that time is when I started getting, as the CEO of the company, I started getting involved with the Marine Technology Society's Manned Underwater Vehicles Committee, which is headed up by, or at the time was headed up by Will Conant. And so I would talk a lot with all of them, Will, Patrick, all those folks, and they helped educate me on a lot of the regulatory compliance issues. And honestly, I think at the time I was probably the one heading up the regulatory compliance. Keeping in mind that at the time, when we talk about regulatory compliance, we were talking about ABS classing the sub and complying with Coast Guard regs whenever we dove Antipodes in U.S. waters. But that was the extent of what I had to deal with while I was there.
Did you understand the limitations of a vessel certificated as a small passenger vessel?
Yes.
And at that time, what did you believe to be the Coast Guard regulations regarding small passenger vessels with submersible operations?
Where do you want to start? You know, there's sub operations, there's the building of the subs and all that stuff. Specifically, what I had to deal with the most is obviously the NAVIC 593, where my recollection now 10 plus years later of what that entailed was basically limiting submersibles to I believe it was three categories. One is recreational use, in which case the only people authorized to go in the sub are the sub owner and any guests, non-paying guests. The second category was passenger vessel. If you're going to charge somebody to go in, you basically had to comply. I think.
What if you could charge someone, but not call them a passenger, but instead call them a mission? Don't do that, dogs. Stop that. None of that on camera. Some things you don't want to see. What if you charged people, but you didn't call them passengers? You called them mission specialists. So you didn't have to have all these safety requirements that you would have to if you had passengers.
You talked through this with Patrick on Friday. You had to comply with the regulations that were established in the 1980s to accommodate Atlantis submarines, which, by the way, currently, as far as I understand, as of last year, are still the only 3 subs operating in U.S. waters. Atlantis tourist subs, one in Hawaii, one in Saipan, and one in Guam. And then the third category was oceanographic research vessel, which was effectively the Coast Guard taking regulations that were originally designed for surface ships and kind of flipping them over and using them for submersibles. And in which case, the only people allowed to be in the subs were 3 categories, were the sub owners, the crew, and researchers.
Oh, there you go. How to say it without saying it. The only people that are allowed to be in these types of submersibles are the owners, the crew, and the mission specialists.
And which of those 3 that you just explained did you feel that the Antipode fell under?
So that, if you think about that, it's dependent on the actual dive, right? It's depending on the dive op. So sometimes you could say that we were operating as a recreational vessel because it was just the owners or guests. Sometimes we were operating as an ORV. We never operated as a passenger vessel, that I know, because there was no way we were going to be able to comply with the regulations for a passenger vessel. And by the way, no deep diving sub can comply with those regulations because they weren't created for that kind of a vessel.
Really? I want to ask Titan
Did you
about.
ever accept payment for a vessel dive or for somebody to come on board the vessel?
I believe we did under the auspices of the ORV. And in order to do that, one of the requirements, obviously the Coast Guard, you already know this, but one of the requirements for complying with the ORV is you have to get approval from sector commanders. So when we operated the sub, I basically helped take the sub to, I guess, on 6 different, let's call them expeditions, in 4 different Coast Guard sectors: Puget Sound, San Francisco, LA, and Miami. And so for all of those, before we went, we had to sit down with the sector command and walk through everything that we were doing, make sure that we had all the documentation in place. And honestly, it was an interesting educational experience for me because I didn't realize, in their greater wisdom, the Coast Guard gives a lot of deference to sector commanders, knowing that each sector is different. And so as we went through this, each sector commander that we spoke with had a different tolerance for how to deal with this strange thing coming into their sector, right? You don't get a lot of subs operating in U.S. waters, especially deep diving subs, even though Antipodes was a shallow deep diving sub, 300 meters. And so some sector commanders were open to it. Some sector commanders just didn't want to have it in their waters because they didn't know what to do with it. Some sectors kind of changed because, as you know, sector commanders rotate every 2 or 3 years. And sometimes we get a good relationship with a good sector commander who understood what we were doing and was willing to work with us. And then we'd make plans to go. And then on the way there, they would rotate out and a new sector commander would come in and they'd change their minds and then we'd have to scrap our plans. So yeah, we worked as closely as we could with each of the Coast Guard sectors on this.
Recorder, I'm going to ask you to please bring up Exhibit 92. Mr. Sohnlein, it should come up on your desktop, which was a July 5th, 2012 article from Miami Today. And once you see it, sir, just please let me know.
Yeah, I can see it.
And do you recognize this article, sir?
I have no idea. There's been, over the years, there's been a million articles written about a lot of stuff.
A million, really? Or are you
Is
just
there
exaggerating?
a specific part you want me to look at?
Yes, sir. It'll be the bottom paragraph as on the bottom of the screen there. And it states, just scroll down a little bit more. Here we go. It says, our expeditions, what we do is not tourism operation. He said, our expeditions are working in the field. Everyone has to participate. We allow citizen scientists to pay, but we hire them as part of the crew.
Excuse me.
Yes, OceanGate.
Do we know who is making this statement?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
We do, sir. It was you.
Okay, that's what I thought. Go ahead.
Can you scroll down to the top of the next page? And it states, his clientele come from all walks of life. They do have some financial resources. This is not cheap. He said costs can range from $7,500 to $40,000 per person, depending on the length and complexity of this mission.
Yeah.
And that was regarding your plan for the operations to begin in Miami in 2012.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right.
Do you remember this part of your business model?
Yes, it was basically trying to figure out what could be done under the ORV model in a way that that could generate a business model, right? Because if you think about it, under the ORV model, the only people that you could charge is researchers, and researchers generally don't have funds to fund this kind of work. And we were trying to find ways to get these researchers to the ocean where they wanted to be to go collect their data. And so we looked at a model that's been kind of perfected by an organization called Earthwatch, where they have people come out to, I think it's archaeological digs. And people pay money to go dig in the dirt and be part of these archaeological digs. And the reason they do that is to support the researchers' work. And so we were trying to figure out how we could get funding to fund the researchers who did not have the ability to pay for these kinds of expeditions. By the way, that's also one of the what we ended up doing, even while I was there, with OceanGate Foundation, right? We were trying to figure out how to get scientists to go in these subs, and we thought that the number one cost driver for them was the chartering of the sub, and it turns out the greater cost for them was the cost of the data analysis afterwards. And so we created OceanGate Foundation as a way of paying for that part of their research so that they could do the work that they needed to do underwater.
Okay, random ADHD thing here for us. We were talking about the banjo versus guitar argument. Let's embiggen this as much as we can here. As I was saying, like, if you look at we have a pick holder here. We have three tuning heads on each side, which is fairly indicative of a guitar. But if you go down about halfway right here, let's see if you can see the cursor. The cursor is, okay, this is my cursor moving around on his shoulder. Go right to the bottom and go straight over. You have another tuning key right here. That is the 7th tuning key for the 7-string banjo. They're not that common, but they actually were pretty common in the 1880s and thereafter. But they have the standard 7 strings, like this appears to be, and also the 7-string banjitars, which has 4 tuning heads on one. Anyway, we don't care. Let's go. Sorry, I got all ADHD'd there.
Did you ever discuss this approach as originally discussed, as we stated in the article, with the Coast Guard Inspections Division, and what was their interpretation of what your business model was?
I don't remember which division we talked to where, and I don't remember what their take was on any of this stuff. But what I do know is we did not move the sub from Seattle to Miami until we knew that the Coast Guard sector was going to be okay with what we were doing there, because we were evaluating a lot of other places to take the sub. We looked at San Diego, we looked at St. Petersburg, we looked at Miami. We looked at a lot of different places to take the sub. Basically, we wanted to get it out of the Pacific Northwest and get it further south to get more viable diving days, so that we get more experience with the sub. And so I talked to all of those sectors, explaining our business, explaining what we were doing. Honestly, for every sector, everywhere I went, I had to educate them on what an ORV was, and I had to explain to them what NAVIC 593 was. And they were constantly calling back to headquarters, because I think Commander Whalen, I think you and I talked about, I think you had an expert at headquarters on this, and I think he recently retired in the last year. They were on the phone with him all the time, trying to get guidance on what to do with this strange thing that was coming into their sector. So I don't remember specifically who I talked with at the Coast Guard sector in Miami. I don't know specifically what they said. I'm sure there's got to be documentation somewhere. But I do know that there's no way we would have moved the sub to Miami if we didn't have a comfort level. The Coast Guard was going to be comfortable with what we were doing.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 002 and turn to page 11, which is the Antipodes Coast Guard Missile Activity Summary. And missile is an acronym which means Marine Information for Safety and Law Enforcement. And zoom in at the top there. Scroll down. Okay, thank you. So, sir, it says the operator had requested permission to have operators pay for a course in operation of the sub to qualify as a sub pilot. We informed the operator that this would be considered passenger for hire consideration.
Ooh, passenger
was
for
denied.
hire consideration.
From there,
Yeah, and that's dated August 2012, right?
that is correct, sir. And then at that point,
Yeah, in short.
Let's look at this real closely again. We informed the operator this would be considered passengers for hire. To verify the vessel operation would be exclusive oceanographic research operator. Operator requested permission to have operators pay for a course in operation of the sub to qualify as a sub pilot. Operator had requested permission to have operators pay for a course in operation of the sub to qualify as a sub pilot. We informed operator this would be considered passengers for hire, as consideration was flowing to the owner operator. Consideration being payment was flowing to the owner operator. The person on board receiving the instruction would be paying to be on board and would not be paid crew. That's what we've said from day frickin' one here. You pay your mission specialists. Mission specialists don't pay you. So they denied the owner's request. Yep.
point, you then contacted Sector San Francisco.
Well, I don't know if I did, because I left a few months after that. And by then we had already made the decision to stop operating Antipodes, and we were going to focus on building what ended up being Cyclops back in Everett. And we basically closed up shop in Miami, put Antipodes on a flatbed truck and drove it back to Everett. And all of that happened after I left. So I'm not familiar with this stuff. And by the way, August 2012 is also right about when I turned the company over to Stockton, the CEO, and he was still based in Everett. And we started the process of shutting down Miami.
Thank you, sir. Recorder, can you please turn to page 17? I'm going to have to find the correct page, in which was a letter to Lieutenant Commander in the United States Coast Guard, dated September 17, 2012. That's correct. And in this letter, do you recognize this letter, sir? Which was operations plan for Monterey 2012 expedition.
2012. Yeah, that does Look for me. Wait, was this my letter? Did I sign this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because it looks like my formatting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
In the second paragraph states, even though we generally operate our submarine under an oceanographic research vessel letter of designation issued by Sector Miami, during this expedition, we will not be getting paid cash or other consideration by anyone getting in the sub. Instead, we'll be supporting two 501c3 nonprofit organizations, the Blue Ocean Film Festival during its biannual awareness building event, and the OceanGate Foundation during its annual education and outreach program to the Monterey community.
All right. See, I want to say this is a red flag right here, where they've been rejected from one way, and now they're looking for. They're trying to find loopholes. They're not trying to find ways to comply. They're trying to find ways around regulations. This is a huge red flag for me. Not like, how do we do this properly? It's like, how can we get around doing it properly? This is astounding to me. This letter is deeply disturbing to me personally.
Yes.
As a maritime lawyer, this is deeply disturbing.
So was this the new business model for OceanGate with regards to accepting consideration for these operations to utilize the
'cause that's
OceanGate
not-
Foundation?
Oh, no, because that's not a business model. That doesn't get any money into OceanGate Inc. This is a way of this was essentially what it says there, kind of raising awareness. This was kind of part of our marketing budget. No, because that's not a business model. You can't make money doing that.
And what was the relationship between OceanGate Foundation and OceanGate Inc.?
Well, as I said before, what primarily, at least at the time, what we were using it for was to pay for research grants for researchers to conduct their research.
Damn it,
and
I'll be back.
do kind of what it said there, kind of awareness building. What we would do, if, like in Monterey, what we did is we took the sub there, and then we would put it on display, and the OceanGate Foundation would go out into the schools and bring kids out to look at the sub, or we would take our pilots into the schools to talk to the kids about careers in oceanographic research and in ocean engineering. It was very it was very what do you call it, bifurcated, right? The OceanGate Foundation dealt with education and science, and we dealt with operating the sub.
And so where did funding come from to operate the sub?
At that point, investors. Because at that point, I think we already started raising money for building Cyclops, and we knew there's no money in building a product, right? We were going to need funding for that. So if I remember correctly, I think we started raising some money right about then. And by the way, all of this is obviously in U.S. waters, right? And trying to comply with the Coast Guard's regulations. And as you are accurately pointing out, it is very difficult to operate in U.S. waters as a deep diving submersible under the ORV model. And that's why they're.
So were you actually trying to comply with the Coast Guard requirements, or were you trying to find loopholes and ways around it? It's kind of sounding like the latter to me.
There aren't that many subs operating in U.S. waters. And I don't know how that is currently relative to other jurisdictions, but the Coast Guard is very, very clear and stringent about deep sub operations in U.S. waters.
So if OceanGate Inc. was responsible for the submersibles themselves, and OceanGate Foundation was responsible, as you said, for supporting researchers and basically research, how were the operations paid for, such as utilizing or paying for the support vessels and the vessels to tow the submersible out?
Well, as far as I remember, it was out of our Ocean Inc.'s operating budget, and that was from investors, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but again, this wasn't our business model, right? Remember that we were in the process of at the beginning of a 3-stage approach to get to a point where we could have a fleet of charterable subs. And it turns out, as we were doing our training wheels with Antipodes, we realized that fleet of deep diving submersibles that we wanted to have in our long-term vision, unfortunately, one of them was not going to be in U.S. waters because it was going to be too difficult to operate.
Were you still with the company when the board of directors began to form?
I think while I was there, we did have a board of directors. I think there were 4 or 5 of us, me, Stockton, and maybe 2 or 3 others. And I don't think we did much at the time other than have some regular meetings. But yes, we did have a board of directors while I was there.
Did each of the members, other than yourself and Mr. Rush, have a specific role or responsibility within the board?
Yeah, that I don't remember. Stockton was chairman of the board, and he ran the board. I was busy running the company, and so I honestly didn't pay much attention to the board dynamics. My job was, whenever we had a board meeting, was to present an update on company operations to the board.
Was anyone on the board at the time responsible for regulations or compliance?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, honestly, now I'm trying to remember.
We had lawyers to try to get around it.
But I don't think, I know at some point we brought Admiral Lockwood on board, former Coast Guard Admiral, but I think that was after I left. And he certainly wouldn't have been responsible, quote unquote, for it. Yeah, so no, I don't think so.
When did you depart, or when did you leave the company, and what factors influenced your decision to depart?
Yeah, so I ended up leaving permanently end of January 2013.
Wow,
like I said, in
long
August,
time.
Stockton and I made a decision to transfer the CEO title from me to him, and he really wanted me to stay with the company. So we kind of decided to give me the COO title. I didn't think it would make sense for me to stay. So it was really ultimately my decision to leave. It was in large part what drove the change in CEO title from me to Stockton, was that we were transitioning from that first phase to that second phase. And so we were transitioning from an operations phase to an engineering phase. And that was really his strength, not mine. And it made sense for him to take the reins of the company. Also, because we were entering into an engineering phase, to go to your earlier question, we were going to have to raise more money. And anyone who's raised money into an early stage company knows that at that stage, investors are not so much betting on the business model or on the technology, they're betting on the CEO. And since the investors were probably going to be friends of Stockton or somebody who knew Stockton, it just made sense from a business strategy perspective for him to be CEO. So we made that decision, and that was a fairly easy decision. The tougher decision was whether or not I should stay. And he wanted me to stay. He wanted me to be COO, Chief Operating Officer, and keep running the company. But it didn't make sense for a number of different reasons, right? One is we weren't really going to be operating. We were going to be building. And there wasn't going to be much for me to do in terms of operations, number one. Number two, every time you take a founder CEO and bring in a new CEO and keep that other former CEO in the company, it's confusing to the team. It's almost like, you run the risk of, the new CEO telling the team to do something and they don't agree with it. So they go running to the other former CEO, and now you've got internal conflict already. It's kind of like,
no, you don't. The former CEO says, I ain't the CEO no more. Do what you're told by the now CEO. You don't, the old CEO doesn't go, well, I'll countermand. He's not the CEO anymore. Yeah, that's a bullshit answer.
children playing their two parents against each other.
No,
So
the former CEO is no longer a parent. He's no longer the CEO.
General, I don't think it's good practice to keep the former co-founder CEO in the company. And also from a practical standpoint, I was getting paid $120,000 a year at the time, and it just didn't make sense financially to keep paying me that kind of salary when I wasn't really going to be doing much other than overseeing business operations. It would have been much better for the company to take that money and hire maybe a couple of $60,000 a year engineers, or use the money to hire a senior engineer. I don't know. But as a shareholder in the company, it just didn't make financial sense for me to stay. And I have to say this, even though it was my decision, it was one of the hardest decisions I had to make to leave this company, because while I was there, I told many of my friends,
it's way low.
This was going to be the last job I ever had. I could envision myself being with OceanGate until I retired for 30, 40, 50 years. And so leaving OceanGate was tough. It was tough for me psychologically. It was tough emotionally. It's almost like anyone who started a company, you kind of treat your startup like one of your children. Right? And at some point, for the good of the company, you have to leave and you have to let it go and let it grow. And honestly, looking back, if I had stayed, I think I would have just held the company back. It would not have accomplished everything that it accomplished with me still there. So in retrospect, I was glad I left for the good of the company. But yeah, it was a difficult decision.
You had mentioned the word team and the effect that position changes would have on them. How many employees were there at OceanGate at the time?
Ooh, now you're asking me to reach way back. I want to say anywhere from 10 to 12. I don't know, somewhere in that range.
And that was in, just so for the date, we're clear, that was in 2013 that you departed the company?
Yeah, so as we made these decisions to transition from operations to engineering, I think almost everybody, maybe there were a couple people back in Everett, the rest were in Miami. And yeah, we were going to have to relocate some of them back to Everett, or we were going to have to let them go in Miami and hire new people back in Everett for different roles.
So you did move operations to Miami at some point?
Yes, in early 2012. So I think we lasted there not more than a year.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you retain any financial interest in the company following your departure?
Yes, I think from the beginning to this day, I think I still have my same 500,000 common shares in the company. I stopped keeping
Well,
track
they're
of it
pretty much worth
because
it
we raised so
now.
much money with preferred shareholders with liquidity preferences above me that I just basically resigned myself to the fact that I'm probably never going to see anything out of that.
No, you're not seeing anything out of those 500,000 common shares now. Yeah. What is the? I'm gonna have to check on that.
But yes, I think to this day I still have my shares in the company.
Ocean
That's all the questions I have for you, sir.
Share price.
Sir, Mr. Fawcett now has some questions for you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. In your location, thank you for being here. My name is Keith Fawcett. So were you actually a member of the Marine Technology Society?
Well, more than
the official status of OceanGate is out of business. Oof. Yeah. Oof. Yep. Sorry, your money's gone, pal.
that, I was a member of the MTS. I was a member of the Manned Underwater Vehicles Committee, which was chaired by Will Conan. And for I think a year or two, I was chair of the MTS Ocean Exploration Committee.
So my questions relate to the same time frame as Commander Whalen's, up until including the accident day, June 18, 2023. So were you aware that during 2018, a group of volunteers at the Marine Technology Society had drafted a letter of concern about OceanGate operations in draft form?
I learned about that afterwards. In fact, I don't even know how I learned about that. Obviously, by then, I not only left the company, I was no longer a member of MTS, and I was not an active participant in the committees. But yeah, honestly, I don't even remember how I learned about that.
As a former member, do you recall seeing that draft letter?
No, in fact, to this day, I've never read it.
I believe there was testimony that he was not a member of that committee at the time, or that organization at the time it was drafted. So
Okay, I understand. So I guess let me rephrase the question. Even though you were not a member of the MTS, did you ever see a draft of the letter of concern ahead of the accident, sir?
No. And to this day, I've never read it. I've never seen it.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So the board of directors at OceanGate, what was the purpose of the board?
What was the purpose of any board, or that board in particular?
No, that board, sir.
That's a good question, because board of directors evolve over time as the organization evolves. I think in the early days of any startup, and including OceanGate, the board of directors is really there kind of to provide kind of regulatory mandated corporate oversight. And I think early on in a small board, in a startup board, it's usually a small board, and you usually have the co-founders and maybe one or two people as, tiebreakers in any sort of strategic vote. So I think at the time, the board, just like with any other startup, the board in early stages doesn't have a lot of responsibilities. It's there to kind of prepare the company for a future growth phase, and to be kind of a sounding board for the management team, specifically the CEO.
Did OceanGate Foundation have a board of directors?
I believe that what we called it was a board of trustees, I think. But yes, it did. And in fact, for when we founded it, I was one of the trustees. And then we quickly realized that was our first, any of us, that was our first dealing with 501c3s. And we realized that the IRS was going to have a problem with too much overlap between the for-profit company and the foundation. So I stepped down from the board, and I basically ceased all my activities with the foundation and just focused exclusively on OceanGate Inc.
So do you recall if the bylaws of OceanGate and the board of directors required minutes of those board meetings to be created?
Ooh, no, I do not remember that.
And then you mentioned retired Coast Guard Admiral John Lockwood. When did you become, not specific dates, but when did you become aware of that individual, retired Coast Guard Admiral Lockwood?
I don't remember. In fact, I'm trying to remember if I've even met him in person. And I don't remember how Stockton met him either. But I know Stockton spoke very highly of him and really wanted him involved in the company. But honestly, I don't remember if that was while I was still there or not.
Do you know what expertise he was expected to bring to the OceanGate board of directors?
No, but I imagine it had to do with the fact that he was a retired Coast Guard admiral, right? And as Commander Whalen asked earlier, maybe help us figure out how to navigate through some of the Coast Guard regulations so that we could operate in U.S. waters.
So at any time, did OceanGate or anyone working as a contractor for OceanGate, were they employed to deal with the question of passengers? In other words, it's a very complex term. We talk about mission specialists, compensation, and so forth. So did OceanGate, to your knowledge, employ somebody to help you, for example, with the specific definition of mission specialist?
Objection.
Understand,
I don't know if Mr. Sohnlein understood the question, but I did not.
Understand, and I don't think we've discussed mission specialist yet.
Objection. I didn't understand the question.
Okay.
With this witness.
Do you understand what a mission specialist is with regards to OceanGate?
Yeah, but I was going to ask you for clarification on what you mean by helping me deal with it. Like, do you mean like somebody who understood the regulations and was going to help us with regulatory compliance? Is that what you mean?
Yes, correct. In other words, the people that pay with OceanGate to go on the submersible are called mission specialists. So
Is that a question for Mr. Sohnlein?
Yeah, I don't really understand the question, sir. Can you rephrase, Mr. Fawcett?
yes, did someone help or contract to help create the definition of mission specialist related to OceanGate operations?
From a marketing perspective or from a regulatory perspective? From a marketing perspective, yes, because we had marketing people on board. From a regulatory perspective, no, I don't think so. I don't remember hiring anybody to specifically deal with that.
And were the submersibles operated while you were there at OceanGate, were they insured for their operations?
So I know you said submersibles plural, but while I was there, we just had the one. We just had Antipodes. And I do not remember if they were insured or not. I don't remember.
Yikes. Yikes. You're the CEO and you don't remember
the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sir, at this time, I'd like to transfer the questioning over to the National Transportation Safety Board. Mr. Buse.
Good afternoon, sir. You said you get to visit several different sector commands around the country, and they had different requirements, obviously. Did any of them ask for emergency response plans that would help out in a search and rescue case?
Every one of them. I think it was part of operating as an ORV.
That's an ORV, okay. How about, did any of them ask for some sort of state registration? I noticed that I believe both Antipodes and Cyclops are registered in Washington. Was that original, or did one of the sector commanders ask for that?
Yeah, I don't remember anybody asking for that, but we did register Antipodes. That was one of the first things. That was one of my first exposures to regulatory compliance with a submersible. I had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles in Washington and fill out a form, and I had to check a box for what I was trying to register, and there was no box. Surprise, surprise, there was no box for submersible. I had to go ask one of the clerks what box I should check, and I described it. She said, "Well, why don't you check the box for what was it? Submerged platform or something like that." And so that's what I had to do to get the registration number for Antipodes. And so, yeah, I don't think anybody asked us for it, but we had it, and so we just provided it wherever we went.
Both Cyclops and Antipodes were classed before you purchased them. Did they have any sort of flag registration where they were operating before?
Okay, just point of clarification. We did not buy Cyclops. We built Cyclops. What we bought was the Lula 500 from the Azores. And as far as flagging them, their prior, I don't remember. Like I said, we were the third owners of Antipodes. The second owners were a tourism operation out of New Zealand. And I don't remember if it was flagged in New Zealand. As Tim Catterson testified last week, he was the chief pilot for the for the second owner. Maybe he remembers. I don't know. And for the Lula 500, the people that we bought it from, the organization that we bought it from, is now operating the Lula 1000, and they may know if they were flagged in the Azores, but I don't remember.
Did Lula 500 come with its own Lars platform, or is that something you built in the transition to Cyclops?
No, actually, if we go back to Commander Whalen's questioning about the business model and why we didn't want a dedicated mothership, this was something that we started developing even with Antipodes, even while we had Antipodes, because we knew that having at the time we called it an LRT, a launch retrieval and transport system, that was going to be key to bringing down the cost of operations and thereby kind of opening up access to the oceans by using smaller ships. And we didn't come up with that idea on our own. That was something that the University of Hawaii had pioneered for years when they were diving their Pisces 4 and 5 subs. Their LRT allowed them to not have to have a ship with a crane, and they would tow the subs out to dive sites and then submerge them with the LRT. They were very helpful with us. They shared with us a lot of their designs and their plans for their LRT, and we took that and started modifying it for our uses. Yeah, so we started doing that even while I was there. Started doing some rudimentary tests with it back then. So no, neither the Lula 500 nor Antipodes came with an LRT, but we did build the system.
Was there any discussion with the Coast Guard on updating the NAVIC to maybe help you meet your business goals? I mean, at this point, it's like 20 years old in the time frame we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, we had discussions with Coast Guard on updating that back then, and you can ask Will Conan when he testified.
Janice.
We just had discussions with him as recently as last fall, and Will had an amazing interaction with him, which I thought was very fascinating. But look, at the end of the day, there's kind of a chicken and egg kind of thing, right? No sub is going to come operate in U.S. waters because the NAVIC doesn't really allow for flexibility to do that in a way that makes sense, business sense for the sub operator. And on the other hand, the Coast Guard has no incentive to change or update NAVIC 593 until there is a sub operating in U.S. waters. So it's a chicken and egg thing. And Will can testify to the interaction he had with the Coast Guard representative at the conference last year. But at one point, the Coast Guard representative gave a great answer. Will said, look, if you don't change the NAVIC 593, we're never going to have deep diving subs operating in U.S. waters. And his response was, I understand that, but that's not my mandate. My mandate is not economic development. My mandate is public safety. And it would be a waste of taxpayer money to develop new regulations when there's no one to use them. And so it's kind of a chicken and egg thing, and I don't envision that changing anytime in the near future, because honestly, as an American taxpayer, I agree with the Coast Guard, right? Until there's a need for it, it's a waste of taxpayer money to update that NAVIC 593. And that is how the NAVIC was updated 40 years ago. There was a company that wanted to bring subs into U.S. waters, and so there was a justification for it back then.
Are there other national regulatory schemes around the world that we could possibly emulate or get ideas from? I know the UK has some, France, we heard last week that the Cayman Islands have some. Are there any ideas there that we can turn to?
I don't know, because the entire time I was at OceanGate, we only operated in U.S. waters, and that was the only thing I was familiar with. But Will Conan is probably the best person to ask about that.
What do you think is the best platform to regulate this industry? Would it be the IMO or individual flag states, or should we just rely on class, or just go with industry standards?
That's always a difficult question to ask an operator, because that's not my wheelhouse, right? That's not what I would do. What I will say is this is not an industry, right? We talk about industry standards. This is not an industry. It's at most, again, you can ask Will Conan, he'll have the numbers, but it's at most 100 subs in the world operating. And if you're talking about deep diving subs, there's probably less than 10. I can only think.
You just said you wanted to be an industry.
It's not really an industry, and so coming up with
You wanted to
standards is
see
difficult to
anyway.
do, you know, in an emerging kind of field like this. So I don't know what the right way is to regulate this kind of activity. And I probably wouldn't look at the submersible world. I'd look to other fields to see what they did in their regulatory scheme. Like, for example, right now there's a big push worldwide with eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft or air taxis. Maybe that's somewhere to look. You know, I don't know, but that's certainly not my expertise.
Okay, thank you for that. Antipodes was built in the UK. Do I have that right?
Ooh, now you're digging way back. So
it was not built in
initially,
the US. It's not American built though. Is that correct?
I do not. So the original sub was a Perry class diver lockout system, a Perry 1201, and I think Perry was a UK company. So yes, originally it was built in the UK.
So even if we were to update the regulations or the NAVIC to allow you to carry passengers to depths, those both Cyclops and Antipodes, the law would prevent you from carrying passengers in U.S. waters anyway. Do I understand that right?
I'd have to dig into that more. I don't know. Because, for example, like I said, Antipodes, the Perry 1201 was built in the UK, but Antipodes was basically the front third of the PC 1201. It was the pilot section of the 1201, and that work was done in Florida. So I don't know if carving up an existing large sub and turning it into a smaller sub qualifies as being built in the U.S. for legal and regulatory.
This is all related to the Jones Act, which is
I have to look
a horrific
with
legislation that
Cyclops.
messed
I
up
don't remember
maritime
where the Lula 500 was built.
states for
Patrick Lahey would probably know, because I think he
very
was
long
with it. But the fact that stripping it down to its pressure hull and reassembling it as something new called Cyclops, and that was done in the U.S., I don't know if that would qualify under the Jones Act for this kind of thing.
Okay, and lastly, did Mr. Hawks, or what lessons did Mr. Hawks share about building carbon fiber hulls, or any lessons learned from the one that he had built, was later called the Deep Flight Challenger, I believe?
Yes, correct. I don't remember, because a lot of that were lessons learned from an engineering perspective. So those were conversations that he would have with Stockton, since they're both aerospace engineers and they were both looking at that. The thing I do remember is him saying that carbon fiber is doable, it's viable for certain uses underwater. I don't know if he meant for full ocean depth. I don't know if he meant for 4,000 meters. I don't know if he meant for 30 meters. But I think right now he's probably the world's leading expert on using carbon fiber for pressure vessels for deep submersibles.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
All right.
Sir, this is Jason Neubauer. I just have a couple follow-up questions from the initial lines. Sir, after you departed OceanGate, did anyone from the MTS ever reach out to you with safety concerns regarding
I got about
OceanGate's
20
Titan
minutes
expeditions to the Titanic wreckage?
I don't think so. I think I would have remembered if they did. No.
Sir, during the Antipodes operations, were the guests who were donating or paying for the excursions limited to scientists?
No. I think that's about when we started, like I said earlier, I think that's when we started experimenting with this concept of a mission specialist, borrowing from the Earthwatch model. And so what we would do is we would have people who would kind of be trained on fulfilling different functions within the dive, whether it was assisting the pilot or assisting the researcher or assisting the data collection.
And sir, when you met with the various Coast Guard sector commanders, would you make the argument that those mission specialists were part of the crew of the oceanographic research vessel?
Good question.
So honestly,
yes.
Because this was so critical and so important, and yet so vague, at least every conversation I had with the Coast Guard, I was open with them, and I just told them, look, here's because again, most of the sector commanders had never even seen a NAVIC 593 or didn't know what an ORV was when it came to subs. And I had to explain to them what we were trying to do. And I would explain to them, look, this is what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to create a financial model that allows us to find a way of funding oceanographic research in a way that currently can't be done because researchers don't have the funds to do this. And we're trying to do this in US waters. We're trying to comply with the ORV regulations. And this is what we've come up with. And we realize this is kind of shoehorning it in, but this is how we're kind of, trying to meet the requirements of both our business and the Coast Guard. And I was just, personally, I was in conversations, I was upfront with the Coast Guard and tried getting them to help me figure out how to make this all work. And like I said, some of the sector commands were open to that, and some of them said, no, it's clearly your passenger vessel, and I'm not going to let you operate in our sector.
And sir, along those, to follow up on that, do you remember the actual areas that the Antipodes ended up operating in?
Yeah, so obviously in Puget Sound, so we operated there. We operated in, while I was there, we operated in Monterey, California, and that fell under the San Francisco sector. We operated in Catalina Island, which fell under the LA Long Beach sector. And then we operated off the coast of Miami, which obviously fell under the Miami sector. And by the way, one of the reasons, the letter that Commander Whalen put up earlier from August 2012 from the Coast Guard, the reason it was dated then, even though we had moved there in January, is because when we first got there, we were doing training dives, right? We had never operated on the Atlantic Ocean. We'd never operated on the East Coast. And so a lot of what we were doing was training dives. And when I got there, I had to hire a bunch of new people. And so we spent a long time, like months, just learning how to dive the sub, safely, and how to do it basically within 5 miles of Miami. So it really, initially, we didn't really need that kind of approval because it was basically training dives. But when we got to the point where we felt comfortable diving in Miami and we were going to try kind of pushing this mission specialist business model, that's when we asked for approval from Coast Guard. But we had already, like I said before, we had already had these discussions with the Coast Guard before we made the decision to move to Miami.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify then, can you clarify which areas you dove with mission specialists out of the areas you just provided before?
You mean paying mission specialists, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Not the mission specialists that got paid, because there were none of them.
I don't remember, because we did not do it in Miami. And by the way, one of the reasons, just a quick finishing up that thought on the letter from the Coast Guard in Miami, now that I'm kind of thinking through this, I remember being disappointed that we got rejected because we had done so much prep work before we moved to Miami. And I remember one of the things that happened is that was one of the sectors that I believe had a change in sector commander from the time we made the decision until we went. And the new sector commander just didn't like the idea of having subs in his sector, which made sense because at the time, both the Coast Guard and the Border Patrol were dealing with drug cartels from South America using submersibles to smuggle drugs into U.S. water, specifically in South Florida. So I could totally understand, why they weren't comfortable with that. So we didn't do it there. We didn't do it in Catalina. We didn't do it in Puget Sound. Did we do it the first time? We had two expeditions to Monterey, as you pointed out earlier. The second one was for market awareness. Maybe we did it on the first one. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember if anyone actually ever paid, now that I think about it. But obviously, I'd have to go back and look at the financial records and see what actually happened back then.
Thank you, sir. And just one last follow-up on that. Was it your perception that even after the Coast Guard local sector commanders would consult with headquarters, that the decisions were inconsistent, in your opinion?
Within the sectors that were comfortable with us operating, no, I think they were consistent. And within the sectors that didn't want us operating, I think they were consistent. I think what was inconsistent was whether or not they were comfortable with us diving there or operating there or not. But again, I could understand it because the sector commanders had a certain amount of discretion. And I could understand why Miami and LA may think differently than Seattle or San Francisco or Baltimore. So yeah, it was, I think they were consistent within the two categories of denial or acceptance. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah.
It does. And sir, I have one other question. Were you aware that if under domestic certification, like the Atlanta submarines, that the depth of the dives would be greatly limited?
Yeah, actually, someone mentioned earlier that, even if the regulations allowed us to take paying passengers, would that have made a difference? The limitation for us wasn't necessarily the getting paid part, although that was a part of it. The limitation with the NAVIC 593 is on the operations. And I mean, the requirements are ridiculous because they were written for Atlanta subs, right? So for example, one of the requirements, I don't know if it's still the same, but what I remember from back then, one of the requirements is that the sub pilot had to have a Coast Guard 100-ton captain's license, which of course made sense if you're operating an Atlanta submarine that's carrying 70 people. But when you're piloting Antipodes, which is like 15 feet long and carries 5 people, it just doesn't make sense to require the sub pilot to have a 100-ton license. Likewise, the passenger vessel, at least back then, if I remember correctly, I don't know what it is now, the passenger vessel had to follow a pre-approved route every single time. You know, for us, we called it, you know, the tour bus, right? It's basically you're kind of doing laps around the lagoon, which makes sense. It's perfectly great for a tourism business. But when you're carrying out deep ocean exploration and research, you have no idea where you're going. You know generally where you're going, but you don't know what path you're going to take or what route you're going to take. And we certainly weren't going to follow it every single time, right? Researchers needed to move around, explorers needed to move around, filmmakers needed to move around. And so it was a lot of the operational restrictions that hurt us more than anything else.
Understand. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to Ocean Gate Council for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Does the board have any final questions for this witness? Mr. Fawcett?
To your knowledge, sir, were mission specialists ever paid?
There's a lot more questions. 15 minutes more questions.
I don't know. So, so it's interesting because as we're talking, it's kind of jarring my memory and jogging some thoughts. You know, as we went through a lot of this interaction with the Coast Guard and the sector commanders that were, or their staffs that were trying to help us figure out how to get this done in a way that made sense for us and also complied with regulations. One of the thoughts that we had at one point was, well, under an ORV, one of the categories that's allowed to be in the sub are owners of the subs. So we actually thought about, at one point, I don't think we ended up doing this, but we actually toyed with the idea of giving every mission specialist a share of ownership in the company, right? Because, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but at least it would help them qualify as legitimate owners of the sub.
Giving them one share makes them a legitimate owner of the sub. See, this is what we were just talking about before. They're not trying to find ways of making this safe. They're trying to find loopholes. They're trying to find ways around this. I know. Only, you know, like one of the 3 types of people that can be on this are owners. So let's give everyone one share in the company and they can be considered owners. If only the company had a culture of trying to comply with laws, trying to make things safer, trying to do the proper thing, we wouldn't be here having these hearings today. But instead, they're all, okay, well, we can make the mission specialists. Oh, we can give them one share of the company. That makes them legitimate owners. If I owned one share of a company, unless there was only one share of the company, like if I owned one share of McDonald's, I wouldn't consider myself a legitimate owner of McDonald's.
We ended up not doing that because it was just going to be horrendously, logistically, a nightmare.
Stupid.
So one of the categories of people that could be in the sub were crew. And so we actually thought about, well, what if we pay crew members and mission specialists, and maybe we pay them $1? You know, it's consideration.
Oh God!
And again, it sounds ridiculous, but
it is. It sounds ridiculous because it fucking is.
Sectors thought, you know, I don't know, maybe that would qualify. I don't know. I don't think we ended up doing that though. Again, I'd have to check. I don't think we ended up paying anybody. What we ended up defaulting to was the last category, which was researchers, and researchers within the ORV, if I remember correctly, was defined broadly enough that it could include people who were in training and people who were learning or people who were assisting a researcher. And ultimately, I think that's what we ended up defaulting to. And that's the part of the ORV that we ended up going through.
So were you offered an opportunity to take a dive on the Titan?
Many times.
Oh,
And did you take a dive on the Titan?
No, but
no. Why?
Two thoughts on that. One is every year that Titan went to the Titanic, Stockton would always call me before we went to see if I wanted to go. He wanted me there. Even if I was just on surface ops, I didn't have to go on a dive. I didn't, as a shareholder, I didn't want to take up room in the sub. I wanted to make that available for the people that the dive was intended
But
for.
shareholders are owners.
And I never went on any of the expeditions. But the reason I didn't go is because neither Stockton nor I were ever driven by tourism. We were never motivated by going somewhere that people had already been before. Well, the reason we got into this was because we both wanted to explore. We wanted to not only explore ourselves, but create the technologies that would allow other explorers to explore the ocean.
That's why you went to the Andrea Doria and the Titanic, two of the most famous wrecks on Earth.
And that a bunch of people had already gone to. That didn't excite me. It didn't excite Stockton. So I never really had a desire to go on any of the expeditions. And I wanted to make room on the sub for people like Renata, who you know, that was their life dream to go to the Titanic. Well, great, let her go. I don't have to go. Now that's for the Titanic expeditions. Now for Diving Titan in particular, I will tell you this: before the first crewed.
See, now when we are throwing stones at this guy, or when we're wondering about the liability and whatnot, we have to remember this guy left in 2013. He left 10 years before the accident. So he is actually quite removed from the actual events surrounding the accident.
Test dive of Titan. The first time that anybody was in the sub when Titan went down to 4,000 meters. As you already know, that dive was done by Stockton by himself. And he and I talked a month or two before he went down there. And he was telling me that it was finally time to actually take Titan on a test dive. And I believe that was Titan 1, the first hole. And he said, basically he was telling me it's time to put a human in there and we're going to do the test dive. And I said, well, who's going to, I'm assuming you're going to pilot it. And he says, yeah, I'm piloting. I said, great, who else is going with you? And he said, nobody. I said, what do you mean nobody? He goes, I don't want anybody else in the sub. If anything happens, I want it to only impact me. It's my design. I believe in it, I trust it, but I don't want to risk anybody else. And I'm going to go by myself. Now,
then did you really believe
I've been
in
on long dives
you
before,
really trust it?
And I know making a long dive by yourself, especially a test dive, is not a fun activity. And so my response to him at the time, I kind of felt like I was reliving the graduation scene from the original Top Gun. I felt like the character Viper. You know, I kind of told him the same thing Viper told Maverick. I said, look, you're going to go by yourself, but if you get down there and you feel that you need a co-pilot, give me a call and I'll dive with you.
You can be my wingman
Yes,
any
I appreciate
day.
it, but I think I'm going to have to do this one by myself.
So you mentioned long dives. Are you referring to dives in submersibles to the deep ocean depths of approximately 3,000 meters?
No. You mean from my personal experience?
Yes, sir.
No. I think the deepest I ever dove was with Antipodes, 300 meters. But one thing that we did as a test dive in Miami, we always said that that Antipodes carried 8 to 10 hours of life support and consumables, in addition to the 72 hours of emergency life support. But one of the things that we realized is our average duration of our dives was only like 2.5 hours. We were never really down. I think the longest dive we did was like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. And the rationale for that was, it gets uncomfortable after a while to be in a sub that long. And so there was no reason to really make anybody uncomfortable. And so we never really dove that long. But one of the things that we thought about while we were in Miami is, look, if we're going to keep saying that the sub can dive for 8 to 10 hours, we should dive it for 8 to 10 hours and test the limits of it. So we did create a dive plan where me and one of the other sub pilots and our research director at the time, where the three of us went in the sub and we dove it for 8 hours. I think the deepest we went was like 800 feet. But yeah, 8 hours was more than enough time for me as far as staying in the sub. And I was there with 2 other people. I can't imagine being in the sub that long by yourself the way Jim Cameron was when he went down to Challenger Deep.
Thank you, sir.
I would rather be alone than with 2 other people.
Sir, just one quick follow-up. Back in 2012, Ocean Gate Expeditions was operating the Antipodes. We believe that they attempted to file as a foreign company in Florida. Do you remember that, sir? Is that accurate?
Well, so first of all, you said Ocean Gate Expeditions. As far as I know, Ocean Gate Expeditions was a subsidiary or something, was a separate legal entity that was created later after I left.
Sir, I'll just rephrase then. Do you know if there was ever talk about filing as a foreign company and operating in the U.S.?
Okay, now you changed the question because now you said in the U.S. Because registering as a foreign company in Florida, yeah, we probably had to do that because it's considered a foreign company if it's coming from another state. And if we were going to have employees in Florida, we probably did need to file as a foreign company in the state of Florida. As far as filing as a foreign company in the U.S., I don't know where we'd be filing from because we were an American company. I don't know.
Sir, no, that explains, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any further questions from the board at this time? Thank you, sir. Do you have anything that you'd like?
Oops.
As far as I know, Ocean Gate Expeditions was a subsidiary or something, was a separate legal entity that was created later after I left.
Sorry.
Sir, I'll just rephrase then. Do you know if there was ever talk about filing as a foreign company from the board?
Sorry about that. I assumed he was done. He's
Thank you,
got
sir.
more things to say.
Do you have anything that you'd like to offer to the board that we have not asked you at this time, sir?
Yeah, probably about 5 hours worth, but let's.
Oh, God.
We don't have time for that. Maybe I just give some closing thoughts, if you don't mind. You know, as I think back through everything that's happened over the last year, this was not supposed to happen, right? This shouldn't have happened.
Well, duh, no
Lost their
shit.
lives, for families should not be mourning their loved ones. And I don't know what happened. I don't know who made what decision when and based on what information. And honestly, I don't know if any of us will ever know this. Despite all of your team's investigative efforts, I don't know if we'll ever know the answers to all of this. And regardless, as Renata said last week, none of this is going to bring our friends back. However, I hope that all of us can find some good in all of this sadness. I hope that we can find some silver linings. I hope we can find some valuable lessons learned that we can all carry
regulations.
forward
Hope we can find
and
some valuable
continue
regulations
exploring
required.
the deep oceans, and in some way do that to preserve the legacies of the 5 people who lost their lives. And thinking back to last week, Patrick Lahey said it very eloquently, right? The deep ocean is a magical place. And like Patrick, I hope that many, 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 many more people will get to experience it firsthand. But it looks like Ocean Gate's not going to be a part of that effort.
No.
And so I can only hope that others will be inspired by the mission that Stockton and I started back in 2009, and that so many dedicated Ocean Gate team members, investors, partners, mission specialists contributed to over the years since that founding. And this can't be the end of deep ocean exploration. This
It
can't
won't
the
be.
end of deep diving submersibles. And
It
I
might
don't
be the end of
believe that it will be.
cowboy
But
exploration.
I hope that someday in the near future, we'll look back on this time as a major turning point in human history, when the global general public finally took an active interest in all of our efforts, everything that all of us do to explore the deep oceans, to study them, and to preserve them. And I think if that happens, then that's probably the most fitting tribute for the memories of these 5 individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dunn.
Mr. Sohnlein, you are now released as a witness to this Marine Board investigation. Thank you for your time and cooperation. If I need to reach you for further information, I will contact you directly. If you have any future questions or concerns about these proceedings, you may contact our recorder testimony from Mr.
Good.
Roy Thomas, a senior principal engineer with the American Bureau of Shipping, ABS. Mr. Thomas, I see that you have counsel present here in the courtroom. Counselor, can you please identify yourself?
Good morning, Captain Neubauer, Gerard White, Hill Rifkins, LLP, outside counsel
Oh.
for the American Bureau of Shipping.
Our firm has worked with Hill Rifkins quite a few times. They're a very famous maritime law firm. We've done a lot of work with Hill Rifkins, so that's pretty cool.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, the recorder for this proceeding will now administer the oath.
You raise your right hand for me, sir. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
So he's with the Classification
Mr.
Society,
Thomas, thanks
American
again
Bureau
for
of
coming
Shipping.
today. I'm going to pass the questioning to Commander Whalen.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas, and thank you for being here with us today. All of our questions are going to be related to your background and experience as a principal surveyor for the American Bureau of Shipping and any interactions that you may have had with OceanGate. Before we begin, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I'll stop and have you tell me exactly what that acronym means. And we understand that you have provided or brought with you a presentation, and that presentation will be brought into the record as Exhibit 104 after the hearing, or after today's hearing. Before we get into that exhibit, can you please provide to me a little bit more about your background in both education and relevant work history?
Absolutely. So I have a master's degree in ocean engineering and naval architecture with a specialization in underwater vehicles from Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada. And I have a bachelor's degree in marine engineering from Marine Engineering and Research Institute, India. So I joined ABS back in 2003 as an engineer with the machinery group, working out of the Houston office. And I started with a planned review of manned submersibles, diving systems, other underwater units, and then cranes, cargo gear, pressure vessels, boilers, Type C LNG tanks, and other pressurized equipment. Okay. So then over the years, I worked my way up from engineer to senior engineer. Then I was a principal engineer. And then I became managing principal of the underwater systems and lifting appliances group. Okay. So over the years, I worked as a lead plan review engineer for the review of numerous submersibles. So these included the Octosub or the Pagu submersible. This was built by International Submarine Engineering and was owned by Paul Allen, who's a co-founder of Microsoft. Then I worked on various new construction submersibles built by Titan Submarines out of Florida.
And this guy is he is a very qualified person. Just listening to him speak, his position within the company, this guy knows his shit. And so pay close attention to what he says, especially about the relationship that he had with Titan. It'll be interesting. His relationship with the Titan Submersible and OceanGate. So give this guy a good close listen.
And Seaimagine Hydrospace out of California. Then I was a lead engineer for the design review of the pressure hull of the Alvin submersible. So they built a new pressure hull that was rated for 6,500 meters seawater depth or 21,000 feet seawater depth. So I was a lead engineer for that. And then I was a lead engineer for the design review of the pressure hull and transfer skirt, as well as the launch and recovery system for the US Navy's submarine rescue diving and recompression system. And I also worked on modifications for various existing submersibles. So I worked on the Pisces submersibles that were built out of Canada from International Hydrodynamics. Then I worked on the Perry series of submersibles that were built by the Perry submarine builders in Florida. So they had the PC series of submersibles that were built in the late 50s and 60s and 70s. And then I also worked on the deep rover submersibles and various other submersibles. So apart from manned submersibles, I also worked on manned diving systems. So I worked on saturation diving systems, air diving systems, mixed gas diving systems. And these include diving systems built by Oceaneering, as well as various other companies such as Aqua Air, and diving systems built by DRAS out of Italy. Okay, so these are all examples of some of the systems I've worked on. So over the last 20 years, I've also served as the coordinator and moderator for the annual meetings of the ABS Special Committee on Underwater Systems and Vehicles. So this special committee includes experts from around the world. And one of the functions of this committee is to review proposed rule changes to the ABS underwater rules. So when we propose changes to the rules, it's circulated to these committee members, and they are experts in the underwater field. So they have a look at the proposed rule changes, they give us their feedback and their comments, and then we address these comments. Then I've also played an active role in the last 2 decades in updating the ABS underwater rules. And I've drafted various new chapters in the underwater rules. So I authored the new chapters on ambient pressure submersibles, diver local submersibles, diving systems, atmospheric diving suits, hyperbaric facilities, undersea habitats, remotely operated vehicles, as well as autonomous underwater vehicles. So all of these are chapters that I authored in the last 2 decades. Now, for the last 14 years, I've also served as an instructor for the 2-day submersible training course conducted by the ABS Academy. So this training course gives an in-depth look at the ABS rule requirements for submersibles, and we also look at the lessons learned from various submersible and submarine accidents over the years. Okay. Now, apart from my regular work responsibilities, I also serve as the chair of the ASME PVHO subcommittee on submersibles as well as diving systems. So ASME stands for American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and PVHO stands for Pressure Vessels for Human Occupancy. So this ASME PVHO standard is one of the leading international standards for pressure vessels for human occupancy. It's widely used in the United States as well as around the world. And the applications it addresses are medical hyperbaric chambers that are used.
Hi, I'm muted. How are you? Let's try that again. Chat, those of you that know me, you know me. And I don't know how to say this without sounding authoritarian or something, but I just want to make a suggestion to you. Chad has been commenting so much about the guy's hair, his accent, all this. This guy is ridiculously knowledgeable about this subject. This guy knows way more. He's forgotten more than most people in his industry will ever learn. I would just like to invite you to chill a bit on the comments about his appearance, his speech patterns, his hair, and really listen to what he's saying. Focus on this guy. This guy is an incredible knowledge base. That's just not making any rules, not banning anybody. I'm just suggesting that we actually pay attention to this guy and stop making the comments about his accent or his hair or his bald spot or whatever, and just really focus on what he's saying. It's just a suggestion.
Used in hospitals. It addresses manned submersibles and also addresses diving systems. Then I also serve as the chair of the SNAME Technology and Research Panel OC6. So SNAME stands for Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers. So this panel is currently working on updating the SNAME textbook, Submersible Vehicle Systems Design. So this is a reference that is widely used by submersible builders and designers, as well as graduate students at universities worldwide. And then over the last 9 years, I've also served as a representative of the International Association of Class Societies, or IACS, at working group meetings at the International Maritime Organization in London. Okay. So from 2020 to 2023, I served as the IACS representative on the experts group for diving systems. So this experts group developed the IMO diving code, the 2023 IMO diving code, which is currently in force and is used around the world. Then from 2014 to 2022, I served as the IACS representative on the IMO working group for lifting appliances and anchor handling winches. So this working group developed amendments to the
two things. We are at normal speed. This is normal speed. This is not sped up, and for some reason we don't have the captions. But we have an opportunity to learn some incredible stuff from this guy. And you guys, the presentation here, which is looks like it's gonna take most of the time so far. It's gonna at least take the next few minutes.
That's a safety of life at sea convention, as well as they prepared guidelines for lifting appliances and anchor handling winches. So these SOLAS amendments and guidelines will come into force from 1st January 2026, and they require certification of lifting appliances and anchor handling winches that are installed on ships. Okay, so that is a brief summary of my educational as well as work experience.
Thank you, sir. Did the American Bureau of Shipping, or ABS, perform any services for OceanGate in support of the Titan Submersible?
No, we didn't perform any services for the Titan Submersible, and they didn't reach out to us with a request for class or request for any services.
You had mentioned IACS, or the International Association of Classification Societies. Of the societies, what societies do classify submersibles?
So apart from ABS, I'm aware that DNV classifies submersibles. You have Lloyd's Register and ARENA. So these are the leading societies that class submersibles.
So just to clarify, so DNV and Lloyd's Register are two separate.
Correct. They are two separate organizations. So DNV is based out of Norway. Lloyd's Register is based out of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, sir. If at this time, if the recorder can please bring up Mr. Thomas's, go ahead, sir.
Sir, I think you mentioned RENA also. Can you define that, sir?
So that's an Italian class society based out of Italy. It's a complex name, Registraro Navale Italian or something. So I'm not sure of the exact.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure there
Yes.
was one other that you
Yes.
mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas, if it's at this time, if you want to go through your presentation.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I have a presentation which covers pressure hull requirements for passenger submersibles. Okay, next slide. So this presentation basically looks at classification and class societies. We look at the ABS experience with underwater units. We'll briefly look at the submersible rules, regulations, and standards. And we'll also address a few questions on carbon fiber pressure hulls. Next slide. Next. Okay, so what are class societies? So class societies are organizations that publish rules for the classification of ships, offshore facilities, and other.
I'm so glad he's giving this presentation right now. So I'll probably be quiet for a lot of this so that I can clip it and use it later when it's time for me again to explain for the 4 millionth time what a classification society is.
And other marine vehicles such as submersibles. Then they conduct design review and surveys to check for compliance with the rules. And class societies also issue class certificates and maintain a register or a database of ships, offshore facilities, and other marine vehicles that the society has classed. So at present, there are more than 50 organizations around the world that offer classification services. Now, out of these 50, 12 class societies, including the American Bureau of Shipping, are members of the International Association of Class Societies, or IACS. So IACS's mission is to develop minimum technical requirements for the design, construction, maintenance, and survey of ships and marine-related facilities. And IACS also works to assist international regulatory bodies such as the International Maritime Organization and standards organizations to develop and interpret statutory regulations and industry standards. So IACS member societies are typically well-established class societies that are recognized by flag administrations around the world. At present, IACS member societies are responsible for classing around 90% of the world's maritime tonnage. Next slide. So in most countries, by law, only classification societies can class submersibles, ships, and offshore facilities. And the role of classification has been recognized by the International Maritime Organization, or IMO, in the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, as well as other international conventions. So class societies act as recognized organizations, performing statutory inspections, as well as design review on behalf of flag administrations. Next slide. So the classification process consists of a number of steps which are described in Part 1A of the ABS Rules for Conditions of Classification. So what are these steps? The first step is the classification process involves the development of rules, guides, and other standards for ships, offshore facilities, and marine vehicles such as submersibles. Then the next step involves design review and surveys to check for compliance with the rules. The next step is classification of ships, offshore facilities, and submersibles once compliance with the rules has been checked. And the next step is issuance of a class certificate that is valid for 5 years and is endorsed annually after conducting post-construction surveys. So how are the class society rules developed? So these rules are developed by class society engineers and surveyors with the assistance of industry experts. Now these rules are then reviewed and approved by committees that include industry experts, representatives of government organizations, shipbuilders, ship owners, operators, etc. So this process ensures that the rules of the class societies are thorough, they are impartial, and they are practical to apply. Next slide. So classification in essence means that the vessels, offshore facilities, and submersibles are in compliance with the applicable rules. So while classification is a process, the owner or the operator also has a responsibility. So what are these responsibilities? They need to operate the submersible within its design or operational limits. Okay, so all submersibles are designed for specific parameters. If you exceed these parameters, then you're likely to have an accident. So it's very important to operate the submersible within its design and operational limits. Then they are responsible for periodically inspecting and maintaining the submersible. Then they are responsible for crewing the submersible with trained and competent personnel. And they're also responsible for following all applicable statutory regulations of the flag or coastal state administration. So all these are responsibilities of the owner and operator. So the rules provide the minimum criteria for classification. However, owners and operators still need to use an independent judgment when they operate the submersible, and safe operation as well as maintenance of the submersible is the sole responsibility of the owner and operator. Next slide. So what is the classification process for submersible? So this involves a number of steps. The first step is rule development. That means we will develop, establish, and maintain recognized technical standards known as the rules. So the rules provide the baseline for classification. Then once the rules are developed, the class society will conduct design review to check that the design of the submersible is in compliance with the rules. Then the class society will conduct material and equipment certification. So this will verify that the submersible meets the rule requirements, and all the materials and the equipment is certified and it meets the rule requirements. So next we have new construction survey. So this will check that the submersible is built as per the rules. And then we have surveys after construction. This will check that the submersible is maintained in compliance with the rules throughout its life cycle. So this is done through annual surveys, which are conducted at 1-year intervals, and special periodical surveys at 3-year intervals. Okay, so this is a little different from surface vessels. Surface vessels have their special periodical surveys at 5-year intervals. So the question comes, why do we have a 3-year interval for underwater?
Okay, that's what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the periods for review. They do the 1 hour, they do the 1 year annual review, and then they do the 5-year. But he's saying for submersibles, it's a 3-year. And I see people asking for subtitles. That we don't have closed captions here on this, unfortunately. But what I will do is I will see if we do. I will try to. It's so hard to do this with a timestamp here. The only thing I could think of doing would be to bail out on this and then come back. And we're like right at the 40-minute mark. Let me just bail on this real quick and then re-up it and see if they have given us subtitles since then. Subtitles are so iffy. Sometimes, and you can have one person have a browser that has it and one person have a browser that doesn't have. I have no idea how YouTube decides what to do. Nope, that was a complete waste of time. There are no subtitles available. Great. So let me find out where we were here, and then I'll bring the screen back up. We were somewhere in this neighborhood. We're a little bit behind. Sorry, let me do this. We can do this. We can do this together. Hang on. I'm figuring out where we were. Oh, there we are. We were vaguely somewhere in this area. Going back. I know this is really boring for all of you. I shouldn't have done it, but I was trying to help you guys. I was trying to be useful and helpful.
Surveys at 5-year intervals. So the question comes, why do we have a 3-year interval for underwater vehicles? This is because this comes from the IMO submersible guidelines, which requires dry docking surveys at 36-month intervals.
Well, in essence, the subtitles are what's printed on the screen.
Okay, so this is the basic process for classification of submersibles. So next we come to the ABS experience with underwater units. Next slide. So since the 1960s, ABS has classed around 100 submersibles worldwide. Now these include some of the first commercial submersibles that were developed in the 1960s and 70s, such as the Perry and Pisces submersibles. Now, ABS has also classed some of the latest commercial submersible designs that are available in the market, including submersibles built by companies such as Titan Submarines and Seaimagine Hydrospace. Now, currently, ABS has around 30 submersibles in class. Apart from submersibles, ABS also has 43 diving systems in class. So these include saturation, mixed gas, and air diving systems. Then we have one submarine rescue handling system in class for the US Navy. Then we have an undersea habitat in class. So this is the Aquarius habitat, which is located underwater off the Florida Keys. And then we have 3 hyperbaric facilities in class. So these are all underwater units that are currently in class with ABS. Next slide. So when it comes to the OceanGate Titan submersible, ABS had no involvement with this submersible. No request for class was submitted to ABS, and no design review or surveys were conducted by ABS. Okay. Next slide. So the Coast Guard asked us about the Antipodes submersible. Now, this was a submersible that was owned by OceanGate for a period of time, and it was then sold. So this slide gives a brief history of the Antipodes submersible. So this submersible was built by Perry Submarine Builders out of Florida, and then major modifications were conducted by Marlin Submarines. This is a UK-based company. So they conducted major modifications to the submersible. They removed the lockout compartment. And the slide basically gives a brief history of this submersible. Now, the important point is this submersible has a traditional steel pressure hull, and it was designed for a depth of 305 meters seawater or 1,000 feet seawater. Now, the submersible maintained its classification during the time it was owned by OceanGate, and it is still classed with ABS. So that's a brief summary of the Antipodes submersible. Next slide. So next slide. Yeah, okay. No, previous slide, please. Okay. Now, the modern day submersible industry started in 1948 with the design and development of the Bathyscaphe FNRS-2, which was followed by the development of the Bathyscaphe Trieste. Now, these Bathyscaphes were designed and developed by the Swiss physicist and balloonist Auguste Piccard. Now, subsequently in the 1960s, the submersible industry started taking off as more and more submersibles were designed and manufactured. So these included submersibles for tourism, recreational, and scientific research purposes. So at that time, the only available requirements for certification of submersibles were the US Navy requirements, and there were no published industry standards for the certification of commercial submersibles. So ABS was approached by members of the industry as well as the US Navy and Coast Guard to develop requirements for the classification of commercial submersibles. So in response, ABS established a special committee on submersible vehicles that included industry stalwarts such as Jack Piccard, John Pritzlaff, Lieutenant Don Walsh, and ABS developed the 1968 guide for the classification of manned submersibles. Now, this was a pioneering document. It was the first set of requirements for manned submersibles that was published by any class society. Now, following the release of the 1968 guide, this guide was updated and then published as the ABS rules for underwater systems in 1979. It was again updated and published as the ABS rules for building and classing underwater vehicles, systems, and hyperbaric 1990. And this edition of the rules incorporated additional requirements for passenger submersibles. So the latest edition of the rules is the 2024 underwater rules. And these rules are updated every year. And all these rules are posted on the ABS website, www.eagle.org. Next slide, please. So now we come to the materials. So when it comes to submersible design, there are two sets of materials that are very tightly controlled. These are materials for the pressure hull and materials for life support systems. Okay. So the pressure hull is a critical component, and it serves to protect the human occupants for the extremely high hydrostatic pressures that are present at depth. So the pressure hull has absolutely no redundancy or backup. So if the pressure hull fails, you've effectively lost the submersible. Okay. So it is very important that the pressure hull be fabricated from robust materials that have a documented service history for external pressure applications. So the ABS rules require pressure hull materials to be fabricated from approved material specifications, and the rules have a list of approved materials for pressure hulls. So these
Now he's going to say something very, very important here in the note section. This is the thing to pay attention to. They won't even class a pressure hull that's composed of carbon fiber. That's not even an option.
These materials are listed on the screen, and they include steels, aluminum, titanium, and acrylic plastics for the windows. Now, all of these materials have many years of documented service history and are considered to be well-established and robust materials. Now, it's important to note here that carbon fiber composites are not approved materials for the pressure hull of submersibles as per the ABS rules. Next slide. So now we have a couple of questions on carbon fiber pressure hulls. So the first question that arises is, why do we need a carbon fiber composite pressure hull? What are we trying to achieve? Okay. So carbon fiber composites are high strength, lightweight materials. Okay. Now a pressure hull fabricated from carbon fiber composites would be much lighter from a hull made from traditional materials such as steel or titanium. Okay. So with a lighter hull, what happens is you can reduce the amount of syntactic foam that needs to be carried on the submersible to maintain buoyancy. Then you don't need a crane or a launch and recovery system for launching and recovering the submersible while you're at sea. And since the hull is lightweight, you can increase the size of the hull and accommodate more passengers. Okay. So typically what we have seen is anytime you go below a depth of 1,000 meters seawater or 3,280 feet seawater, the shape of the pressure hull is spherical. Okay. We have not seen cylindrical pressure hulls being used beyond a depth of 1,000 meters seawater. The reason is...
So again, they won't even look at a pressure hull composed of carbon fiber composite. They've never seen one shaped like this for deep sea exploration.
Spherical pressure hull is the best shape for resisting external pressure. Okay, the stresses are evenly distributed around the hull. So if you take a spherical pressure hull versus a cylindrical pressure hull of the same thickness, when exposed to the same pressure, you will see that the hoop stress in a spherical pressure hull is half that of a cylindrical pressure hull. Okay, so if you see a cylindrical pressure hull being used beyond 1,000 meters, it is pretty unusual. Okay, so now what are some of the key concerns with the carbon fiber composite pressure hulls? So the first thing is carbon fiber composite pressure hulls are anisotropic. That is, the mechanical properties vary with direction. Okay, so the mechanical properties are strongest in the direction of the fibers. When the fibers are loaded in tension, that is when the carbon fiber composite is the strongest. But if you go in other directions, the composite is not so strong. So when the composite is exposed to external pressure, the pressure will act perpendicular to the direction of the fibers. And that is not the strongest direction of the carbon fiber composite. Okay, so this is very different from traditional materials such as steel or titanium, which are isotropic. That is, the mechanical properties are same in all directions. Okay, so the next thing is carbon fiber composites are a combination of carbon fiber strands in an epoxy matrix. The carbon fiber is strong in tension, weak in compression. The epoxy, on the other hand, is strong in compression and weak in tension. So the composite is a combination of these two materials. The characteristics of these two materials are combined together to create the composite. Okay. So the next thing is carbon fiber composites do not exhibit plasticity or ductility similar to steels. Okay. So carbon fiber composites, if you look at a stress strain curve of carbon fiber composites, the relationship between stress and strain is nearly linear up to the point of failure. Okay. So this curve does not have a well-established yield point because there is no yielding of the material. So the material goes all the way to its failure point and then it catastrophically fails with little or no warning. So this is very different from traditional materials such as steel or titanium. Because in steel or titanium, once you reach the yield point, the material starts deforming. And then you reach the ultimate tensile strength and it deforms further and then the material fractures. So there is plastic deformation of the material from the yield point till the time it fractures. Okay. And then strain hardening of the material takes place till you reach ultimate tensile strength. And after that, there's something called necking or the reduction in area of the material. Okay. So this effect is not seen in carbon fiber composites. Okay. So they go directly to the point of failure and then suddenly fail. So then the next thing is prolonged exposure to UV radiation can cause the epoxy to get damaged. Okay, so what happens is the epoxy.
So again, they're talking about the properties of the carbon fiber wrapping and the epoxy on it. Now, remember, it was one of the earlier witnesses that basically said, this is a hull made out of string and glue. That's what he's talking about here. The concerns of dealing with a pressure hull that is comprised of string and glue.
In some cases, you add something called a UV stabilizer. It's a chemical that's added in the epoxy, and that protects the epoxy from UV radiation. In some other cases, you can have a gel coat or a top coat which is placed on the epoxy. For example, you can have a polyurethane coating, and that protects the epoxy from the damage caused by UV radiation or the sunlight. Okay, so if you don't have this protection and you expose the carbon fiber composite to sunlight, the UV radiation will degrade the mechanical properties of the composite. Okay, so next thing is under extreme high pressure applications, carbon fiber composites are susceptible to fatigue damage under repeated external pressurization and depressurization. And the accumulated damage may remain hidden and may not show up. Okay, so the important thing here is unless the fatigue failure shows up as cracks or delamination, you really cannot see the damage. It may remain hidden in the carbon fiber strands. Okay, so once you have a crack or a delamination, the extreme high water pressures will accelerate the growth of the crack or the delamination, and the crack will grow very fast. Okay, and then you can have collapse or failure of the pressure hull. So the next thing is carbon fiber composites are notch sensitive. They are sensitive to local damage. So if you have a cut on the surface from a mechanical impact, this can grow to form a crack, which can lead to failure of the pressure hull. Okay, so it's very important to protect carbon fiber composite pressure hulls from impact loads. Okay, and then saltwater ingress in the epoxy matrix under extreme pressures can lead to delamination. Okay, now epoxy resins in general are highly resistant to saltwater damage. However, if you have voids in the epoxy, okay, we have air pockets, salt water can accumulate in these air pockets, and over time, this can form saltwater crystals. And then over several pressure cycles, this can cause delamination of the pressure hull under extreme pressures. Delamination means separation of the carbon fiber plies. Okay, so that is another damaging effect that is possible in carbon fiber composites. Next slide, please. So one of the processes used for fabricating carbon fiber composite pressure hulls is the filament winding process, in which the pressure hull is created by impregnating or coating the carbon fiber strands with epoxy and then winding them in a precise geometric fashion over a mandrel. So a mandrel is basically a tool in the shape of a cylinder. So on the cylinder, you wind the carbon fibers which are impregnated with epoxy, and then you cure that cylinder in an oven at 1 atmosphere or in an autoclave under pressure. Okay, so in a thick carbon fiber pressure hull, there may be several layers of carbon fiber composites, and these layers cure at different rates. So what you'll have is several layers with different mechanical properties since they were cured at different rates at different times. Okay, so manufacturing a thick section of carbon fiber composites with consistent mechanical properties throughout the thickness is difficult. Okay, so the mechanical properties of the finished product or the finished carbon fiber pressure hull depend on a number of factors. So these include the number of layers and the thickness of the carbon fiber composites. So the more the number of layers and the greater the thickness, the more difficult it is to achieve a pressure hull with consistent mechanical properties throughout the thickness. Another important consideration is the winding orientation. Now, a typical thick shell pressure hull is exposed to hoop stresses, radial stresses, as well as longitudinal stresses. Okay. Now, if your winding is hoop winding, that means if you wind the carbon fiber composites around the cylinder in a hoop fashion, that is only good for withstanding hoop stresses. It cannot withstand radial or longitudinal stresses. So to withstand radial or longitudinal stresses, you typically employ X cross winding. That means you wind it in an X pattern. Okay. And
Which
that
they
is more
did not
effective in
do.
handling hoop as well as radial as
So it's like you'll like literally they'll be interwoven in an X pattern. You roll it this way, then you roll it that way. They just rolled it in a circle, which takes away any ability to resist stress and pressure that it would normally have.
As well as longitudinal stress.
Like think like they have like the Chinese finger torture things. You put your fingers in and then you pull and you can't get it out. Those are wound in an X pattern. Makes them kind of strong and really difficult to get out of. If you just wrap it in a circle, you're kind of screwed, which is what happened here.
Then the type of epoxy resin that is used for creating the composite has an impact on the strength of the pressure hull. So aerospace grade epoxies may not be suitable for high pressure underwater applications. Okay. So then the other factors such as the epoxy wetting rate, that means how much epoxy can you coat on the carbon fiber strands, then the epoxy curing rate. If you don't follow the correct curing profile, your mechanical strength may differ. Then humidity is another important consideration. So high humidity during curing of the composite can negatively impact the mechanical properties. This is because moisture absorption in the resin can lead to delamination and reduced interfacial strength between the carbon fiber and resin, thus weakening the composite. Then curing the carbon fiber composite at the proper temperature is very critical. So if you don't follow the exact temperature profile when you cure the carbon fiber composite, then it will affect the mechanical properties. If you don't properly cure it, the mechanical properties can be degraded. So pressure is another important consideration when you cure your carbon fiber composite. So the composite can be cured at 1 atmosphere in a standard oven, or it can be cured under pressure in an autoclave. So autoclave is basically a pressurized oven. So the pressure will basically drive out the air pockets in the carbon fiber composite and will compress the carbon fiber composite. So you get a better product if you cure your carbon fiber composites in an autoclave versus curing it in an 1 atmosphere oven. Okay, so then the other aspect is manufacturing defects such as voids, porosity, blisters, inclusions can have an effect on the strength of the carbon fiber composite. So voids are basically air.
And just one other pause thing here. John Yazel says Boeing worked directly with the design engineers and provided the material used. A team of Boeing engineers worked on this project along with Stockton's. Thursday morning hearing will be a witness from Boeing who will tell us exactly what they did and how involved they were. A lot of people think that they were more involved than they actually were, from what I understand. But we'll have someone from Boeing themselves on Thursday morning, which will be interesting to hear what he has to say.
Air pockets within the thickness of the carbon fiber composites. Blisters are formed on the surface of carbon fiber composites. Then you can have porosity. Porosity means a large number of voids in a close proximity to each other. So all of these can weaken the carbon fiber composite sections, and under extreme hydrostatic pressure, they can accelerate the collapse of the pressure hull. So the next thing that's challenging is bonding of carbon fiber composites with metallic elements. So typically, if you bond a carbon fiber composite with a metal, what you will do is you'll have projections coming out of the metal. Typically, you will have fins, and these projections go in the carbon fiber composite, and they help in getting better adhesion. So in addition to applying an adhesive, you have to have co-lamination. That ensures you have better adhesion between the carbon fiber composite and the metallic element. Now, galvanic corrosion is an important consideration here, because if the metal comes in contact with the carbon fiber strands in the presence of seawater, you can have galvanic corrosion. So this typically occurs in steels and aluminum, and that can cause corrosion of the metallic members. Okay. Next slide, please. So now carbon fiber composites have a low modulus of elasticity, they have low shear strength, and they are brittle materials with low impact strength. Okay. So they have very low resistance to impact loads, and the hull is susceptible to deformation under applied external loading. So typically lifting lugs and other attachments are not directly installed on carbon fiber composite pressure hulls because they cannot withstand localized loading, and they tend to deform under localized loading. So then if you install penetrations on the carbon fiber composite pressure hull, that means you have to make openings in the pressure hull. That will weaken the pressure hull because the main load-bearing member in a composite are the carbon fiber strands. So if you cut the strands to make an opening, you're going to weaken the pressure hull. So reinforcement of the openings is very critical. And if you don't reinforce it, you can have stress razors in the vicinity of the opening, and that can lead to cracks and failure of the pressure hull. Okay. So then when you design your carbon fiber pressure hull, you also need to consider various failure modes, including delamination, debonding, fiber breakage, and matrix cracking. Okay. So delamination basically means separation of the carbon fiber plies. The plies start separating. Then debonding basically means when the carbon fiber strands start coming out from the epoxy matrix. Okay. So debonding is caused by failure of adhesion between the strands and the epoxy matrix. Okay. And then matrix cracking is basically characterized by cracks in the epoxy matrix, and this occurs due to fatigue of the material. Fiber breakage occurs when the carbon fiber strands will snap or break. Okay, so this can be caused by high stresses, they can be caused by impact loads, or due to manufacturing defects in the carbon fiber. Now, since the carbon fiber strands are the main load-bearing member in the composite, if you have strands that break off, then the strength of the hull will deteriorate and you can have premature collapse of the pressure hull. Okay. So then when it comes to metallic pressure hulls, there are well-established failure modes and factors of safety that have been proven over many years of service experience. Okay. So the figures on the screen show some of the typical failure modes for metallic pressure hulls. The first figure shows local yielding. So local yielding occurs when the section of the pressure hull between two adjacent stiffeners fails. Okay, you have yielding between two stiffeners, and then the hull will take the shape of an accordion pleat. So that is called local yielding, and the factor of safety for local yielding in the ABS underwater rules is 1.5. Then you can have local buckling. Local buckling occurs when the section of the pressure hull between two stiffeners buckles. Okay, so you'll have dimples formed in the pressure hull, and that is known as local buckling or low bar buckling. And the factor of safety for this buckling in the ABS underwater rules is 1.25. And the third failure mode, which is the figure on the far right, is general instability or overall collapse of the shell and stiffener section. Okay, and the factor of safety in the underwater rules for this failure mode is 2.0. So all of these failure modes are well established. They have many years of service experience, and the factors of safety are well proven through service experience on many different submersibles. Now, additionally, the rules also have a well-established acceptance criteria for hull out of roundness and local departure from design geometry. So when you have a pressure hull which is exposed to external pressure, it is very important to maintain out of roundness of the hull. Okay, so if the out of roundness of the hull goes beyond specifications, it can cause premature collapse of the hull. So out of roundness is absolutely critical when you have a pressure hull which is exposed to external pressure. Next slide, please. Okay, so currently there are no recognized national or international standards for carbon fiber pressure hulls for human occupancy. Okay, so we have the ASME Boil and Pressure Vessel Code has section 10, which addresses fiber reinforced plastic pressure vessels. But if you look at the scope of section 10, it states that pressure vessels of human occupancy are not covered under this code. And then we had a look through this code. It addresses pressure vessels that are used for surface applications. It really does not address pressure vessels that are used for deep sea diving applications. We had a look at the testing requirements. So many of the testing requirements are geared towards internally pressurized pressure vessels. We didn't see any specific testing requirements for externally pressurized pressure vessels. Okay, so these are some of the shortcomings of section 10. And this section is not applicable to manned pressure hulls. Okay, nevertheless, it has a lot of useful information. It has acceptance criteria for voids, delamination, cracking, etc. The important thing is this code states that for a new construction pressure hull, no delamination and no cracking in the matrix is permissible. Okay, so if you have a new hull with delamination or cracks, it is not acceptable as per this code. Okay, so when it comes to carbon fiber composite pressure hulls, you know, the different failure modes, the factors of safety, as well as the other acceptance criteria is not really defined in international standards as well as class society rules. Okay, so one of the very important failure modes for thick shell carbon fiber composite sections under external pressure is snap through buckling. Okay, now snap through buckling is an effect that has been observed in subsea pipelines made of glass fiber reinforced plastics. Okay, now this buckling causes sudden and catastrophic failure of the pressure hull. Okay, and it is thought to be triggered by shape imperfections. For example, if there is out of roundness, that can trigger this buckling. Okay, now snap through buckling is different from traditional buckling, which is caused by progressive overpressurization of the pressure hull beyond its design depth. So when snap through buckling occurs, it causes instantaneous delamination of the pressure hull and instantaneous collapse of the pressure hull, which can occur in less than a millisecond. Okay, so if you have sensors for real-time monitoring, it will not pick up any signs of this failure before it occurs. Okay, now snap through buckling is a phenomenon that is not yet well understood. Okay, so additional theoretical and experimental research is needed to determine what are the factors that cause this failure mode, what factors of safety are needed to avoid this failure mode, and what do we need to do to guard against this failure mode. So this is something that is not addressed in international standards. It is not well understood. Nevertheless, this effect has been observed, and we need to have further research and testing in this area. Okay, so the other thing is when you do your design calculations for carbon fiber composites, these materials are anisotropic. That means the mechanical properties vary with direction. The mechanical properties through the thickness may vary. Okay, and they're also dependent on the manufacturing process. So all of these can vary the mechanical properties of the finished product. So when you do your design calculation, it's very important that you test coupons from the as-built product. So how this is done is you will typically extend the length of the cylinder. Okay, this is called prolongations. And from there, you will cut coupons. Coupons are basically sample of materials that you then send to a lab for testing. So after it's sent to the lab for testing, you will evaluate various mechanical properties. These include the tensile properties, what's the ultimate tensile strength, what's the tensile modulus, the compressive strength, the flexural strength, the shear strength. All of these properties are evaluated, and then you'll get the test results. And those test results are what is used for your design analysis. Okay, so if you don't use those test results, what you design may not match what you have produced. Okay, this is a little different from traditional, pressure hull materials, because when we do the design review of traditional pressure hull materials, the material allowables and the mechanical properties come from the material specifications. Okay, you typically do not use the as-tested mechanical properties because they may exceed the material allowables. If they don't exceed, the material is rejected. Okay, but the as-tested properties are typically not used when you design pressure hulls made of steel or titanium, because the properties you use there come from the material specification. Those define the minimum acceptable properties. Okay, next slide, please. So next we come to non-destructive inspection of thick carbon fiber sections. So if you have a very thick carbon fiber section, for example, a 5-inch thick section, ultrasonic examination may not be suitable because of lack of penetration of the ultrasonic waves and lack of reflection. Okay, so using UT, you may not be able to evaluate a thick carbon fiber composite section. So for thick carbon fiber composite sections, you will use non-destructive techniques such as X-ray computed tomography, or you can use active thermography. Okay, so X-ray computed tomography, basically you have an X-ray machine that goes around the the circumference of the pressure hull, and you have various slices. You have images and slices. All these images are combined together using software, and you get a 3D image of the hull. Okay, then you have an in-depth look what is going on inside the hull. So this inspection basically requires you to strip down the pressure hull. So if you have a pressure hull that is in service, and now you need to do a non-destructive examination, you need to remove all the equipment, all the outfittings on the pressure hull. Okay, now if you do not have this equipment at the facility where you're maintaining the submersible, then you need to ship the submersible hull to another facility where they have this specialized equipment. Now, after doing the ND, if repairs are required, you may need to repair the pressure hull, okay, and then ship it back. So all this is an expensive and a long process, and it may not work practically for a submersible that is in operation, because you need to take it out of operation for many months at a time. Okay, so these are some of the challenges that you will face if you use a carbon fiber composite pressure hull. Okay, next slide, please. So for carbon fiber composite pressure hulls, it is very important to verify that no deformation is taking place, no degradation is taking place, or no flaw development is taking place that may weaken the pressure hull. So these needs to be done periodically over the service life of the pressure hull. Now, the post-construction inspection and testing criteria for carbon fiber pressure hulls are currently not addressed in recognized international or national standards. As a minimum, they should address non-destructive examination criteria. Okay, so what kind of non-destructive examination is required? What is the periodicity, and what is the acceptance and rejection criteria for this examination? Then what are the dimensional measurement criteria for out of roundness and local departure from design geometry? Okay, so how much out of roundness is permissible? This is currently for a carbon fiber composite pressure hull. This is currently not addressed in international standards. And then what are the test dive requirements periodically for carbon fiber pressure hulls? Okay, so all of these are not addressed currently, and they need to be addressed. Next slide, please. So then the question comes up, do existing class society rules, statutory regulations, or industry standards address carbon fiber pressure hulls for submersibles? So under the ABS underwater rules, carbon fiber pressure hulls are not acceptable materials for submersibles. Now, to the best of our knowledge, the requirements of other IX member class societies, as well as existing industry standards or statutory regulations, do not have specific requirements for carbon fiber composite pressure hulls. Okay. Now, we are aware that a number of ASME PVHO cases have been developed for the use of non-metallic materials for pressure vessels or human occupancy. Okay, so what is an ASME PVHO case? Now, if a designer or builder wants to deviate from the published requirements of the ASME safety standard, then they develop something known as an ASME case. Okay, so this ASME case is then submitted to the ASME PVHO standards committee, and the standards committee will review the case and then they will approve it. Okay, once the case is approved, it is they place it on the ASME website. Okay, so all the published cases are put up on the ASME website, and anyone can use a published case. So ASME has a mechanism by which, if you want to deviate from the published requirements, you develop a case, and that is published and it is put on their website. So this is similar to the code cases that are developed for the ASME boil and pressure vessel code. Okay, so a lot of code cases have been developed. Now, some of the ASME PVHO cases that have been developed are for surface-based internal pressure applications. For example, medical hyperbaric chamber, transfer trunks for diving, etc. All of these operate at relatively mild pressures. So these operate in the range of 4 to 80 psig. Okay. So in comparison, if you go down to a depth of 4,000 meters seawater, the pressure there is 5,800 psi. Okay. So there's a huge difference between the pressures for these ASME PVHO cases versus the external pressure at a depth of 4,000 meters seawater. Now, case number 11 addresses a non-metallic expansion joint that was used as a transfer trunk or tunnel between two pressure vessels of human occupancy. This was designed for the Navy submarine rescue system. Okay, this is basically an expansion joint that connects two PVHOs. And the materials used were neoprene, polyester, and a fluoroelastomeric compound. Then case number 12 was a non-metallic portable hyperbaric stretcher, and the material used was a liquid crystal polymer tube, which was enclosed in polyurethane and which was then coated with nylon. And the maximum pressure for this application was in the range of 33 to 75 psig. So all of these are for internal pressure applications, and they are for very mild pressures as compared to the pressure at a depth of 4,000 meters seawater. Okay, next. So then the question comes up, do class society rules allow you to use alternative requirements or equivalent standards for carbon fiber PVHOs? So while the ABS rules do have provisions for alternative arrangements and novel concepts, in the many decades that we have been classing submersibles, these alternatives have not been used for carbon fiber pressure hulls. Now, if you have non-standard designs materials, there is a mechanism in the ASME PVHO standard by which you can get approval. Okay, So if you look at the ASME PVHO standard, non-mandatory Appendix D has guidelines for developing a PVHO case for the use of non-standard materials or non-standard designs. Next slide. So this slide basically gives a brief overview of non-mandatory Appendix D in the ASME PVHO 1 standard. And these are basically guidelines for qualifying non-standard designs and non-standard materials. So as the first step, detailed design information on the proposed materials along with the detailed design analysis, which consider all applicable loads.
Jinver says this is a terribly long-winded way of saying carbon fiber sucks. I wish I could pick apart that argument, but no, you're pretty much exactly right. And they just broke a few minutes ago for lunch, so we're about 50 minutes behind. It is now, we're coming up on 2 a.m. here, and I've got to be awake like at 6 because I've got a bunch of early morning stuff to do. So what we'll do is we'll just go for 20 more minutes, and then we'll watch the last half at the beginning of tomorrow. I cannot A, stick around, or B, stay awake for the next 50 minutes.
And environmental conditions need to be developed. Thereafter, you have to conduct prototype testing. So this testing involves, there is proof pressure testing. So for this proof pressure testing, 3 full-scale pressure hulls are tested to 6 times maximum allowable working pressure, or MAWP, without failure. So this is basically a factor of safety test. Okay, so you will test the hull to 6 times its design pressure, and if it does not fail, that qualifies the design. The next testing is creep testing. So under creep testing, so what is creep? Creep basically means under sustained hydrostatic loading, does the pressure hull deform? Okay, that is creep. So for creep testing, you will use model or full-scale pressure hulls, and they are subject to 10,000 hours of sustained pressurization without failure. So 10,000 hours basically means 1 year and 1.5 months. So for you will pressurize the hull and maintain the pressure for 1 year and 1.5 months, and then you check if the hull has deformed or it has failed by creep. Okay, so the options available include you test 1 pressure hull to 3 times MAWP, or you test 5 pressure hulls to 2 times MAWP. So after the creep testing, the next thing is a cyclical pressure testing. This is basically a fatigue test. So then you take a full-scale pressure hull, and then you will cyclically pressure test the hull for a number of pressure cycles. So the approved operational pressure cycles will basically be half the number of cycles you tested minus 1,000 cycles. Okay, so that is how you get the fatigue life of the hull. So once you conduct the prototype testing, you have qualified the prototype. So the next thing is you build the
Woohoo! Breaking up the riveting. This is what I thought the entire hearing would be. This is why I was warning people from the beginning. This will be fascinating to me and probably boring as hell to you guys, but I'm fascinated by this. But Young Black Economist has been a member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much for supporting the channel for a month. So happy you're here. Appreciate it.
The production unit, and thereafter you'll do a hydrostatic pressure test to 1.5 to design pressure, and then you'll maintain the pressure for 1 hour. Now this for this case, all the testing needs to be witnessed and signed off by a third-party independent agency such as a class society. Okay, so these guidelines provide very, very clear requirements for non-standard designs and materials. You can follow these guidelines anytime you have a non-standard designs or materials. So there is a mechanism in the industry for qualifying non-standard designs and materials. Next slide, please. So then when it comes to hydrostatic pressure testing requirements for pressure hulls, what are the ABS rule requirements? Now, these rule requirements are for metallic pressure hulls, okay? So the ABS rules require your pressure hull to be hydrostatically pressure tested to 1.25 times the design depth for 2 cycles, okay? And when you do this pressure testing, you have to strain gauge the pressure hull. Strain gauges are to be fitted in way of hard spots and discontinuities. Hard spots is a spot where the hardness is slightly different from the other sections of the hull. Discontinuity could be a sudden change in the geometry or the loading or the material of the hull, okay? So all of these spots would be strain gauged. And then the strain gauge measurements are recorded after shakedown effects have ceased. Okay. So the question comes, what is shakedown? Okay. So in a new construction pressure hulls, you will notice their localized area of high stresses on the hull. So when you pressure cycle the hull above its design pressure, what happens is these localized area of high stresses start deforming. Okay, so you'll have localized deformation and then strain hardening occurs. Once the strain hardening occurs, no further deformation of the hull occurs plastically. All the deformation is in the elastic region. Okay, so that is when the shakedown effects cease. So what happens if you pressure test the hull and start recording the strain gauge measurements before shakedown has ceased? You will note that the strain gauge measurements on the first and second cycles do not match. That is because shakedown is still taking place. So after shakedown has ceased, you will see the pressure, the readings on the strain gauge on the first and second cycle, they will match. Okay. So typically to verify that shakedown has ceased, you will pressure cycle the hull for a number of cycles. And then you will check the strain gauge readings. Once you confirm that the readings match, that is the point when shakedown has ceased. Okay. And those are the readings you actually use for your hydrostatic pressure testing. So then once the hydrostatic pressure testing is completed, the designer will submit a report comparing the calculated stresses versus the measured stresses. There should be a good correlation. If there's not a good correlation, we'll ask the designer to justify what's happening. Why is the calculated versus the measured stresses varying? Okay. And then once the hydrostatic pressure test is completed, you'll have non-destructive examination of the hull. So this is done by surface ND techniques such as magnetic particle testing, dye penetrant testing, or eddy current testing. Okay. And then out of roundness measurements are taken, and then we verify compliance with the acceptance criteria in the ABS underwater rules. Okay. Now these out of roundness measurements
Yoda has left the building.
Are used
Strawberries
as
under the
reference
desk.
measurements throughout the life of the submersible. Okay, so 5 years down the road, if you want to check what were my original readings, what my readings now, these are the reference readings that you will use throughout the life of the submersible. So it is very important to have a reference set of readings which you will use for the life of the submersible. Next slide, please. So then we come to the ABS rule requirements for test dive of new construction submersibles. So after the pressure hull is built and it is fully outfitted, we conduct a test dive. Okay, so before passengers get on the submersible, you have to do a test dive in the presence of the ABS surveyor. So how do you do this test dive? Okay, you start diving and you increase your depth at 20% increments. So you first dive to 20% of your design depth, you stop, and then you will start internally inspecting all your wells, all your hatches, you will inspect your windows, and you will check your pressure boundary valves, make sure there are no leakages. Okay, if everything is good, then you continue test dive for another 20%. Okay, in this manner, you keep going down till you reach your test depth. Okay, and once you reach your test depth, you functionally test all your systems, your life support systems, your electrical systems, and other essential systems. Okay, so this is a test dive. This qualifies the submersible for diving at that particular depth. Sometimes what happens is when you go for doing a test dive, the depth of the water may not be equal to your design depth. Your design depth may be deeper than the dive at which you tested the submersible. Okay, so the depth at which you tested the submersible is known as the rated depth. Okay, so when we class a submersible, we will class it for the rated depth. Okay, and later on, if you want to increase the rated depth, you can do another test dive, okay, beyond the rated depth, but not exceeding your design depth. Okay, so there are two depths that are very important: design depth and rated depth. Okay, next slide, please. So then we come to post-construction surveys. So during the annual surveys, this is basically a visual examination of the pressure hull. So the surveyor will go and inspect the pressure hull. They will inspect the hatches, the sealing surfaces, penetrations, the welded joints, viewports, foundations, and the shut-off valves on the pressure hull. So this is a visual examination to make sure that there is no degradation, there's no leakage, etc. And this is done every 1 year. Then the special periodical surveys are conducted at 3-year intervals. Now, during this survey, we have enhanced examination of the pressure hull. So this requires removal of your protective coatings as well as thermal insulation in selected locations. And then if you have highly stressed parts such as the lifting lug wells, they are non-destructively examined using surface ND techniques such as dye penetrant testing, eddy current testing, etc. And then if the surveyor suspects that there's deformation of the hull or there's damage to the hull, then the surveyor may require out of roundness measurements to be taken for the hull. And these would be compared with the reference measurements as well as the acceptance criteria specified in the rules. So if you exceed the acceptance criteria in the rules, then the pressure hull is rejected. Okay, you have to repair the pressure hull, bring it back in spec. Otherwise, you cannot dive. So then we also require a test or operational dive. So during the annual surveys, we require an operational dive to be conducted every year. And during our special periodic surveys, we require a full depth test dive to be conducted in the presence of the surveyor. And this dive is to demonstrate proper functioning of the systems and equipment at the full depth. Okay, next slide. So then we come to the IMO submersible guidelines. So these guidelines were developed by the International Maritime Organization, or IMO, back in 2001. Okay, so the intent of these guidelines was to provide an international standard that could be used by flag administrations around the world. Okay, now compliance with these guidelines is voluntary, since the IMO Solus Convention does not mandate that you have to comply with these guidelines. So compliance is voluntary. Unless the flag administrations require to comply with these guidelines, designers or operators may not comply with these guidelines. Okay, and then these guidelines require the pressure hull, materials, fabrication, and testing to comply with the requirements of a recognized organization to the satisfaction of the administration. Okay, so a recognized organization is typically a class society. Okay, so if you want to comply with the IMO submersible guidelines, it means that your pressure hull needs to meet the requirements of a class society. So then it also requires the issuance of a design and construction document by the administration. So this document will list the standards, the design and construction standards for the submersible. And then it also requires the administration to issue a safety compliance certificate after the initial surveys of the submersible are conducted. So typically the design review and surveys would be conducted by a recognized organization, such as a class society, on behalf of the flag administration. And then this submersible guidelines also require the management of the passenger submersible operations to comply with the International Safety Management Code, or ISM code. Okay, so that's a brief overview of the IMO submersible guidelines. Next slide, please. So then we come to the U.S. Coast Guard navigation and inspection vehicle.
Never fear, we got a couple of minutes of slide. Then it gets to the questioning.
NVIC, Navigation and Vehicle Inspection Circular 593. This provides guidance for the certification of passenger submersibles. So these guidelines were developed back in 1987 when the Atlantis passenger submersibles were being classed. The Coast Guard worked closely with Atlantis, and these guidelines were developed. They were tailored to the Atlantis submersibles. Okay, so currently, if you're under 100 gross tons, okay, subchapter T of 46 CFR has requirements for passenger vessels under 100 gross tons, but these apply to surface vessels. Okay, these typically do not apply to submersibles. So to develop equivalency to these requirements, this NAVIC was developed, and this was published back in 1993. So now this NAVIC applies to submersibles carrying one or more passengers for hire. This is as per the 1993 Passenger Vessel Safety Act. Okay, and this requires the pressure hull to meet the ASME PVHO standard or the ABS underwater rules. Now this NAVIC applies to US flag submersibles or submersibles operating in the US jurisdiction. So it does not apply to non-US flag submersibles or submersibles operating in international waters. Okay, so that's a brief overview of this NAVIC, and that's all I have in the slides.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your willingness to answer some questions from the Marine Board in that presentation.
Absolutely.
We'd like to take a short recess to formulate some questions, follow-up for you, sir. So at this time, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 12:10.
Okay, let's do some time calculation here. We are 45 roughly minutes from the end, and they went to lunch. Oh, so there's looks like there's about 25 minutes left. We'll do the question and answer part of his testimony tomorrow. He said, I've got to be awake in 4 hours and do a very long day. I have some hugely important stuff to do, and I'm dog tired after a long day today. So I normally would go the next 25 minutes, but I'm just shot. So I'm gonna throw in the towel here. We'll pick it up tomorrow. We'll start at the same time tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, and we'll do it again. It's scheduled to wrap up on Friday, so we've only got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 4 more days to go. Now, I saw this come up in chat a lot. Why does this guy why is he even testifying? Why is he even there? What was the purpose of ABS guy? The purpose of the ABS guy was to show what a classification society would require in order to class and to inspect and class the submersible. He gave us the requirements, the general requirements, what their jobs are, what they do, and it's ridiculously important what he just testified to. So it wasn't just to have somebody rabble on. They needed to get this into the evidence, and that's what they did. They called someone from ABS to testify what a classification society does, what their standards are regarding submersibles, whether the Titan would have been able to be classed. He said no, they don't even look at the carbon fiber composite. I thought it was fantastic. I know it's not the most thrilling testimony, but it's actually quite educational. So sorry to make you learn stuff today. Let's see. I saw a few things flash by here, and it was potentially criminal. The $2 sounds like a push to do subsafe for civilians. There's got to be some regulations, so there really does. There'll be some recommendations made. Whether or not there will be any changes made is up for discussion. Hey, dogs! The dogs came back. What are you doing? Strawberry, get over here. You have to say goodbye, people. I have to say goodbye, dogs. There we go. What's up, dogs? The dogs have returned just in time to say goodbye. Hey, puppers. Now they're just sitting there. Right. So like I said, there's going to be a ton of recommendations made. Whether anything becomes or comes of those recommendations, whatever they may be, is left to be seen. But I think this is such a high-profile case that people are going to have to take some steps, whether it be the legislators to legislate things, whether it be the International Maritime Organization, the IMO, to put international things in place, whether it be whether it's up to. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see what comes. We're probably not even going to see the final report for this for another year. It's going to be a long time before they issue the final report with their official recommendations. And then, like I said, it's up to whoever they direct their recommendations to see whether or not they do anything about it. Let's see what is on the menu for tomorrow. Where are we? We'll finish up with Roy Thomas here. Then the afternoon is Mr. Phil Brooks. Mr. Phil Brooks is going to be testifying the entire afternoon session. And Phil Brooks, he is the former OceanGate engineering director. That is also Mr. Nissen, who was our first witness. That was also his position at OceanGate. So we'll be hearing from Roy, from Phil Brooks, the former OceanGate engineering director, and we will also hear from Ms. Amber Bay, the former OceanGate director of administration. Now, she's the one that the other lady, the surprise witness, whose name Wilby, she was the one that allegedly told Wilby, you need to be a team player. You don't have the explorer mind, etc. So we'll get to hear her side of the story. All right, dogs, say good night. We're going to shut the camera down, Yoda. Good night. Dargy, what's up? What's up, Dargy? Extreme Dargy cam, extreme strawberry cam. There we go. That's enough out of the dogs. And thank you, by the way, for getting us to day 20 of the emotional support potato pig dog cam achievement. We are keeping a running total here. We got 20 days with you guys. That's cool, huh? Thank you very much for that, by the way. Let's find a place to send you all, shall we? And while I'm finding a place to send people, now would be a great time to exercise your finger and hit that like button and the subscribe button if you have not already done so. And while you're at it, okay, sorry, I just had to check on something there. We've got a lot of stuff coming up at the end of this week. Will be all Coast Guard. Friday night U.S. time will be the monthly F-It Friday stream with the new and improved F-It Friday Fickle Ferris Wheel of Fate and Fortune. My Temu box arrived today for those of you that were involved in the last F-It Friday. Potentially Criminal was involved in making me purchase. One of the selections on the wheel was $100 shopping spree at Temu. And if I recall correctly, potentially Criminal was responsible for me buying 40 kitchen scrubber sponges. We'll do the unboxing all through the show on Friday. There'll be another $100 Temu shopping spree involved in that. That'll be on Friday evening U.S. time. And then we have a week to prepare for the Sarah Boone trial. We'll be spending probably 2, maybe 3 of the days watching her arrest and her interrogation videos, and that'll leave a couple of days for us just to do other things, whether we catch up on Karen Reed, whatever we do. We'll have a couple of days next week to do that. Then it's 3 weeks of Sarah Boone. And by the way, I just want to invite every one of you that hasn't done so already to go check out Potentially Criminal's channel. He does some amazing stuff, some good deep dives into government, into legal issues, into things that we all wish we could say, but we're cowards. And he's not. Make sure you go check out Potentially Criminal. Great guy. And hopefully he will be joining us on the F-It Friday. He usually does. So hopefully he'll be there to share that time with us. And I'm just about ready to look for who to send us off to now. I'm in the YouTube studio. We're looking at the content, the live show today, making our choice here in the customization menu to redirect to whom. To whom shall we redirect? Let's see. Looks like let's go to Recovery Addict. We haven't gone to Recovery Addict in quite some time. So I will send you over to Recovery Addict, who is covering the case of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson. I know nothing about that case. I'm going to send you all over there and you can find out what it's all about, because I don't know. Again, mods, thank you so much for being here for a long haul, 6 hours and 2 minutes. Chat, thank you so much for the support, the super chats, the gifted memberships, the purchase memberships, and thank you for just being here and talking to each other, talking to me, keeping us all company through this. You guys are great, and thank you for sticking through what for some of you may be a slog of testimony, but we had some spice. We had a lot of spice earlier with such things as calling it a contraption. It's amateur hour, not ready for prime time. Those were some of the comments that were made about Rush and his company and the submersible. But let's see what happens tomorrow. We're going to wrap it up now, guys. Thank you so much for everything. Once again, go on over to Recovery Addict and see what the Tennessee versus Johnson case is all about. Thank you. I'm going to go to sleep for 4 hours, and then I'm going to have another long ass day, another 20-hour day. Woohoo! All right. I'm just considering it Sarah Boone warm up. So, all right, everybody, take care. I shall see you soon. Have a great next 18 hours. We'll see you. Bye.